Daily is daily Vikings entertainment. We just want the Vikings to win a Super Bowl before we die. I will ride with this group. Seriously, man. Please.
And away we go.
All right, it's night 2 of the NFL Draft, and we are live on the Purple Daily YouTube channel, presented by Standard Heating and Air Conditioning, and actually, Dex, on our production meeting, if you could grab that Standard banner for our friends at Standard for the YouTube love too. But the Vikings have 3 picks tonight, at least for now. They've got 3 picks tonight. We'll see what happens in the next few hours. Pick 49, pick 82, and pick 97. I'm Phil Mackey. We got the sports dad, Judd Zolgad. We got mustache producer, Declan Goff. And our man who was on fire last night, slinging takes, analysis, Thor Nystrom, the chief executive officer of draft operations here at Score North. And boys, I will set the table before. So a couple things. We're going to give you all the picks as they come in tonight. We will update the Thor 500 and show you best available. We will consistently sprinkle in Vikings commentary and what does this mean for the Vikings, and we will navigate you through a Vikings prism. So if you want this to be your only screen, it can be. But I will set the table by saying the Vikings have really struggled in this portion of the draft recently. In fact, on day 2, you could argue their last big-time hit was in 2018 on day 2. Brian O'Neill. And then Dalvin Cook in 2017. Because, really the most impactful day 2 draft picks, and I say impactful with air quotes, over the last several years are Ed Ingram, Patrick Jones, Ezra Cleveland, Alexander Madison. So here's this critical roster building day, and they have been awful at it for almost a decade. Thor Nystrom, will start with you.
Yeah, they sure have. And tonight we're going to see 3 day 2 picks. Well, heading in, I should say, with a big caveat. But right now you hold 3 day 2 picks that are within the top 100. One of my favorite trivia questions about the Vikings is, when was the last time the Vikings made a day 2 top 100 selection in the NFL draft?
Wait, what was it? Say it again, Thor.
22?
22. When is the last time the Vikings made a day 2 top 100 selection in the draft?
Wow.
Yeah, not whiffed on one.
Made submitted
one.
A card of a top 100 selection on day 2. And the answer to the trivia question, it's Brian Asamoah, 66 pick in 2022. He followed the Andrew Booth and Ed Ingram selections there. But then the next year, Mekhi Blackmon, he was a 3rd-round pick, but it was at the very end, 102, right? In the comp pick region. Kyrie Jackson, 2024, was an early 4th-round pick, 108. And then our friend Ty Felton, 102 last year at the very end of the 3rd round.
Wow. So it's time to, Judd, it's time to make some hay tonight. It's time to make some hay tonight. And there's also the sort of lingering question of, will Jonathan Greenard get traded? We are on full Jonathan Greenard trade watch right now starting.
Panda watch.
Yeah. 2026.
So the 23 pick was traded for TJ Hawkinson in the 22 season, correct? The 2nd-round pick.
The Hawkinson pick was heavily in day 2 swaps.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, that
and then
it's not a terrible trade, so.
Yeah, and then the getting all the trading up to get Dallas Turner the 1 year, is up from the second. That blew it up the next year, right? So that was the 2025 one. But yeah, they've been trading out those day 2 picks. They haven't been making good draft picks, period. But they haven't even had them on it. Arguably, the draft's most important day is day 2.
And that's a huge part of the problem. Yeah. So I think tonight's game, assuming that they make their 3 picks at 49, 82, 97, is to play a little game called Who Made the Pick? Because I think that's where we're at. Is it Brian Flores pick? Is it a Kevin O'Connell pick? Did Mike Shelton, the director of college scouting, get involved? So, I'm always trying to, I said this about Kwesi, I'll say it about Rob. I don't really believe at the end of the day, those guys are deciding this is who we're going to pick. Can they break ties? Sure. But last night, I mean, that was clearly Flores. The more you think about it, because everything about that pick profiles out to a Flores player. Now, we could talk about the doctors and the health and all that, but I am curious now, does O'Connell get his pick tonight in the 2nd round, the 1st pick? Does Flores come back and get the next one? Does Matt Daniels wiggle in there and get a special teams guy at some point? So it's going to be what's that?
Did you see the thing the team put out when they called Caleb Banks on the phone? It's always my favorite thing, when they do the draft day call, and Brian Flores, a man who is never happy. None of us have ever seen the man smile before. He doesn't have any personality. Oh boy, he was glowing when they handed him that telephone to talk to Caleb Banks. I've never seen that man glow like that.
It's interesting because Brian Flores had the Vikings by the you-know-what in January, right?
Yeah.
He's a coaching free agent. Now, I don't think he was ever going to get a job as a head coach. I think that lawsuit will probably end that until it's done. But that being said, if you guys remember, he went to Washington and he talked to the Commanders about their job. And then Kevin Seifert, when Flores returns here, subsequently reports that Brian Flores is getting at least $6 million, approximately $6 million a year, which is not what O'Connell's salary is, but for a coordinator, that's really good. So I just wonder if in the discussions of, hey, we really want you really bad, you've done a great job here, if they're contractual or otherwise.
He negotiated, I get the 18th overall pick.
I want more draft picks.
My contract.
He probably said, you know what he probably negotiated? Even more say in the draft room. I could totally see that.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean 100%. They didn't spend any money on the roster this offseason, as you guys know, and two of his big money interior defensive line acquisitions from last offseason were released, right? And nothing had been done so far to address that. So it really did seem like, we talked about this last night, so I won't harp on it, but like another example of having the plan heading in, we've decided in advance, and the opportunities around you kind of go by the wayside.
But that's where I want to play a game tonight called Who Made the Pick? It's a Friday night drinking game.
Well, they drafted a punt. Matt Daniels.
Was involved
in the third round. That son of a.
Hey, it's a long snapper. Who could have seen that in the fourth round? Matt Daniels again.
Boys, the San Francisco 49ers are on the clock, so the second round of the draft
We've kicked off.
Has officially begun here, and we'll keep. And so their pick is going to come in here in just a minute. I am going to pop. Oh, the pick is in, so I'll wait to put the 4 or 500. While the pick comes in here, Dex, why don't you tell the audience about standard heating and air conditioning?
Yeah, go to standardheating.com. They're powering us here tonight, literally, and they're powering my house all the time. So go to Standard Heating to book that next appointment. $45 off an AC tune-up. When you combine the furnace, you get $90 off as well. So go to Standard Heating, book however you'd like to book. Call, text, email, standardheating.com to book that next appointment.
Oh, here we go.
Oh.
The Niners are taking with the third, and they stayed put this time. They are sticking at 33, and they're taking wide receiver Dazon, is it Stribling? Out of
Wow. Stribling,
yeah.
Wow.
Miss. Ooh. Target for Brock Purdy, my guy.
Wow. Okay. Well, we start off with a stunner kicking off here on Friday night. Dejon Stribling, he was one of the biggest risers that we had at the wide receiver position late in this process. But you were rising up from, before probably 4th, 5th round projection. Then it's like, no, I'm third round and maybe early third, maybe even late second. This is earlier than anyone projected. But what you have here, you have a big outside boundary receiver with 4.3 speed, who's a great blocker.
What is the issue, Thor, with players on the defensive side of the ball? There's a handful, 4 guys who were projected potential first-round picks still out there. And I would have thought that San Francisco would have started the run on them in the second round. What's your theory about that?
You're talking about the interior defensive lineman?
I'm talking about defense, period. I mean, on your board here for today, prime example, safety, Toledo, Emmanuel McNeil Warren still out there, who I think was probably projected to go to San Francisco with this pick as he fell out of the first round. TJ Parker's out there. There were definitely some guys that were projected by you or others on the defensive side of the football to be first-round picks, and they fell through the round, and now they clearly didn't get picked with the first pick of the second round. It just intrigues me what direction this has sort of gone, which sort of shows the free-for-all this draft has become.
Yeah, and I expect those guys to go here pretty quick. I think with San Francisco, Jeremiah, his theory last night when we were on the stage was that they had gotten sniped on. I think he thought Lomu, the Patriots, I think ended up with Lomu there at the end of the first round, and then bailing out of the first round. Because of the run of offensive linemen above you, then one of the other obvious big needs for San Francisco was wide receiver. They also, edge rusher, it's something they could address later on, but they probably thought that group's been a little picked apart, right? I mean, Malachi Lawrence, guys like that going as well. So I think they probably felt like we got to go wide receiver is where the value is. But it's interesting that they settle on the meteoric riser late in the process in Stribling. And again, got to take him off the Vikings list. The Vikings were interested in Stribling.
Boy, buckle up, boys. The
Yeah.
pace.
Oh, here we go.
Pace.
Here we go.
Strap in, baby.
Okay.
The Cardinals will stick and pick at number 34. They're taking Texas A&M guard. Is it Chase Bizanis?
Basantes, yeah.
Basantis?
Yeah, Chase
Okay.
Basantis from A&M. Yeah, this is an offensive guard prospect that a lot of people like, and the NFL seem to really like as well. There was even reports that he could rise into the first round, Basantis. I didn't think his profile justified that. There is upside here for sure, but for me, this was a third round player on my board. I like Rutledge, of course. I ranked higher. Pregnon, Emmanuel Pregnon from Oregon is an example of a guard that I rank higher who's available right now. But there are a lot of people that like Basantis because he has a projectable game inside.
This is going to be frenetic tonight, by the way. So strap in. And if you're new here, welcome into Purple Daily. Hit that subscribe button on the Purple Daily YouTube channel, and we will give you daily Vikings discussions. You can find more of Thor on Thor Talks Purple as well during the weekdays. His own Vikings podcast. We also have our Football Takes podcast, a broader look at the NFL, and then the O-line committee. I think Jeremiah Searles might be jumping in here for a while tonight as well. On night 2, the Purple Daily Night 2 Draft Special presented by Standard Heating and Air Conditioning. So Thor, we're not like close enough to the 49th pick to really get a picture yet, obviously, but maybe in like a handful of picks we will. If you're the Vikings right now at 49, who are you kind of hoping and praying, like who is sitting a little higher up on your Thor 500 that you're like, boy, it'd be nice if this player or that player would fall toward 49 right now, realistically?
Why did you have to put that last word in?
Okay, I'll take that realistically off the vernacular. Yeah.
Appreciate that. Denzel Boston and Emmanuel McNeil Warren.
Okay.
Either of those guys would be smashes. I don't think there's any shot that either of those two are getting there. But those two guys, in my opinion, should have gone in the first round. So those guys would top my list. But we are on wide receiver watch here for the Vikings, which is why I thought it was notable that one of their pre-draft targets, DeJon Stribling, went right away. So that's one of my, Ted Hurst is another name there for the Vikings. But let's monitor the wide receiver position here. Denzel Boston's lingering out there. Apparently the NFL was a little bit lower on him than the media and myself.
Where does that list in your mind for this pick end? Like, we get to whom and you say, okay, now the ship has sailed.
Are you, like at wide receiver?
Yeah, like a
for the
second
next
round pick. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think that the guys for that could be in play there for the Vikings, of course, Boston. I mean,
Right.
I would hope that would be a quick card turn in. Chris Brazel, if he gets there as well. And it's in play because of the off-field stuff with Brazel. There's differences of opinion on that evaluation. Ted Hurst, of course, that's one you have, it's in bold on our Vikings big board because they brought him in for a top 30 visit. They also, Keenan McCardle was at his pro day workout at Georgia State, Ted Hurst. So watch out for that one. And last one, second round possibility, Jeremy Bernard from Alabama. Mr. McCardle also was in Tuscaloosa, Alabama for Alabama's pro day workout that Jeremy Bernard was at. When I watch where McCardle goes in the spring. They kind of tip off depending on where he goes, who they're interested in. Yeah.
Jared, are you going to do the thing where you get mad at Ted Hurst because he wasn't competitive enough to move up to a bigger college? Are you red dotting
That's
Ted
just
Hurst?
Chris Johnson.
Actually, you know what? I'm a little bit of, after what Thor gave us a scouting report this morning, or last night, it all blends together now. I'm a little bit more of a Bernard guy because I asked the question, who can run a route well? And he said Bernard.
Yeah.
I'm a big route guy. This is not college football. This is not some, hey, you go out, it's schoolyard football. This is the NFL, and that stands for run your routes. And I don't mean run them pretty well. I mean precision.
Yeah.
The acronym, we need some work there, but here we go. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I got no clue on this.
All right, the Bills traded, I think, 3 times yesterday. They will stick and pick at 35, and they're going to take Clemson defensive end TJ Parker with the 35th pick.
Yeah.
The Bills,
Clemson.
yeah. The Bills needed edge help, and this is a good pick. Yeah, T.J. Parker was on that short list of guys that I thought was a first rounder and was going to go in the first round. But T.J. Parker, like a lot of his Clemson teammates, defensive side of the ball, but also you could toss the offense in. But Peter Woods had it down here. Wade Wood, as their off-ball linebacker, had it down here. Avian Terrell had it. Everybody on the Clemson defense had it down here. That also describes T.J. Parker, but it was another guy along with Peter Woods that played early there, was productive throughout, was a high-ranked recruit coming in. I think he profiles as a solid starter for a long time. I don't think there's superstar potential there. It's like a workman-like guy. He plays hard. He has the north-south propulsion. There's a little bit of hip stiffness there. But T.J. Parker's a solid player.
You need propulsion.
Texans coming up, by the way. They have traded with the Raiders. They're going to make a pick at 36.
Wow, the Texans are just like
Texans
crawling
really
up the board the last
They're very aggressive.
Houston's been awesome in the draft, too, especially on this day in the last few years. That's
And
the
with
reason why they've been a Final Four team.
Last
Can I
night it
be
was
the
Keelan
first-
Rutledge. Yeah.
Can I be the first to say that the National Football League, they already do a lot of things right. This new, what feels like expedited draft process is another thing that I'm in love with.
Yeah, I feel like, is there a chance that they actually go further down than 8 minutes at some point in the first round?
I hope they don't.
Is 8 the sweet spot? Thor
Probably
wants to
sweet
go back.
spot.
To
Let's turn
15
back the
minutes.
clock to 15. Yeah, exactly.
Stop.
The
Stop,
sponsors and like all
Let's
that
make them
stuff.
20
Yeah.
minutes.
By
John,
the
let's
way,
spread
that,
it over 4 days.
with that trade, the Texans give up the 38 and the 91, and the Raiders they move back 2 spots to the 36, and they get the 117.
Okay. So there was another pick that was sent back. It wasn't just they got a 3rd round pick to move
Yeah.
down 2 spots. Okay, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
That's fair.
Man, so we're out of the gate here, boys. We got our
Texans
fourth
are
pick
hopping
coming
the
down
Giants here.
pipeline.
I'm curious who they're taking here.
Yeah, the Texans are taking Ohio State defensive tackle Caden McDonald.
Caden McDonald. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the Texans had an interior defensive line need there, and obviously with the Giants, you guys know the recent trade of high profile there. Seems like the Texans knew that we got to get ahead of the Giants there to bring Caden McDonald in.
Yeah. So and for the record here, I'm gonna pull up Thor's 500 just so you guys can see, and we're taking names off the board here, but some of the guys like T.J. Parker was your 3rd highest ranked player going into the night. Caden McDonald was like 7th. You still have, and you mentioned Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, the safety from Toledo, Denzel Boston, Washington. Cross your fingers, Vikings, as we creep closer. Jacob Rodriguez was kind of flirting with first round status. Avian Terrell, the top nickelback on your board, and then Jermod McCoy with the injury concerns. But there are still a handful of at least 400 or 500 first round-ish graded players as we get a little closer to Vikingsville here. So interesting.
Definitely. And like the Stribling pick, didn't love that because of Viking target position we think they're going to take today. Caden McDonald pick, as Vikings fans, we like. We want all the interior defensive line to go off the board now because presumably the Vikings aren't going to be taking another one anytime soon.
So beyond the receiver spot, positions of, I guess, high priority tonight, especially in this round now as the Vikings pick approaches. Safety still potentially, correct?
Would you guys put that? Would you put that one?
Safety?
Safety?
Yeah, the need.
Oh man, that's a great question. Probably, but I wouldn't sleep on the need for a 3rd wide receiver.
Receiver's pretty high.
Yeah,
That's my thing,
like,
too.
They don't have a 3rd wide receiver.
I have it as safety, wide receiver, center. The last 3 is hard for me to group, but I went off-ball linebacker, cornerback, running back.
But you're not doing center preferably till the 3rd round, correct?
Yes.
So, yeah. So I would say with this pick, depending on how it falls, but if it falls hopefully well for the Vikings' sake, I think safety and wide receiver. And I think there's some people that put wide receiver down the list because of the top 2, but I'm with Phil. I think you need a 3rd one. And quite frankly, I'm a little bit concerned when your 2 is a guy who's gotten in trouble before. So I think that becomes incredibly important, especially to this offense potentially.
Fair.
Is there, Thorsky, so last night we asked you right off in the first 10 minutes, I think maybe it was either me or Declan started to ask you about, is there any world in which you would trade up? And before we could finish the question, you were like, NOTRADEUP, do not Well, now that we're into day 2 into round 2, let's say you're sitting 49 and you get into the 40s and like Emmanuel McNeil Warren is still sitting there. Are you considering trading up at all here for any players if it gets close?
All right, if we breach 40 and either McNeil Warren or Boston are still there, I'll at least pick up the phone and make a call at that point.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's how I would play this. Not right now. The price would still be too high to make that jump. But Vikings sitting at 49, we're almost 10 picks away. We're getting pretty close. So once it's within range, that's where I would at least see if the other team's interested.
If you picked up the phone, what's your offer?
Let me cook up a little magic in the trade charts. On that one.
He's gonna cook.
Hey, Phil,
Hold
as
up,
well.
let him cook.
Do you, while Thor cooks, do you think if they don't take a safety in the second round, that means Harrison Smith is coming back? Because they very well might know. Like they're telling us, we don't talk any football with him. But do you think that would be an indication that they think or they know probably he's coming back?
In round 2 or day 2? You're saying day 2?
Well, I'm saying like if they don't get McNeil Warren here, and then the safety board starts to dissipate a little bit. I don't think it's, but if they don't come away with a safety tonight, do you think they know Harrison Smith's coming back?
Yeah, and probably I'm trying to balance like what are they thinking with what am I thinking, and I wouldn't let a 36 or 37-year-old safety coming back for one last ride deter me from drafting a stud if that's what Dylan Thieneman was or what Emmanuel McNeil Warren could be for this team.
Agreed.
Well, we got Harrison Smith coming back, so therefore, but I mean,
I got it.
Is it likely that they would be thinking that? Probably, yeah. All right, Thor, what are you cooking over there?
So, okay, I went with 41. The Chiefs pick at 40, but the Bengals pick at 41, and the Bengals traded their first round pick. So you have to imagine that they would at least be open to listening of you can get more picks here. So if you offered 49 and 163, the Vikings offering that for 41, that's the Vikings are paying just the slightest of taxes on that. You might have to toss in one of your 7th round picks. The Vikings have 3 of them, but that's within range to jump up 8 spots in the second round.
Oh, here we go. Interesting.
With the 37th pick, the Giants are taking a cornerback, Colton Hood, out of Tennessee.
I would love to know if it was going to be Caden McDonald, and their plans changed there when the Texans hopped him. But yeah, Colton Hood, and wasn't it that wasn't it Caden McDonald and Colton Hood were in the green room? So we don't have the telecast on. So
McDonald was for sure yesterday.
Okay, yeah,
yes, he was the last man in the green room. Well, yes.
Yeah, but Colton Hood was a first rounder on a lot of people's boards. A lot of people, their mock drafts, they had him in the first round. I was slightly lower on him, but I had him 44th. I mean, this is fine here, especially in lieu of, obviously, Chris Johnson's already gone, but then Jermod McCoy, his nominal teammate, and I only say that because technically they were on the same roster, but they never played together because McCoy didn't play last year, and that's when Hood transferred in. But last season, taking over that CB1 role for an injured Jermod McCoy, that's when Colton Hood, the game ascended at that point with the breakout, and that's what got him into this range. Jermod McCoy, we still wait on that one. That's a medical one, and we don't know. But Colton Hood, this is about the range we expected him.
Well, let's talk about, while we're kind of projecting out here, and the Vikings are doing this in their war room right now as well. We talked about McNeil Warren, Denzel Boston. Those are guys that you would be super interested in. All right, as Jermod McCoy starts to fall toward 49 and you're the Vikings, what are you thinking? Let's say McNeil Warren and Boston are off the board, and Jacob Rodriguez is off the board, and Avian Terrell is off the board. And Jermod McCoy is the number 1 player on the Thor 500 on the board as we get toward 49.
If the Vikings took Caleb Banks and then Jermod McCoy with their first 2 picks, they would be the laughing stock of the NFL with the medicals there. I don't
but
think,
not when you have the best doctors, not only in the country, but
world.
perhaps in the world.
Yeah, I didn't consider that factor last night in my analysis, nor today, so I apologize for that. But the Vikings have already accepted a medical risk higher than some people would be comfortable with the draft equity they've already spent in this draft, I might let someone else assume that risk on Jermod McCoy. But it always depends on how far a guy falls, and the Vikings certainly have more information than we do. Do we trust them to parse it? That's another question.
Yeah, and that's a Matt. I was going to say that's just such a big risk to take at this point. Like you can only take X amount of risks on guys who you're afraid it might be a problem, right? Like my thing about this draft is it's fine, take the best players available for sure, but if the best players available have injury concerns and God forbid something were to take place with them, then again, you aren't building your depth with youth. And so that's the problem. Like there is a conundrum here. The best player is great to take, but you also want what you consider to be the best player, but what is the most valuable thing in all of sports? Availability. So that becomes a conversation at least.
For sure. Yeah, and an organization that's put itself so far behind with the drafting the last 4 years. Right. I hope that the Banks pick didn't set off a pattern this draft weekend of trying to chase losses with bets that have almost no chance of hitting at the amount of money that you're putting into it, the draft equity in this case.
Yeah. So we will continue for the YouTube audience here, which, by the way, there's almost 4,000 of you hanging out with us right now in anticipation of the Vikings' first
fellow
night
sickos.
Let's
go.
It's the Night 2 Purple Daily Draft Special presented by Standard Heating and Air Conditioning. And this is the Night Thor for the sickos, man. Like night 1 is the pomp, the circumstance, more household names. But you're right. When you go through some of the top teams in the NFL, the Seahawks of the world, the Eagles the last several years, who won a championship 2 years ago, you don't win Super Bowls by whiffing entirely for almost 8 years on night 2. And you could argue that night 2 is more important than night 1 in terms of building a team that can win a Super Bowl. The Rams are evident. The Rams have like barely ever picked in the first round, and they've been a Super Bowl champion and a Super Bowl caliber team for years and years because business picks up. They punted on round 1 this year. They get a first round pick and they're like, let's just punt. Let's make it harder for ourselves. So this is the importance of this night. If you want to win a Super Bowl, cannot be understated, Thorsky.
Yeah, I think it's the most important day of the draft, and you have more than double the picks, of course, of the first round. But you can make the argument, and people have made the argument, that the value that you get on day 2 players is better, against the rookie salary scale than in round 1. Right. And we talked last night that after, 18th, 19th pick, you get into the 20s. In the first round, the guarantee money starts precipitously falling. That happens again, of course, once you begin round 2 and just going down.
38th pick, the Raiders. They're taking safety out of Arizona, Tiernan Stokes.
Oh, okay.
Tiernan Stokes.
Yeah. So nickel defender here, hybrid safety. So it's, are they going to play him at nickel? Are you going to move him back to slot? Or are you going to use him as sort of a versatile piece? Stokes is a guy that the Vikings looked into and were interested in. So that's a guy that Brian Flores looked at as a fit for his scheme with the versatility there and ball skills on Tiernan Stokes. Really, really good athlete. But it's a guy who's a little bit older, right? And when you had the breakout there at Arizona's later in his career, and 24, I think. I got to pull it up on my sheets. But, yeah, an older player.
Why do you think that right now McNeil, Warren, and Boston are both dropping so much?
I'm confused. Yeah, we might have to have someone start monitoring if we get any news on that. Last year, Will Johnson, we see this every year, but guys that fall further than you think, and it's always a piece of information that the public didn't have. So I'm sort of curious on that. At this point where we're getting, it goes beyond a difference of opinion of evaluation if those guys fall too much more, where it has to be something that we are not aware of to justify that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. And now the Raiders have been known to reach a little bit throughout their history, regardless of who's running their front office and their strategy. But I mean, like you had Stokes 61st on your big board. I think consensus big boards. I mean, the consensus big boards didn't have him in the 30s. I can tell you that for sure. So that's there's not that many players that far down that are going off the board here, but the Raiders just grabbed one.
No, but I do like his game. It's just that he at 24, he's gonna turn 25, I think, early in his rookie season. But it's an advanced age guy, and I'm in addition to being a tape guy, I'm an analytics guy, and you have to look into what the data tells you about certain prospects. You have to have a discount on the guys where they break out later in their career, 23, 24, playing against 20, 21-year-old, 19-year-olds. Right, you just do it. It's what we were talking about last night with Akeem Messidor. I thought Stukes is a good player. I think he's going to be a good starter during his rookie contract. But I'd put him late second for that reason.
All right.
Cross one off if you're a Vikings fan, hoping he was going to fall because the Browns are taking wide receiver Denzel Boston with the 39th overall pick.
Man, the Browns. The
Vikings
Browns,
are 10 picks away, by the way.
They are cleaning up. Yeah, and at wide receiver here, in the last 15 picks or so, the Browns, they went from having a wide receiver core that was Jerry Jeudy and then Wasteland. Malachi Corley, I think, was a projected starter, at that time in the slot. To now, you had Casey Concepcion with was it the 24th pick they were in? Yeah, 24th pick. And then now here is it the 39th? Getting Denzel Boston. That is an utter coup. I don't know who's going to be playing quarterback there this year, but the receiving core now looks a whole lot better than it did yesterday afternoon.
Did Andrew Berry get smart?
They're kind of cooking. They're kind of cooking.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not being sarcastic.
They had a good draft last year too. So okay. If we can just keep Jimmy Haslam from commandeering picks and also contract negotiations, maybe Andrew will be okay.
Yep.
What if Deshaun Watson reverts back to pre-creepy form from like 6 years ago, and all of a sudden now you plop a?
What if Caleb Banks never had a foot injury in his life?
You won't see me.
Well, then he's a top 10 pick, and the Vikings don't have him.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my gosh! By the way, tonight's coverage of Night 2 of the NFL Draft, the Purple Daily Night 2 Draft Special, presented by Standard Heating and Air Conditioning. Also, shout out to Federated Insurance. Federated has been protecting businesses, much like a great offensive line for your company, since the early 1900s. And they, from the founding of their company, have valued face-to-face personal relationships. That's what sets them apart in a world where there's less connectivity. Trusted face-to-face partnerships, industry-specific coverage for small and medium-sized businesses, and risk management resources tailored to help meet your business's unique needs. Find out more at federatedinsurance.com, where it's our business to protect yours. So who's on? Is it 40? Are we on pick 40 right now?
Put this back up here. We are on pick 40. The Chiefs are on the clock, so we're a little bit ahead of the coverage. And I see the comments. Yes, we are ahead of the coverage, so I understand.
Roger Goodell's not happy with you, Declan.
And by the way, we said this last night, and I'm not trying to be I'm a dick here, but we're gonna stay ahead of the coverage because we're not listening and watching ESPN and NFL Network. So as we see the picks come in, if we're ahead of ESPN, sorry ESPN, I guess maybe you should try to keep up with Purple Daily. So as we see the picks come in, we're gonna give you the picks, we're gonna give you the analysis from Thor, and we're gonna give you sprinkled in. Obviously, it's a Viking show, what it means for the Vikings. So. Some people get mad that we're tipping picks. No, it's the draft, man. We're giving you the picks as they come in.
Yeah, it's not tipping picks.
So, all right, what picture do you see right now for the Vikings here, Thor, as it pertains to their needs and what's on the big board here?
Well, we gotta cross that Rubicon to 41. But once we do, again, going back to receiver, you hate that Denzel Boston was off the board, but I'll just go back to the names: Ted Hurst, Jeremy Bernard, Chris Brazel. Is what we're sort of monitoring there. Or could they go defense, secondary, or Jacob Rodriguez? Jacob Rodriguez, every part of his game is a fit for what Flores does, arguably outside of the measurables. But the caveat I'm going to give there in advance with Jacob Rodriguez still falling, the one position that the Vikings haven't cared nearly as much about measurables as the other ones has been off-ball linebacker during this current administration. So to me, that leaves him in play for the Vikings.
Can I bring up something, though, a callback? Now, this is to the Rick Spielman days, but I was going through the Vikings' second-round picks in the years that they've had them, and it is an underwhelming lot. Back to 2010 when Chris Cook and Toby Gerhart were both taken in the second round. But your comp on Jacob Rodriguez is Eric Kendricks, who was a second-round pick out of UCLA by the
Shout
Vikings
out Eric
back
Kendricks.
So it's interesting, at least, that you comped him, and the Vikings, as much as they have needs, the Vikings definitely do need an off-ball linebacker. So I just think it's an interesting circumstance that you comp him to Kendricks, and that he very well still might be there when the Vikings pick comes up at 49.
Yeah, that instinctual thing, how clever they are in zone coverage, reliable as run defenders, don't make mistakes. Everyone's on the same page. Green dot guy, you want to give him that green dot right away. Maybe the Vikings would hold off for a year, with Cashman there, if that indeed was the case. But yeah, but that's a guy you want making that. You want being your defensive charge leader going forward.
There we go.
All right.
The Chiefs, with the 40th overall pick in the draft, are getting Mason Thomas.
Mason Thomas. Wow. Okay, yeah, R. Mason Thomas, undersized.
Couldn't tell if there was a typo in that tweet. If it was like, why is there an R there? Mason. Mason Thomas.
Yeah. One of our undersized edge rushers in this class. So the Chiefs going with a guy who's been very productive, high motor player there, has a lot of pass rushing moves, but you wonder, can he overcome that lack of length at the next level? When guys with the short arms, defenders get taken, as a Vikings fan, I'm always like, great, because the Vikings take all those guys off their board. So it's always a freebie spot for the Vikings if a short arm defender goes, with the possible exception of off-ball linebacker.
Yeah. You had him 62nd on your Thor 500 and your 13th ranked edge rusher.
Oh, man, we got another one?
We are just going.
I can't even savor it. Like, let NFL,
sorry,
let it
dude.
Breathe. Like, come on.
No.
Mix in a water, right, Thor?
I love this.
Exactly.
Let's
Mix
go.
In a water. Mix in a water.
It's go time.
With the 41st pick, the Bengals are taking defensive edge Cassius Howell.
Oh, we got another short-armed, undersized edge rusher right here. So we got two of them off the board right there. But yeah, it's another guy, very, very, and more so with Cassius Howell, although he's older, but extremely productive in college over years. He did it first in action at Bowling Green, Cassius Howell did, and then decided to apply his trade the last couple of years in the SEC at Texas A&M, proved the concept. There was a game last fall. It was super fun. There was a drive where the drive ended with the whole drive was on first down, Cassius Howell sack, second down, Cassius Howell sack, third and long, Cassius Howell sack, and then there was a punt. He's a one-trick pony, but the trick is pretty cool.
I love that.
Hey, Thor.
He's got one speed, but it's fast and awesome. Yes,
that's it. That's it.
It feels like, as we've gone through this draft thus far, when it comes to edges, that you've talked about a lot of guys with short arms. Is this a short arm draft?
Yeah,
it feels like we've had more short arm guys. You get the big arm guys. You love the long arm guys, but it just feels like you've mentioned like 4 or 5 guys, and you are referring to, rightfully so, their short arms.
Yeah, well, I think some of the better players we have in this class, they do have that, which then takes them down a peg, sort of in
right.
terms of that, and I think that just speaks to the overall lack of quality in this class. But yeah, to your point, we do have several, right? And you go down the positions, Ruben Bain there, and then his teammate Maui Noah on the other side of the ball, right? The offensive tackle there, and these two guys here. So yeah, we Rodriguez we were talking about a little bit ago. So yeah, I mean we do have plenty of that in this class.
We are about nine picks away from
Slow down,
8
everybody.
picks away
Slow
from
down.
the Vikings being on the clock, and then
Oh,
9
is this
picks
the
away from
Bengals
them
are
making a
up?
pick.
41. Yeah. This is the pick that we were talking about, that hypothetical trade.
Yeah, so the Bengals just took Howell, right?
Yes,
And
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
The Bengals took Howell.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe
the Saints are sitting on the board here.
Yep.
the 5th round pick would bridge that gap. By at least by my chart.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's go through Vikings trade up scenarios here. Remind us, and for anyone that's just jumping in new, because we're creeping now toward 5,000 people hanging out with us live as we get closer to the pick here. So if there are some players on the board that you didn't think were going to be on the board, not Thor, even just like the industry. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren was first round projected in a lot of people's purview. Dex, give us the next one.
They're going too fast.
Saints are taking defensive tackle Kristen Miller.
Okay. Yeah. The Georgia interior defensive lineman. And again, I'll make the point again with the Vikings haven't taken the interior defensive lineman. Anytime one of those guys comes off the board, that's a positive sign for the Vikings in advance of their, kicking off the day 2 picks here. So yeah, but Christian Miller, I liked his game fine, but it's sort of like a really solid kind of interior defensive line prospect, not elite. It's just it's sort of one of those high floor, moderate ceiling type prospects with some cost certainty.
I'll ask it quicker this time. What is the cost to move up, roughly, if you are the Vikings and you like some of these players that are still sitting out there for you?
That original of the 49-163 would jive for 42. If that's the one up right now, 180 points would be what the Vikings are giving up on my chart. 176 is the 42nd pick.
Now, wouldn't the better scenario, this is a rhetorical question, but so I'll just say it as an opinion. The better scenario would be that one of these players just falls into your lap at 49, you stick and pick, and then maybe later in the draft, you trade back to fill that gap between 97 and 163. Or the board falls so great at 49, you move back. Was there a world where you'd move back from 49 at this point, the way the board is falling?
Oh, sure, potentially. I'm, unlike the Vikings, I would be open to all possibilities at all times. I feel that that's the way you should draft.
Wow.
With due respect.
Took an absolute shot.
Is it likely the Vikings have their outcome planned right now without any phone calls or any consideration?
I've had a very high success rate on calling their, and I told you my nightmare scenario that they reach on Damon Claiborne next round. So, we'll see. Everyone out there, you can play the game of what mistake could the Vikings make that's like so realistic that right after it, it's like, oh yeah, I could see that coming from a mile away. That's my prediction for tonight, but we'll see how it goes.
Would they reach on him in the second round here?
You might get me walking off the set if they do. So, Rob B, please save us, Rob B, please.
Hey, what do you think of the potential of the guy that Phil has his cursor on right now, AJ Halsey?
I like AJ Halsey's game. Yeah, big fan. And you have McNeil Warren there, you have Halsey there. With that safety need, and we don't know how acute the safety need is because I think the Vikings, the folks in the building, have a better idea of Harrison Smith's status for next year than we do. Talking about immediate need, obviously long-term need, it speaks for itself. Near the top of the list, if not the top of the list. But yeah, the safeties have been getting pushed down the board. We saw that yesterday, right? And we're seeing it here still. So 2 guys still on the board here that for me, absolutely, I would be talking about with the Vikings pick if they stay at 49.
You've also been a pretty big proponent of D'Angelo Pons, the nickel from Indiana here too. Is that at all a consideration or fit in your opinion for a Flores defense?
No, not really. D'Angelo Pons, boundary cornerback at Indiana. He in my opinion, he's going to be a pure nickel. In the NFL, and the Vikings, they like to do the revolving door nickel thing. They're different than other teams. Yep. It's not just their CB3 is what a lot of teams do. So yeah, and that you would be just taking a pure nickel. So you'd be changing your plan at the nickel defender position and doing it by taking round 2 presumably with Pons, or whatever wherever you get him. And then you would be locking him into that position, a position he didn't really play in college. We assume he can, right? Like it's a really good player, and his skill set would seem to fit it. But it's more his frame is going to force him there than anything else. So yeah, for the Vikings, no.
It's my preference.
I don't think, but they surprise me a lot, as you guys know.
It's my preference that Byron Murphy Jr. stays inside as much as possible. I think he is a better player in the slot inside in the nickel. So I think that position is taken by him. He played outside more, I think, last year than he did in 2024. And because of his size and build, I would prefer to see him. And that can be a full-time job now, too. Like it's not like you're a slappy if you get thrown inside. You're essentially a starter. So I think you've got Byron Murphy Jr. ideally inside. So I don't think that I would address that immediately unless you think the kid is absolutely phenomenal.
Well, the only thing is, if you're going to do that, move Murphy back there, you have to get another starting boundary corner. So that you would have to probably get one
Jeff
with
Okudah.
the next pick.
They got Jeff Okudah, Thor. I don't know what you're. They did. They seriously. I'm all through training camp. I'm like, you're really going to do this, aren't you?
Has his contract lapsed yet?
There was a trade.
Officially off.
We have a trade. Oh,
a player trade. A trade.
A player on a different team than the Vikings? Oh.
The Cowboys are acquiring linebacker D. Winters from the Niners, according to Pelissero and
Okay.
TCU, baby.
And so we don't know what the comp is.
know
It says.
what the cost yet is.
Yeah. All right.
There is a trade there.
Could you have announced it an hour ago, guys? It's pretty selfish. The second round is going on. You know.
Exactly.
Come on.
Meanwhile, anytime
Announce
you
your
want to
minor
announce
trade
a
before or
Greenard
after.
trade.
Come on.
Save this space
That
for the
one you
major
can do
trades, the
during
Greenard trade. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Real
That
quick
you
on
can
the
do,
Nickelback conversation, I was just binging a
Are we
bunch
talking
of
about
draft
the
content.
Canadian band? Or?
Yes, actually, if we could tie that photograph is what we're talking about. I was binging a bunch of just like deep dive draft content this week, and I landed on a Brett Coleman podcast, Bootleg Football, with Daniel Jeremiah. And Daniel Jeremiah told a story about, because Judd said, and you guys like, it's become Nickelback is no longer not the band, the position. It's no longer like a part-time position in the NFL the last 15 years.
The band is part-time for sure.
Yeah. So he was Daniel Jeremiah was talking to Avian Terrell at either the Combine or wherever, and made reference to like the nickel, and Avian Terrell's like, we got that's so insulting, like we got to get rid of that vernacular. He's like, no, dude, like that is a starting position in the NFL now. It is a prime position in the NFL.
That's how I see it. Yeah, that's how I see it.
Dolphins at 43 are taking linebacker Jacob Rodriguez
There it is.
out of Texas Tech.
Man, the Jacob Rodriguez dream is dead. Hate to see it.
Yeah.
Hate to see it.
Tell us about him, because he's one of the highest, like in terms of consensus and the Thor 500 players still on the board here until now, anyways.
Yeah, it's a really fun story of a four-star dual threat quarterback coming out of high school. He signs with Virginia, and it just didn't take off for him at quarterback. He had signed with a coach, Bronco Mendenhall, who likes tough dual threat quarterbacks. And as we found out later in Jacob Rodriguez's career, he is certainly tough. But then Bronco Mendenhall, he retired after 1 year, and it wasn't really going good for Jacob Rodriguez at quarterback. So he ends up transferring. Texas Tech did not have a scholarship for him, but his brother was there at Texas Tech. So Jacob Rodriguez walked on and for one semester slept on the floor of his brother's dorm room to make the Texas Tech football team. They convert him to off-ball linebacker, and the rest is history. He got better and better and better every single season. As a zone coverage linebacker, you brought up before, Judd, that I comped him to Eric Kendricks. Yep. You see with Jacob Rodriguez in how he reads opposing passing games, reads opposing quarterbacks, his quarterback background. He's sort of looking at the offense through the eyes of a quarterback, and the instincts, his ability to jump passing lanes and create havoc as a coverage guy, even though he's not super long. It's not like a Sonny Styles, like 6'5" with the Stretch Armstrong type arms that that can get involved with the passing lanes. With Rodriguez, he beats you with his mind and then his motor as well. Really good run defender as long as you can keep him clean along his path. One of the weaknesses, offensive linemen, if they can get their hands on him, you can tend to take him out of the play. The lack of reach there, and then the smaller frame, you have to help him out with that by occupying. But if you allow him to float at the ball, he's going to take everyone down. It's one of those peanut punch guys. Knack for turnovers, creating chaos with that. He'll fly into the pile and recover the fumble the second it hits the ground. It's one of those kind of guys. This is a really good pick by a Dolphins team that is totally restarting. They had like an expansion type roster. They just got a defensive leader here in Jacob Rodriguez for the next decade.
Dex, take it.
Yeah, the Lions have traded up 6 spots, by the way. 6 spots, so they give up the 50 and the 128 to go up to 44.
The Lions.
And that pick is in.
Tricky Lions.
So they traded with the Jets?
They traded with the Jets, yeah.
The Jets.
Okay.
Jets. J.
Lions yesterday, Blake Miller to start across from Sewell.
Rick Spielman's kind of cooking, by the way.
Oh, you know what? I wonder if this is for the safety. I wonder if this is for McNeil Warren.
This is the McNeil Warren.
Are you serious?
They're going to snipe the Vikings.
That's
the Vikings had their chance.
Okay, keep that trade, keep that capital in mind there, because it would be a similar. Is this what was the trade again? Well, here we go.
It's not a safety.
Oh, okay.
The Lions are trading up for Michigan defensive edge Derek Moore.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Derek Moore going to the Kitties.
Michigan had awesome edge rushers here the past couple of years. Derek Moore is more your prototype 4-3 defensive end, has that kind of a game. The north-south stuff, he's kind of a bully and a really good pass rusher, even though a lot of it is the north-south and then the bull rushing kind of thing, the conversion of speed into power there. On the other side, that was Barham and sort of the hybrid thing, but those two guys complemented each other really, really well. I like Derek Moore. I rank him a little bit lower, but this is not too much lower, and this is a really strong edge class as well. And obviously the Lions had a lot of exposure to Derek Moore as a hometown kid there.
Guys, we are 4 picks away from the Minnesota Vikings being on the clock here. We are flying through this second round, this wildly important day and night for the Vikings in the draft. They have 3 picks tonight for now. There are Jonathan Greenard trade rumors lingering as well. Dex, before we dive into the long haul here with the Vikings making their first pick tonight, Standard Heating and Air Conditioning, tell them, our sponsor for tonight.
Yeah, they're powering us tonight. They were at the draft party hanging out last night, and they're really appreciative of the Purple Daily audience who has supported them when you have called for their HVAC needs. They love hearing that Purple Daily contacts them. So keep doing that. If you need your HVAC systems looked at, the best way to prolong the life of your HVAC systems is regular scheduled maintenance. They'll be out here this summer for me to look at my AC unit that's like 20 years old. So thank you to Standard Heating to make sure all my stuff's working appropriately and efficiently. Go book your next appointment at standardheating.com.
So we've got Baltimore, Tampa Bay, the Colts, and Falcons by my count. Do we know, Thorsky, the needs there? Are we talking about a team that needs a safety? Because unless the Vikings go rogue again.
Starting with Ravens. Ravens don't.
You know, Judd, I don't know if you know this, but the Ravens don't need a safety.
Yep.
Bucks.
And I'm not mocking you. I'm mocking the Vikings.
Yep.
Bucks,
so the Bucks.
Yeah. Bucks, that's like way down definitely not even close to a primary need.
Okay, because I'm just
like depth future maybe.
It's starting to fall to where the Vikings could have their choice of Colts, 2 pretty good safeties here.
Colts are. I think the Colts would be the one I'd be concerned about. The Falcons got the young safeties last class. They ain't taking a safety.
Okay. The funniest thing has a chance to happen, because if I would have told you guys going into the draft, the Vikings after 2 rounds are going to wind up with Emmanuel McNeil-Warren and Caleb Banks.
Hey, I'm back in. If they get Emmanuel, I'm all the way back in.
Oh, you're all the way back in?
I am all the way back in.
You're so easy.
But you would have said 100 out of 100 times the order by which they acquired those players in the draft was probably flipped, right?
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
That's awesome.
So we're on watch. I will put up here real quick the Thor 500 board so you can see the best players that you have ranked available. The Vikings have to sweat. Now, they could trade up. We are in trade-up mode. They could also, the way the board's falling, if they love A.J. Halsey, they could trade back if there's 2 safeties on the board. Here we go.
The Ravens at 45 are taking Mizzou linebacker Zion Young.
Okay. Yeah, Zion Young, it's a power edge rusher. So whether 3-4 outside linebacker, 4-3 defensive end, but it's a power player, long guy, very muscular, well built sort of a guy. He's going to set the edge for you. He's going to play team run defense. It's a tough kid. There's limitations there that are similar to with TJ Parker, right? Of Keldrick Falk, not to the same degree of, especially Keldrick Falk, I should say. The pass rush productivity. Parker was just last year, but the overall sort of thing with that. But Zion Young, there's projectability there on the one hand, but on the other hand, you have a high floor because of that, the run defense, and then the ability to play multiple roles.
Which means the Buccaneers are on the clock, followed by the Colts, Falcons, and then the Minnesota Vikings will soon be on the clock here. And I'll go back to the things are moving fast and furious. I'll put this Thor 500 back on the board here. These are some of the position rankings that we are reading out players on the position rankings so you can see some of the gaps for the visual. And then we're just eliminating players on the Thor 500 so you can see as they stack here. So there are 3 players that, and again, there's clearly information here that maybe the public and outsiders don't have information to for why some of these players might be falling. And so hard to have a full picture, but the fact that McNeil-Warren is still sitting there, Avion Terrell, Jermod McCoy, we know about the medical issues there. And then there's still A.J. Halsey, a safety from LSU is interesting. And, if you're the Vikings, and you're looking at weapons on the receiver or tight end front, I mean, Ted Hurst is sitting there within range. So the board is falling pretty interestingly well here for the Minnesota Vikings, 4 picks away from their first night 2 pick.
Yeah, it is. And this is where I'm calling Tampa Bay, and I'm offering 234 with 49 to move up 3 slots.
Okay.
And hop the line here and take McNeil Warren for myself. I'm too afraid of the Colts kind of lingering there. That's a team that I would want to hop, and a 7th round pick sufficient by the charts. You know, as long as the Bucs would be open to just a negligible move down to pick up an extra pick.
And you've got 3 of those, so it's not like it.
Yeah, exactly.
At that point,
why
in time,
not
that's
try?
fine. Yeah,
if
exactly
they say
right.
no, okay, whatever. But at least
Right.
you gave it a shot.
Do you think it works the same way like with us, where you send it through the PFF and they just reject you and then you try again? All right, Dex.
The Bucs are taking another linebacker, so another linebacker run here. Josiah Trotter
Oh wow.
with the 46th pick. Josiah Trotter.
Okay. Josiah Trotter off the board. Dude, we're dodging guys here. This is kind of wild, dude.
Yeah.
Josiah Trotter, yeah, where was he on your Thorsky 500 here?
115th.
I'm scrolling down. Wow.
I've got the hard
Okay.
copy right here. Hold on a second.
Alrighty,
I'm
dude.
turning.
Hasn't that been updated?
Yeah, but who cares?
I love
I've
it.
still got the names. Although when I printed this out, I do not think he was 115.
A little unrelated here, but the Rio game in Brazil will be the Ravens and Cowboys on September 27th.
Well, we're not stimulated enough by
Yeah.
picks
He was-
rifling out. We got to announce a schedule.
He
Yep.
was
Piece of breaking news,
96. He was 96 at the point that I hit the print button. Okay,
He wasn't at the
Either
end of
like-
the process.
and killed like a bunch of
This
trees.
is right. You can't print it before the end of the process.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah, you got to wait till the end of the process, Judd. You can't jump the gun.
But even on Judd's
Close
version,
enough.
that's a stretch here. You know, halfway through the.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah, and
process.
it depends on your flavor. Some people really like Trotter, right? His father was a longtime linebacker in the NFL, and then the namesake, the brother, got picked by the Eagles a couple years ago. But Josiah, it's like a downhill thumper kind of a guy. But for me, it's like the old school kind of archetype. I don't want the old school archetype. I want the hybrid kind of guys that can do a whole bunch of things. My run fills, we're gonna do that another way, right? Like I want guys that can be weapons and cover. So that's why I ranked him a little. He's a good player. It's just not my flavor of off-ball linebacker. It's the same reason I don't like C.J. Allen, who. C.J. Allen, like everyone saw, is like late first or early second. I think I have him 3rd round on my board. He's still available right now. But Trotter, same way. But Trotter just went where people thought Allen was going to go.
Old school. He should come out in like huge shoulder pads with the old neck brace on.
Dude, I think
Like Andy Katzenmoyer.
That's what we need.
I think
love
Nate
those
Tice
guys.
just put a photo out. Is that of his dad wearing that exact set of shoulder pads and neck brace that you just described,
Love
like
those,
side by
huge.
side with?
You go back and watch those highlights from the 90s. I forgot. Those shoulder pads are enormous.
What was also not only like the big shoulder pads, but weren't there? There was like Kevin Green. There was linebackers that had Brian Cox that had the
Brian
board.
Cox wore the board. Brian Cox wore the board for a long time.
I am so likely to break my neck the way that I play football. I need a board behind my helmet to prevent terrible injury. Crazy. So we're sitting here 2 picks away from the Vikings being on the clock with
Here's
the
your
Colts. Colts pick is coming in shortly. So
Is it in?
Let's see here.
Not according
No,
to
they're
the-
still sitting
Can
on
they
the
still
clock.
negotiate? Can we still send in an offer?
Yes.
Can someone
Yeah.
wake up Rob B in the war room?
Wow.
So is to move up 2 spots in the second round on your value chart? Is
Yeah.
it? I mean, it is a
Seventh
extra
round pick.
7th rounder. That's what it is.
Yeah, unless they want to be, and again, if they're going to be nits about it and be like, no, we want 2 of them. Okay, no.
That's
But I would try. Why not? You got 3 of them, right?
But you're concerned about the Colts, right?
Yeah.
So you should have gone to Tampa.
Oh, to the Bucks. Yeah. Yes.
yeah,
you're
which
right.
which reached, and so they probably would have moved back a couple and taken Trotter there.
Yeah. We just have to wait it out and cross our fingers at this point.
Hey,
But
if-
this is the
let-
one team that needed the safety. In between.
Right,
Just for fun here, Thor. Let's say that the way that this is falling, you get a couple really interesting safeties in McNeil Warren and AJ Halsey. From a Viking standpoint, can you compare and contrast those 2 players for us? Halsey and McNeil Warren.
McNeil Warren, there's versatility, but it starts out of the box. He, a box type safety, stretched out guy with long arms. Emmanuel McNeil Warren, guy who attacks downhill. You can put him at the nickel as well, moving like that, but it's strong safety, mostly there with Emmanuel McNeil Warren. The guy that's really going to help out with the run game. It's essentially another linebacker there in the box. And then the long arm and the quick downhill thing, that's how he gets involved in the passing lanes. You have similarities there. I brought this point up before, but I was too low on Nick Manwari last year because I didn't, factor in enough how immediately he could be a factor in coverage with same kind of physical gifts, whatever. So that's him. And then with Halsey, it's a versatility, but flowers out from deep. And he's sort of a hitman guy coming in from center field, laying people out. He loves getting in. He'll run the long alley to take out the running back outside the tackle by the sideline, kind of a thing. And then he has a real knack for jumping the passing lanes. He gets really early jumps and he's really aggressive with it. And he just goes right in front of it. That part of it reminds me a bit of Xavier Watts from last year, who some folks out there watching will recall that I was banging the table all day last year on day 2 of Xavier Watts, and he fell right almost to the range of the Vikings. They got sniped right before, and then they traded down.
So there has been a trade. There has been a trade.
Yeah.
Yep, they traded with the Steelers. So the Steelers trade the 53, the 135, the 237, and the Colts trade the 47 and the 249.
Okay, so they swapped a couple. Okay.
Okay, so
the Steelers are on the clock, and the pick is in. We don't know who it is yet.
I don't see safety as a need for them, Steelers. So I'm curious who this is for.
It might not be safety where the Vikings are going here too. So
for sure, but I can hope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Okay, if it's not safety for the Vikings, let's say we'll take those guys we just talked about off the board. What are you eyeing at this point?
Wide receiver. Yep. Ted Hurst for me.
Old Teddy Hurst.
Or Jeremy Bernard. But for me, either of those, that's around there. But for Emmanuel McNeil Warren's the guy that I want.
Uh-oh.
Jeremy Bernard is a Pittsburgh Steeler. With
that's a great.
Interesting.
I love
Call
your
back
comp
to
on
last
that.
night, right?
I'll let you do it, but like your comp on Robert Woods is your comp. There's shades of Robert Woods, and he is one of the best run blocking receivers of the last 15 years in the NFL. So,
yeah, shades of Bobby Trees, and we have shades from last night leading to this pick. Recall Mekhi Lemon on the telephone with Omar Khan, and Omar Khan's like, "Welcome to Pittsburgh." And Mekhi Lemon looks down at his cell phone and he goes, and this is real, I'm not joking. He looks down at his cell phone and he goes, "Why is Philadelphia calling?" And then his agent runs in and said, "The Eagles just traded up for this pick. They're taking you right now." And Mekhi Lemon had to awkwardly get off the phone with Omar Khan. Pittsburgh turned around then after getting sniped like that. They took Maxey and Achor, the offensive line help. Clearly we're kicking the can on the wide receiver to today. And this is who we end up getting here in Jeremy Bernard. But a guy inside-outside versatility there, a guy that can win at all 3 levels, a guy who's a really, really, really good run blocker in Jeremy Bernard, route running efficiency type wide receiver.
And Andy Smart, correct?
Yes, yeah.
Which means Aaron Rodgers will love him.
Aaron Rodgers going to scream at him on the second day of camp for you ran one too many steps to the route break.
Yeah, that's true.
And he's not going to throw to him for 2 months.
Let's go call Randall Cobb and get him back in here to replace your ass.
Yeah,
What's
exactly.
Jones doing?
Exactly. Well, man, the fall of McNeil Warren continues. We got anyone on Twitter? Is there any conspiracy theories? Has any developed yet of what's going on here?
Nothing. I mean, I've got my NFL and Vikings feed up right now. But like every 200 NFL accounts, and I've seen nothing about like why or if there's a red flag here. We'll do a deeper dive, but it is fascinating. A guy that you and many others had projected first round, maybe early second round, is kind of tumbling here.
And I was probably on the lower end on Emmanuel McNeil Warren. Like after Daniel Jeremiah was like, "Oh, watch out!" This is going back to like the pre-combine, but was like doing the hype train early for Emmanuel McNeil Warren, and he was a guy who had a lot of hype during the pre-draft process.
Yeah. Boy, the suspense is palpable right now with almost 7,000 people hanging out live on the Purple Daily YouTube channel. If you're new, welcome in. This is the Night 2 draft special here on Purple Daily. Phil Mackey, Judd Zulgad, the sports dad, producer Dex, and our man Thor Nystrom leading our draft coverage across the Score North podcast. Hit that subscribe button if you're new. Welcome to the best podcast community in the country, maybe the world, we think, Judd.
Maybe.
Do the Falcons go receiver here?
The Birds.
They're not going to go safety.
Right.
The Falcons pick is in. We don't know who it is, but that means
Definitely
the
could be
Minnesota
wide receiver,
Vikings,
for sure.
the Vikings are officially on the clock right now.
Okay.
Alrighty.
But no trade with this pick. The Falcons have submitted a card, right?
They have submitted a card.
Okay.
Yes.
Then
Have a card in.
Okay.
that's
Love this, dude. This is
just cycling.
this is glorious right now.
let's cycle.
This
So
is the
many
time when the NFL
possibilities.
decides to go slow. Is like right before our pick.
So many.
That's the Falcons' fault.
possibilities here.
I believe, if I am not mistaken,
Did terrible Terry get back in that war room, Judd?
I think there are officially, if you want to take it, 7 minutes between these picks, right? If you want it.
Is it
I
7?
don't think it changed. I looked it up today. It said 7, and then I think we're down to 5 in round 3.
I think
so
it's
3 will really
Avion
fly.
Terrell. Albert Breer just tweeted Avion and AJ reunited.
No way.
Okay.
That's pretty cool.
That's what he
Okay.
said, but I haven't seen any other pick about it.
Albert Breer is definitely trustworthy.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
can definitely
for
trust
sure,
yourself
for
from
sure.
Albert Breer. He's in the trust tree.
Yeah, yeah.
And he tips
he is,
picks
but
too.
That's-
Again, not
yeah.
sure how he acquires
he
his
just-
information,
all,
but
all
he
the
gets
tweet
information.
was, is Avion and AJ reunited? Exclamation point. So
We're going
I,
with that.
I
Well,
assume
is it-
that means he's the pick.
Okay.
Okay.
Avian Terrell.
Yes.
There it is. Yeah.
Is it?
I mean, when Ari Amirov
okay.
Oh, yeah,
breaks it
great
too.
Well, in that case, we can. No, just kidding.
When My Sports Update has it. you
Yeah,
know, it's-
very cool story here with the Terrell brothers being reunited. And Avian Terrell would have been a late first-round pick were it not for the measurables. Came in just a little bit. We knew he was small, but had enough size with the game film that he had where most of us, including myself, thought that he could hang on the boundary in the NFL. But then he goes, like I said, comes in a little bit smaller than the bio. And then in particular, the athleticism numbers were a big disappointment for Avion Terrell. And because of the measurables, became harder to project him as the boundary guy, started, projecting him more as the nickel defender at the next level. And that's how you become a high second round pick as opposed to a late first. But that also facilitates this reunion between the Terrell brothers in Atlanta.
All right. So who is the pick, Thor?
Emmanuel McNeil Warren. Submit the card right now.
This feels like a no-brainer, right?
Submit the card right now.
That's why I asked. But
It's
Submit
kind of
the
wild
card.
too that they, I don't know if it's Emmanuel McNeil Warren. I'm wondering why they wouldn't kick in one of those 7th rounders to move up a spot or two just to make sure. But we'll see in a minute.
I'm
Oh,
about
this
to be
is
so upset, aren't I?
Okay, Judd. Judd, if you had to bet, are they going to do the obvious thing, which would be great for the team, which is Emmanuel McNeil Warren on paper? We'll see how he pans out.
Well-
or are they going to make Thor's head pop off in about 2 minutes from now?
well, I think there's 2 choices here. They take a safety or they take a receiver. And I honestly am curious.
It's a good
about
draw
this.
for both.
Are we rotating picks? Are we, you went defense first round, Flores guy? Do we go O'Connell guy here? I'm very curious about that, and I'm not being a smartass.
No, it's mine.
Yeah, well,
I want the receiver, Rob. I want the
Let-
receiver.
Rob, if you can hear me, let Brian have one more pick, and then say to Kevin, you can have the next 2. You can have the rest of them on day 2, Kevin.
Yeah.
Just one more for
this
Brian.
is what's fascinating is they're I don't know that they went through a scenario again. Who knows that Emmanuel McNeil Warren was just there at 49. That's so
Very
can you
surprising.
Be adaptable?
He's the only top 34 guy left on my board, and I have him 19. And again, I think I was like a little bit, not crazy low, but like I think the consensus was even a little bit above that.
Yeah, this is also it's so to put this into context on Thor's 500 board and also I believe the consensus board. Emmanuel McNeil Warren is the highest player sitting on the board. He is the best available player sitting on almost all boards.
Yeah.
At a major position of short and long-term need for the Vikings, and a guy that, right, Thor, fits what Brian Flores likes to do from a profile standpoint.
100%. Yeah, and it's a guy where because of the physical gifts, you can do a lot of different stuff with him and move him around and cause problems for people. And he's got that really quick first step, the downhill thing. You know, we were talking about, he's the guy that reminds me of Slender Man a little bit because it's like 3 steps he gets there because his legs are so long, you know, and it's like that propulsion, but it's like the long steps. And all of a sudden he's just right there, just smacking someone with those long arms. Got a big tackle radius there too.
So if they take him here, Thor, how much does that offset then last night?
All is forgiven. We're back to even,
Totally.
Steven. Because in my opinion, yeah,
Okay.
if you just flip that, it's, you know what I mean? And it's your, you know, arguably your 2 biggest positions of need heading in, right?
It doesn't change the criticism of the process last
Right.
night.
No, it
but,
doesn't.
But the
that
result.
stands. But the result,
You're gonna have to wait
What?
because the
Okay.
Vikings have
Trade?
traded out of 49.
oh,
okay.
interesting.
So it's an
Okay.
it's an incomplete story here.
The
Incomplete.
Panthers are coming up.
Okay.
Oh, so
at
they jumped
49.
so 2 spots.
Oh, they only went down 2.
They go down 2. I'm
Okay.
waiting for the other. Comp
They listen to
here.
us and, well, unless they get sniped here, but taking a little bit extra equity. Well, I like getting the extra equity, but we'll see what the terms of this trade are.
So 49.
Yeah, we'll see what the terms are here.
And also, I'll remind you guys what happened last year at the end of round 3, where it appears that they got sniped. They did the small trade down, then they took Felton. Jeremy Bernard is a guy that the Vikings were doing deep work on during the pre-draft process. So I wonder if, you know.
Vikings get the Panthers trade the 51 and the 159. Vikings trade the 49 and the 196.
Okay,
Can you do that one more time, Dex?
Yeah, the Panthers trade the 51st pick and the 159th pick to the Vikings, and the Vikings trade the 49th pick and the 196th pick to Carolina.
Oh,
Okay, so there's 6 rounder.
so they moved up about almost 40 spots
Okay.
later in the draft to move back 2 spots right now.
My trade chart has the Vikings win that trade. Carolina gives 177 points. Vikings
Nice.
give 167.
Nice.
So they're
nice.
back. What if they
We're
split
so
the trade
back,
like
baby.
that, and then
We're
we'll
so
see
back.
in a couple picks here. The Panthers pick is in. We don't know who it is yet, and then the Jets are on the clock in front of the Vikings at 51.
I'm so scared.
I am so scared.
Well, hold
They-
on a second. So
the Panthers'
so-
second biggest need, in my opinion, is safety. By the way, so
okay,
so
that's what I was going to ask you.
watch out. Although wide receiver
All right.
is one as well, and Ted Hurst, Georgia State, Carolina. I mean, we'll see. You know, if that could be a possibility, or Brazel as well.
It feels like the Vikings need to get one of those positions though for you not to have your head pop off.
Safety or wide receiver.
Yeah.
Well, at the top, you know, a couple of top guys on the board. You know, if they go off the grid again at one of those positions, I'm still going to be upset.
Boy, you know what? The conflict is going to hit hard in Thor's soul when they double up on interior defensive line and take Big Citrus with the 51st overall pick.
Can you imagine?
You know what?
You're
That
going
would
to be
be-
so torn, dude.
I will
You're
be
gonna
torn. I'm going to
Just
start
to have
arguing
that
against
dude.
myself.
Just to have
All
that
right.
guy in purple, this would be so awesome.
That would be fun.
Here we go.
All right,
Okay, here
the
we go.
Panthers have traded up because they took a defensive tackle, Lee Hunter,
Oh,
Lee
the
Hunter.
Hunter.
Oh,
out of Texas Tech.
Yeah, that's another guy that.
By the way,
fell
shout out
fell
to someone in the comments had that. Let us know who's beating our couple
Oh,
gophers
nice. Yeah,
in the comments.
shout
Let
out.
us know, man.
Interesting. So,
Quit tipping the picks.
did they think
No,
it was
as quickly as we can get the picks. We want the picks.
Need it.
interesting? So they must have thought the Lions were going to take Lee Hunter because why would they think the Vikings would? Carolina moving up 2 slots there. Kind of interesting because Detroit right now 50, right?
The Jets are on the clock
Jets,
right now because of the
they-
trade.
yeah.
They swapped
Man,
the
there's too many
44 and the
trades.
50 earlier.
Okay.
It's pretty wild.
Yep.
So the Jets are on the clock, and then the Vikings are in the on deck circle right now. And just to update to the overall draft,
Jets
pick
needed a
haul.
defensive lineman. That's why they did it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the Vikings came into the night with the 49th overall pick, the 82nd, and the 97, and then they had no picks until 163. So based on this trade, the Vikings now have the 51, the 82, the 97, the 159,
So
and then the 163 with a gap until the 234.
Get
So
the
they
damn
have, they
flag
have
out.
filled that gap a little bit.
Hold on a sec.
Process, baby. Process.
That's a win, Judd.
possible.
That's a win.
Possible.
That's
Hold
the
on a
first
second.
win
I
of
got
the
it right here.
2026 draft process.
Oh, he does. He's got the flag.
I got it right here. I got it right here. Along with my Vikings towel.
Thor's got the Thor's hammer.
Yeah.
I got my Vikings towel that I got at the
Got
stadium.
the bar cart down here now. That's dangerous.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, Dex has a bar cart
Oh,
with
I'll
an
be having a
arm's length
cocktail
of his
third round.
Wait,
workstation,
you got
Third
you got a
round,
cart?
I'm going cocktail.
Well, I had the cart. The cart's been upstairs for the last year of the house. We finally have furnished the downstairs, where I might not ever come back upstairs now because there's a sectional, a brand new TV, and my loyal bar cart, which is now, literally 15 feet from me to my left.
Poor Sonny.
That's huge.
What happened to Daddy? Downstairs.
Downstairs.
Bar cart.
He's downstairs.
All the
He's,
cats in the cradle and the soup.
he's opening up another pack of Topps baseball cards.
When you're going
Yeah,
home, Dad, I
old-fashioned.
don't know when.
No, but I'm with the bar cart now, son.
Dad,
We're gonna
another bottle
reach
of
on a
bullet
gunner
now.
then.
You're terrible. You are terrible.
By the way, boys, we have right now here Night 2 extravaganza on Purple Daily, presented by Standard Heating and Air Conditioning. Over 8,000 people
Damn.
live.
Oh yeah.
I'll
Vikings
give you another
fans,
flag for
Real
that.
MVPs.
let us be your only screen.
There you go.
You don't need ESPN. You have Thor SPN. Yeah.
Yeah, this has been
Oh
awesome.
yeah.
Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button here. Let's spread the word about the best Vikings podcast community in the country, in the world. And the Jets are on the clock with the Vikings in the on deck circle, and essentially we're just kind of waiting for them to potentially pick Emmanuel McNeil Warren, the safety from Toledo. Does it give you any suspicion that he's just still on the board? Like the entire league is just like kicking him down the board? Does it red flag it at all for you?
Yeah, because where it is now, it's like, what is that thing, right? Like, I mean, that's because
Right.
it almost always is, right? When everyone agrees on a prospect to an extent, right? I mean, like between whether it's late teens into maybe early second round on everybody's board. You didn't see one, I don't think, where it was different than that. So. Very surprising right now, and that's the part that we don't know. That's why I'm wondering. Is anything because we can't check on the show. So I'm just curious if on the broadcast or anything. I'm looking for information.
It seems
Yeah,
odd, though. It does seem odd, though, that if there is something that's caused him to drop like this, it hasn't come out yet. It feels like if there's a huge fall, it comes out.
Vikings back on the clock, by the way.
All right.
Jets
Oh,
pick is in.
like,
I don't
who
know
are
who the Jets pick is, but the Jets pick is
Oh,
in.
got it. Okay.
Yes.
They didn't like trade up a spot.
Oh,
They're
here you
just-
go. It's yep, got it now. The Jets are taking cornerback D'Angelo Pons. With
Oh,
the
okay.
50th overall pick. D'Angelo Pons off the board. Vikings on the clock.
Yeah, Pond's really good collegiate boundary cornerback who we expect to kick inside to the slot because of the dimensions there. There was the joke we made last night. If D'Angelo Pons was 6 foot, whatever, he'd be the first pick of the draft. But very, very good player. He's just small.
And so the Vikings are sitting here back on the clock with the 51st overall pick after swinging 40 spots further up the board with a pick swap to facilitate that Panthers trade. And Emmanuel McNeil Warren is the best player on the board right now. I'm going to pop this. I'm going to take this off here, throw the Thor 500, just so you guys can see on Thor's rankings. This is how the board has fallen in terms of BPA on the Thor 500. The 19th overall player on your board is McNeil Warren. Jermod McCoy would be a wild pick from an injury standpoint after you picked Caleb Banks in the first round. All gas, no brakes, Brzezinski. And then AJ Halsey is interesting, sitting there as kind of an interesting secondary piece. But if it feels like from a value standpoint, from a position of need standpoint, but if it was something else, is there anything else that you would be okay with here besides McNeil Warren? Thor?
If they submit the card, no. I mean, if you have an attractive trade down option, I'd be interested to see what what you have there. But McNeil Warren is very clearly the best player on the board. He is at a big position of need, arguably one that you should have gotten yesterday. The universe is bailing you out here unless there is something going on with McNeil Warren that I am not aware of. So I must do the huge asterisk again. I don't have whatever information is leading to this fall. And if the Vikings, so that's the part we can't parse. I cannot explain to you why he's still on the board right now.
Is there something about his play, athletic ability, his
No,
build?
he
his
should not be on the
personnel?
board right now.
Yeah, so I
just
think
should not be on the board right now.
I think you have to take him. There's
Agreed.
no way if he had like legal trouble, that gets out. So, like, what would be the problem that would be so much that you would red dot him now? I mean, it just feels like value.
Yeah, and we did see the safeties getting pushed down, right? And this is a box safety, and it's a box safety coming up from what I think is the worst conference in the FBS now, the MAC, which is sad because I love MACtion, but the quality of play there is not very good. And McNeil Warren played randomly around a whole bunch of NFL guys at Toledo in that secondary, right? Quinyon Mitchell, and then there's two other guys, Toledo secondary guys that are in this draft class. So, in terms of that, maybe that's some of it allowed him his aggressive game to be maybe even a little bit more aggressive. There are some slight questions about the instincts there. Now you're going to step up in competition. Obviously, that's going to become more acute. So, yeah, we'll see.
All right.
We're waiting.
We're cycling.
Got like 9
watching
tweets
us
about
cycling.
Brooks Lee's home run that just hit, but I can't get anything on.
Who is that? Is that a draft illusion?
He's a guard.
Is that a metaphor?
Kind of.
We should throw out names of prominent other Minnesota sports figures and have Thor guess what sport do they play? Why are they
Quinn
relevant?
Hughes? Small receiver, slot receiver.
Riley Quick.
Receiver, yeah. This is a big pick here for the Vikings. If they stick and pick now that they've traded back a couple slots, they have not, as we led the show off with, they have not nailed a day 2 draft pick since 2018. They've had some guys who've started like Ed Ingram. There's been a couple contributors here and there. Alexander Madison was a day 2 pick. But in terms of like a Pro Bowl player, a high-level multi-year starter, the last one they drafted on day 2 was Brian O'Neill in 2018. The year before that, it was Dalvin Cook in 2017. And then 2 years before that, they nailed Eric Kendricks in the second round. So they had a nice window there, kind of in the prime of Rick Spielman's draft heyday, where they were nailing day 2 picks. But it has been 8 years since they've nailed. And again, whoever they pick here, we aren't going to know for years.
Come on, Rob.
Here it is.
Here it is.
Pick is in.
Okay.
We don't know who it is.
The pick is in.
Well,
so can they nail their first high-level day 2 pick?
Can you just
take the
accept a
layup?
gift from the universe?
Did they? Exactly right. Did they take the layup? That's the question.
Are they going to wind up with 2 players that everyone would have been okay with, just in reverse order of where you thought they were going to land?
I already said I'll forgive them if it's McNeil Warren.
Yeah. Sports Dad, is your gut saying that they're gonna?
They need a safety bat. I mean,
they're gonna do the right thing here.
They badly need a safety. It makes perfect sense. I mean, he might have played in the MAC, which, by the way, I will not take the MAC, the derogatory words towards the MAC.
Good man.
Well, and you know what? As the NFL looks to put games on random days of the week now, listen, you load your roster up with MAC players. They're playing Tuesdays.
Yep.
Doesn't matter what day.
All
of the
right.
week.
Dude, NFL.com beat Twitter here.
Oh my God.
It's linebacker Jake Golday.
Jake Golday.
Jake Golday.
Jake Golday.
I think Thor might not be totally pissed off.
6'5".
I'm not going to
linebacker
crash out at least, like Golday.
Okay.
Wow.
Tell us about Jake Golday, linebacker.
Yeah, and we were wondering about the off-ball linebacker. You know, it's the reason that we were talking about Jacob Rodriguez, and you guys will remember that I was sort of lingering on Jacob Rodriguez as the measurables because that's something that is always a thing with Brian Flores. It's just that with the off-ball linebacker position, that's sometimes where they go, the deviations with that. Jake Golday, they didn't have to make any concessions with physical measurables. This guy's an athletic freak. Pulling up his testing right now, but Golday out of Cincinnati, 6'4", 5'8", 239, 99 RAS on Jake Golday. Almost 32-inch arms, but the testing 4.62, 40, 39-inch vertical. The Vikings love vertical. You know, it's one of their top tests that they look at. Jake Golday, a guy who ascended late in his career, you know, was overlooked early on. Was one of those guys who had to sort of build himself up to get to this moment. It's a big, rangy off-ball linebacker, and the Vikings, of course, Eric Wilson was the free agent. They did elect to bring back Eric Wilson. Very little outside of that. Right, you have Blake Cashman, and Blake Cashman's awesome, the veteran, he's the green dot, everything like that. Blake Cashman misses a couple games per year, though, right? And Eric Wilson, you had the 1 year, you know, the 1 year hit, or how do you say that? Hit, you know, however you say it. Yeah, the 1 year wonder. he had that last year, and he's over 30 years old, and he's been the special teams ace for years. Is he also going to be an ace off-ball linebacker next year for 17 games? That's where this big need came in. Jake Golday, all the physical ability in the world, and again, a guy that didn't start playing off-ball linebacker until later in life. I think that there is still ceiling here left to untap. Potential
to push Wilson in training camp for the starting job, because I think Cashman, as long as he's healthy, is secure. So could this be a battle for the starting job between Eric Wilson and Golday in training camp?
That's what this sets up, and I got a prediction for you. I think Jake Golday will be starting week 1 next to Blake Cashman at off-ball linebacker.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah. So you've been, we did our linebacker rankings with you on Football Takes, and you've been high the entire process on Jake Golday.
Yeah.
And this is, it is another, it's kind of a sneaky, we talked about Jacob Rodriguez a lot early in the process, but Jake Golday, okay, we had a lot of Emmanuel McNeil-Warren discussions there just based on the value, but this is value too. You wind up getting you get the value of moving with the pick swap up 40 spots and kind of helping to fill that gap between 97 and 163, and you draft a player with all the tools you just mentioned who is 50th on your Thor 500. So it's right. Yeah. It's not like you reached 40 slots or whatever. So
it's kind of funny.
This is good.
They start out in the 49 slot. They trade to the 51st slot for my 50th ranked player. Yeah. A lot of kind of symmetry there with Golday. But yeah, and again, I did have McNeil-Warren rated higher, but we don't know how, because the rest of the NFL appears to be on this as well, right? So I don't know the information I'm missing there, but just a little bit more on Golday. And let's announce this pick, and then I'll get into Golday a little bit deeper.
Yeah, just Brandon Cisse going to the Packers. Cornerback.
First pick
in the corners. Yeah.
All right. And let's go back to your Golday analysis there, Thor.
Yeah, so I comped him to Jack Campbell, who we know from the Lions here the past couple years, but as that big sort of rangy off-ball linebacker. But Golday, I was mentioning what a cool story he is. He was a 0-star recruit from Tennessee coming out of high school. He had played tight end predominantly in high school. He goes to FCS, Central Arkansas, and he played defensive end. Then he ends up he had proven it to Cincinnati enough to get a scholarship, so he goes there. It goes from the FCS to the Big 12, and then this past season was the breakout: 80 tackles, 3.5 sacks there. But yeah, physical freak. He was on the Bruce Feldman's freak list before we even kind of knew his name. So this is going back a while. People knew that this kid out of Central Arkansas is a ridiculous athlete. And, I brought up the testing numbers with him before, but the size-speed combination is legitimately elite for the position. You have the 6'4", you have the wingspan, and then you have his range. And so he's able, not only to the sideline to sideline thing, but also affect passing lanes there. That's his whole thing. A couple weaknesses on him. The zone coverage instincts right now are a bit unrefined. For a guy earlier in his college career was defensive end. We're still sort of trying to figure out the instincts in space, reading the thing that Jacob Rodriguez was good at that we were talking about before. Still need this kid, on that and stuff like that. It's a guy in coverage that covers a lot of ground, but sometimes doesn't, it's sometimes the GPS just a little bit off, kind of a thing. Want to get the instincts just a little bit better with that. And then the run diagnosis stuff, it's not horrible, but it's another thing where I think experientially it's going to get better and better and better because he just hasn't seen it a bunch from that vantage point, especially at this level of football. But you saw how good he was with how inexperienced he was at that position here at Cincinnati. So a guy that I think is worthy of that slot. The McNeil-Warren thing is weird. We're going to put that to the side. Jake Golday was objectively worth this slot, and this was a position of need for the Vikings.
I think playing potentially behind Cashman and Wilson will be huge because they're both incredibly smart. The thing, Wilson's actually not that good, but he's incredibly smart. And so that helps. So the weaknesses you're talking about can 100% be improved by the savvy of the two guys he's going to be playing with. So
sure.
That actually makes a lot of sense as far as the growth rate for what he needs to learn and what he can learn from those two players.
Yeah, and for, playing next to Blake Cashman and playing in a Brian Flores defense for a guy where it's you have all the physical ability, you haven't been in the cockpit for 10,000 hours yet. I'm looking for teachers, I'm looking for mentors. He found a couple good ones. And if Harrison Smith decides, I almost don't want to bring his name up, but if he decides that he wants to come back for another year, having that voice over one shoulder as well, not bad mentorship for the young kid.
Special teams ace as well.
I think so. Yeah. That's how he projects early on as well. Yep.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Just to reset here, gentlemen, the Vikings' next pick is going to be, at least for now, barring. We're still on Greenard trade watch, so that is something. Where are the Eagles at in the second round? Are we?
We're close. 54.
We're right there. They're on the clock right now. So that is let's monitor this.
Okay.
Because the Eagles, that second round pick that we've been talking about, the 54 for weeks and weeks on this show, is on the clock right now. There's been a ton of Jonathan Greenard trade steam going back 2 months, maybe even longer than that. There was a weird podcast exchange that kind of stoked the flames with a couple insiders the other day. So if a Jonathan Greenard trade is going to happen this weekend, not that it has to be the 54th overall pick. I think we've all said it'd be nice to get the 54th overall pick. The Vikings might have a different idea, but this could be a moment to watch here, Judd, for the Vikings.
Yeah, huge. And if they make this trade here, I think most people, there will be some upset, but I think most people would get that. If they don't make this trade, in my opinion, the Greenard ship has sailed then. Because there were 2 times to trade him. March, right? And now. And if you don't get this pick, I think the amount of teams that they're probably dealing with by now for Greenard potentially is probably down to 1 or 2. So I think this will be instrumental in deciding if Greenard is going to be here or not. And if he is here, then the question becomes contractually, what do you have to do to probably get him to play next season?
Yep. Dex, can you scroll just a little bit? Looks like it's NFL.com for the second time has beat the internet with this last pick.
Way to go.
Yeah, posting some other stuff here, so I might be snoozing a couple of these. But
I
CJ Allen, linebacker to the Colts, yes.
You go back into behind the scenes mode there, Dex, and then I'll keep an eye on the picks. When you come back, let me know, and then you can take the wheel there. So CJ Allen, linebacker, Georgia, to the Colts there, Thor. And now the pick is in for the Eagles, so I guess maybe they're not.
Oh, man. Yeah, Howie didn't need much time on that. But yeah, CJ Allen, we talked about him with Trotter. It's like the old school linebacker kind of guy. And by the way, Howie, they needed a safety, and Emmanuel McNeil-Warren just fell into their lap. They have Quinyon Mitchell, too. It's the thing we were talking about yesterday. Wonder if that's why that card did real quick.
Eagles taking Vanderbilt tight end Eli Stowers.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Well, that's
now
fascinating.
Now I really am starting to think what something off with Emmanuel McNeil-Warren because that fit made a lot of sense. Eli Stowers is really
up to 55.
Patriots are trading up with.
Patriots are trading up to
the
55
Chargers?
with the Chargers.
Boys, I'm going to take a quick break here. I'll be right back.
Okay, and to
See you,
replace Judd while he takes a quick break, let's bring the one of the men of the night last night back into the mix here from the O-line committee. Jeremiah Cyril's joining our Night 2 live stream.
How are we, men? Everyone doing well? Everyone hanging in there?
We're doing all right. The pick tonight was better than the one last night, so we got 2 to go though.
Yeah, I would say, are you better, Thor? Because when I left you last night, you still had slight tremors in the hands.
Yeah, we got a good night of sleep. We're back at it, ready to go.
I love it. Yeah, no, I like the pick. We actually recruited Jake Golday in the agency. We had multiple meetings with him. Great kid, really good personality. He's going to walk into that room and really bring some youth and some overall athleticism, right? Eric's old, getting older, I guess. Cashman's the voice of experience, but he brings in kind of just a different type of body style into that linebacker room.
Gabe Akis, I believe, right? It's Akis.
Yeah,
the J is silent.
Yeah.
The J is a soft J. He's going to the Patriots. He's going to the Patriots.
Okay.
Are we upset that we didn't get the trade for Greenard, or how do we feel? Are we happy that Greenard stayed? Were we kind of sold that he was going to leave, or where's the overall feeling on that?
I think Judd, he thinks that because it wasn't announced before that the ship has sailed for this offseason. I don't think that. I'm not willing to concede that thing yet on the Greenard trade. I don't know what you guys know, or how you're sort of parsing this thing, but I don't think the story has been written on that thing yet.
So I think to me there's two ways, and if it's the Eagles, I believe, do they have 2/3? I think they have 2/3. So I guess there's 2 ways that I would entertain a trade with the Eagles now that the 54 is off the board. They've got the 68 and the 98. If they came and said, we'll give you both those 3rd round picks, I might make them kick in a little something else on like day 3. Or
is it? Are we concerned that? Are we concerned that the Eagles not only didn't trade that pick to the Vikings, but they used it on an edge rusher?
Or are they
that would
using
seem
it
to
on
be
an
kind
edge
of a
rusher?
message if you were in the middle of negotiations, right?
They used it on
Use
Eli
it on
Stowers.
tight end.
They used it on Stowers.
Wait,
Yeah,
where did
C.J. Allen went to the Colts at
Ding him,
21.
please. Ding him, please.
Was that an Emmy
Ding
right
him.
there?
That's an Emmy for sure on our guy Thor there. That maybe an
That's
SFR.
It's
It's his first draft show. That's an SFR.
Wait, where did I thought didn't Declan say Gabe Akis?
He went to apparently you said the Patriots traded up here. The NFL Network board on their website or NFL.com is So the Patriots are on the
I'm sorry,
clock
that
here.
was the page. I got my wires crossed.
The Pats traded up with the Chargers.
So they're the one. Okay, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So still edge rusher need for Philadelphia. My bad.
Yep. So if it's like 2/3, or what another way to do this would be the Vikings get like the later pick this year. If the Eagles are offering 2 picks, it's like the later pick this year, and then a first or a second in 2027. I don't know that it would be a first round pick, but that would be another way to frame up the trade if it's going to happen.
I would prefer 2027 equity. So all good with me. You know, you want to pick this thing up after festivities tonight? If you want to, have a call in the morning like Sonny Weaver and the Seattle general manager that likes his pancakes, we can do that too. We can hammer that thing out pretty quick. Yeah, you know where I'm sitting. I need mid-second round value. I'm happy to take it in 2027. In fact, just 2027 round 2, send the papers in. On my end.
Jay, would you do that?
I don't know. I mean, I think I would do it if I was the Vikings. If I'm the Eagles, I don't want to give up 27 picks as much as the Vikings might want the 27 picks. Like the draft in 27 is going to be head and shoulders better than what we're watching right now. And so giving up equity for next year for an older pass rusher that's going to want a bag from the Viking side, 100%. If they offer it, take it. I'm just not sure the Eagles are going to be there yet.
Yeah. Joe, we're just kind of having a Greenard. The Eagles stuck and picked, so we're having kind of a Greenard conversation. But now that the 54th pick's off the board.
Everyone got slice. It's real good.
Nice. Can you send some over here, Judd?
Oh, no problem at all. Here, I'll just hand it right to the
screen. In what context would you trade Greenard to the Eagles now that the 54th overall pick, at least in this year's draft, is apparently off the board?
If I could get a 2027 second, but I think Jay's right. And here's my guess. My guess is that Greenard priced himself out. So because I'm sure that the Vikings allowed his agent to talk to teams that were intrigued by the possibility of trading for him. But we talked about this last night too. If you're going to trade for him and pay him, the compensation, if you're going to pay him what he wants, has to come down. Like if I'm Philly, I'm not going to break the bank for him and then give you a second round pick. My guess is it fell apart, which is not the worst thing. You keep him. Now you probably have to do something because the problem is he wants too much, but right now, and this might sound weird, he's paid too little for his job, but I would rather meet him in the middle, and I don't know that he wants to do that, and I'm sure not going to give him a long-term contract. So it's somewhat of a conundrum. And then we got the whole thing of Dallas Turner needs reps. I will say this. Between Van Ginkel and Greenard, I don't think you're going to get 17 games apiece.
Hold on. Thorski, we're going to meet you.
That's Jay. That's Jay.
Oh, is it Jay?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'll find him.
Ding him.
Find him.
That's
Give him a ding.
for me.
Ding him.
That's an Emmy.
Yeah, you
for
get
me.
a ding too.
That's a
And for
disturbance. That's a disturbance in the room.
How dare I thought that was
Especially when I was trying
Calls
to
coming
ramble
from
on.
inside the house.
Wow.
Trying to ramble on about Greenard.
I'm not used to streaming on the laptop. It's new for me.
You gotta use your phone for the lookups.
Yep,
or vice versa. Yep. You could do vice versa as well.
I know that's on me. That's an SFR.
Anyway,
a stupid effing rookie for those.
Yes,
who
SFR.
Okay.
Go back, Judd. Finish your.
No. My point is, it probably fell through, and now the question is, what's it going to look like to get him to play for you? I'm not saying he'll hold out.
Oh!
What?
It's done. Jonathan Greenard to the Eagles.
Whoa! Whoa!
Right after their 54th?
Whoa!
Underdog just tweeted Jonathan
Underdog.
Greenard to the Eagles. And they're on all the aggregations. I'm
All right.
looking to
We got
Schefter.
Yeah.
All right, here it is.
Yeah.
Adam Schefter. This was loaded, by the way. Adam Schefter knew
Yeah,
this was
this was in
happening
drafts
tonight.
is where he found this is on.
Yeah, and I'm guessing this is what Jay Glazer was referring to at some point too with his cryptic. So here's from Adam Schefter. The Vikings are sending former Pro Bowl linebacker Jonathan Greenard to the Philadelphia Eagles in exchange for a third-round pick tonight, number 98.
Oh.
So they're gonna be picking 97 and 98.
98. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And a third-round pick in the 2027 draft.
Oh,
So a
go.
third and a third. Thor gave the double guns on that,
go.
dude. Thor is all the way back.
And
now they're
Scott
going
Robbie
Rudzinski.
B, baby. Vindication
And got
tonight is
paid.
spelled R-O-B.
good for everybody here.
And the second part of this is, wait, the real breaking news is Adam
What?
Schefter tags this report as per me and Ian Rappaport. They're
Ah!
reporting together. They're reporting together.
We have the
We're
best
all
insiders in
Oh
the
my-
world.
Oh my God, they've combined. No one can be. It's a superpower.
And the second part of this says Greenard and the Eagles have reached an agreement on a 4-year, $100 million extension that includes $50 million fully guaranteed per his agent, Drew Rosenhaus, and Robert Bailey is the other agent there. So to recap, Jonathan Greenard to the Eagles for 2 third-round picks, one of them in this year's draft, the 98, and one of them in the 2027 draft. Start with Thor, your thoughts, and we'll go around the room.
I'll take this trade. The Eagles were at 54. We had talked about that one all spring long, leading up to now. I just ran this in my trade chart. So Phil, correct, 98 and their 2027 round 3, correct?
That is correct. Yep.
On my trade chart, that's worth the rough equivalent of the 52nd overall pick in this class, or 51st, somewhere in there. You're right around the middle of the second round there, and I wanted those 2027 picks. Getting that day 2 pick in 2027, not necessarily even the player that will ultimately be selected there, but giving yourself more trade ammunition in a draft class that's going to have all these freaks in it. I love that. So this is a fair price, and it's actually even a little bit more than that 54th pick, and I think a lot of us were like, we would take the 54th, or else just a little bit more than that, and they ended up getting that.
If I'm not mistaken, the Vikings now become the first team in this entire draft thus far to get 2027 inventory.
I believe
as well
so. That's the first time I've heard a
draft.
2027 pick traded. Yep.
I wanted a second round originally, but I like this. And again, when I see the contract, $50 million guaranteed to a guy who ordinarily doesn't play 17 games and gets hurt, to me, for where the Vikings are right now, was a lot. So, Jay, I will give my seal of approval as well. I like this trade. I love getting 2027 compensation.
I would rather have this deal than the 54th pick in this year's draft, right? We talked about it last night.
Yep.
We talked about the issues with this year's draft and all the different things. And so getting compensation for next year's, this is a better deal. I'm more really interested of how early this was actually done, right? With all the reporting, with everything that has led up to this, like all that you had mentioned, Phil, like when was this? This had to have been agreed upon a while ago. And for whatever reason, they've just been waiting to get this out. But this is really good work by Rob, right? As much as we harped a little bit on it last night, this is really good GM work. This is a voice of experience working with another guy who's talked about as one of the best GMs in the NFL, and Howie Roseman, right? So you're talking about Rob going toe-to-toe with Howie Roseman, playing the chess match, who blinks first, and I think Rob ends up coming out the winner on this side on this deal.
Yeah,
Do you
as we
think it's
understand.
possible, real quick, do you think it's possible that it was a choose-your-own adventure for the Vikings here, where hey, we'll either give you the 54 or we'll give you the 2 third-round picks. You guys tell us what you would prefer once we get closer to 54.
See, I think it was the other way around. I think it was more the Eagles were like, hey, well, why don't you take the 54? And then they basically were like, no, we don't want the 54. We want the third round picks. And then that way, that was what the Vikings wanted. And then they also make it feel like, oh, the Eagles got what they wanted, right? Any good negotiator. Hey, the Eagles feel like they won. We feel like we won. Now everyone feels like we won. They still got the 54th. We got the 2 picks. We got the 2027 pick. And we get to offload an old pass rusher and make way for our first round pick that we have that had the breakout season on the young contract. I think the Vikings come out the winner in this, and the Eagles feel a need.
Thor,
Win-win. Yeah, win-win for sure. And I'll echo what Jeremiah said. Impressive work here by Rob B. The hang up here, it wasn't the Eagles and Greenard. That thing of it, I think is going to go quickly. It was the trade comp discussion. And Howie Roseman, that's a tough guy to negotiate with. And Rob was trying to drag him up to the price, close to the price that they got here, right? And ultimately succeeded, but it was trying to bridge that gap. And I think they got Howie up a little bit, even maybe more than Howie. They got him to pay as much as they were willing to go. I think Philadelphia here.
We do have an update on the. There is one extra thing on this trade here from ESPN's Kevin Seifert. The Vikings are also kicking in the 244, their last of 3 7th-round picks. So Howie Roseman at the very last minute. That
changes my opinion on the. No, just kidding. They gave away the UR Bernard pick right there, so it's no. But they still have their 2 7s. But I know Howie at the end was like, okay, if you toss in 244.
He wants that last stamp just to feel
he
like
would have taken it anyway, but he's like, you're going to have to give me that 7.
Yeah.
Hey, Jay, are you at all surprised that Greenard got this type of contract at his age and with his history from Philadelphia?
I'm not surprised that he got it just based off what the market is. Like sure. you got to pay the guy market value. He wasn't going to leave Minnesota unless you were going to get him market value. And so if you convinced yourself that he was the missing piece, he was the one that you needed to come in and fill that need, and you didn't want to rely on drafting an edge rusher, you have to pay that price. And they probably didn't want to. I wouldn't want to pay that. Sorry. I wouldn't want to pay that price either. Okay. But I think if you want to go get a proven edge rusher in the league right now, that's just what it costs. You can't cheap out on it, or else you're not going to get the deal done.
This is something, guys, too. So, in trying to find things that Rob and or the front office structure will do without Kwesi, this feels like something that isn't. The Vikings haven't done this in a while. They traded Zadarius Smith, I think it was in June a few years ago, but Zadarius had been around for a year or so, and they traded him, and I don't think they saw him as a staple guy. Greenard was a staple, and he was a captain. He was a good guy. But this is the type of proactive move I absolutely love, because you're bailing on a guy, but you're doing it probably a year before the fan base wants, but you're getting a return that's pretty damn good. You're not overpaying a player who you don't want to. This is the type of move that I expect Rob to make. Again, Rob's a smart guy. He's a good guy. But at the end of the day, it's all about the business. And this feels like a business decision that I approve of.
Yeah, these are two teams that are on different win-now windows, right? And for Philadelphia, it makes sense to pay this kind of premium in order to have the right to give Jonathan Greenard a fair market for your deal, right? But the Vikings not, and also you're not really in the position to, because he's blocking Dallas Turner, right? So you want to do that going forward. Now in this trade, I assume that they are viewing the 3rd-round pick that they picked up here, one of the 3. I assume that we are now going to see the Vikings audible here and earmark one of those for an edge rusher that then they will slot in behind Dallas Turner.
So I was going to ask you about this now. Some of the names, your best, actually, I'm going to pop this up here. Your best available edge rushers right now. We're in the positional tab here. So the top 7 are off the board, and then edges 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 off the board. But Jayshawn Barham from Michigan, and then is it Donnie Dennis Sutton from Penn State, who you actually have comped to Zadarius Smith, old friend of the Vikings.
Well,
Those would be the 2 highest guys on your list right now.
Some parallels here with the Vikes, because Barham was the guy that I said I thought had the most similarities to Van Ginkel, or in this class, a guy that, and I'm not saying he's Van Ginkel, nobody is, but very unique player, and Barham had the closest skill set to that. Also, similarities to a guy in the last class, in Jalen Walker, in terms of the versatility there, edge rusher and ball linebacker. And then Danny Dennis Sutton, that is more your power edge rusher in the Flores system, whether it's Zadarius, whether Greenard, but the big downhill power rusher on the other side. So it's interesting, those top 2 edges out there. I think they're both system fits.
Now, and your next pick is at 82, and so we're still like 20-some picks away. So, but you do have some ammunition if you wanted to maneuver up a little bit. You could. So we'll see kind of how the next half hour to 45 minutes play out here, boys. But for the 9,000 people who are hanging out with us right now, live on the Purple Daily YouTube channel, which is wild. These are the junkies, man. This is night 2.
Yeah, our people.
although Jonathan Greenard getting traded is going to bring even the draft casuals into the mix here. So thank you guys for hanging out with us. Phil Mackey, Declan Goff spinning a bajillion plates behind the scenes over there. Thor Nystrom and his draft coverage has been just off the charts the last few weeks. Jeremiah Searles from the O-Line committee. If you want more of Agent J and in our O-Line centric podcast where we clown around with Alex Boone a couple times a week, O-Line Committee YouTube channel, Apple, Spotify, and the Sports Dad Judd Zulgad. Before we get back into more of what this Greenard trade means, Dex, the NFL board pulled up?
Our center run has begun, and unfortunately, one of the ones that I wanted, and unfortunately to a division rival as well.
Mm-hmm.
I hate the Bears.
Is it which center, Thor? Go ahead. And
Logan Jones just went 57 to the.
Garrett Bradbury, see you later.
Yeah,
this is
funny, right?
This is perfect. This is the perfect replacement for Drew Dahlman. I actually was just telling my partners about this like 15, 20 minutes ago because I met with Logan. Great kid. I thought he was a little undersized, but he tested like a freaking madman. He's played a ton of football, super physical at the point of attack, and he fits exactly what Ben Johnson wants to do when it comes to running that outside zone. He is similar in a lot of ways to what Frank Ragnow was in the Lions. Now Ben Johnson gets that center in Chicago.
Super.
Yeah, that's right.
So that starts
position
the run
in either,
for.
of course.
I wonder, does that expedite the run here? Because we were kind of looking round 3, and it's a little early on this, but this might open the gates on that position.
You got to start monitoring it now. We were hoping that this was going to, mid-third round is, or earlier on in third round, but this is a little early. So how does that change the schedule for Hecht, Slaughter, Lou, and Parker Zune, right? The two tackle converts. But if the Vikings indeed wanted to come out of tonight with the center, you are now actively monitoring the center situation.
We have to be prepared for a scenario under which they are comfortable with Brando playing there, though. So like, I don't know that we can think this, but I don't know that they do. And as Jade talked about, and it would be good for you to elaborate on this now, you were impressed by the fact that a guy who was a backup guard and tackle actually stepped into a position he hadn't played and looked like he was comfortable.
Yeah, and I think that there's a lot to be said of allowing him to have a full offseason there, allowing him to grow in that position, because historically speaking, the less athletic you get, you kind of move your way interiorly because you can cover up a little bit more of your flaws. And so I think, being the tackle, going into guard, going into center, but the thing that you want the most out of your center is trust with the mental stuff. And Brendel knows this offense inside and out. He knows how to get guys lined up. He knows how to help, whether it's Kyler Murray or JJ McCarthy, whether it's a younger quarterback or a newer quarterback. And so being able to continue to have him there, I think the Vikings are okay with it. I really do. I think the Vikings have no problem starting Brendel at center in 2026. If that's the case, we'll probably see them take a center like Connor Liu, who is going to be mostly on the IR for this year, kind of a redshirt year for him, coming off the big knee injury at the end of the year. Redshirt him this year, let him grow, let him learn, and then have him take over. But I don't think you need to take him on day 2. I think there's a chance you could maybe get a chance to take him on day 3.
Yeah, Emmanuel McNeil Warren going to the Browns, man.
He finally went, dude. And by the way, Thor will be back in a minute. We're doing our staggered designated breathers, bathroom breaks, and/or grab a slice of pizza Judd here this marathon night. But yeah, Jay, dude, Emmanuel McNeil Warren is the big tumble here. A guy that was projected. We were kind of joking the Vikings could do the funniest thing, which is still wind up with Emmanuel McNeil Warren and Caleb Banks just in the reverse order of like what you thought, and then they passed on him. So we don't know all the information about maybe why he's been tumbling, and maybe something else will come out, or maybe he just fell for whatever reasons, but he finally goes here kind of later in this second round.
Yeah, that's a weird one for why he would fall as much as he did. But a lot of the times when they fall from the first into the late second here is usually the interviews, or usually some type of flaw with, is he a character? Is there something we didn't know? I mean, as an agent, I know that there's background checks that go on that are the most extensive things imaginable that the public really would never know about, that every NFL team will find out every tiny little thing about every little player. And what happens is when a player starts to slip and fall like that, teams start to worry, well, maybe if I didn't know something, what do other teams know that I don't know? Or
like,
what do I
like
like?
Group thinks.
It starts to group think, and it'll tumble guys like crazy, and then eventually it gets to a point where you feel like, hey, I can still take him here, even if there is a little bit of risk. There's not as much of a risk if I were to draft him in the first round and guarantee his entire contract with that really big number. But the Browns here get a first round talent at the late end of the second round here. It's really good value pick for them, and he's going to be a really stud. He's a stud at safety. But I misspoke at the draft party last night. People were sure to let me know he's not a corner, he's a safety. But if you know anything about me, I hate DBs anyway. So
No.
A couple picks here. The Texans are taking tight end Marlon Klein, and the Titans traded up, I believe, and they're taking linebacker Anthony Hill out of Texas.
Wait a second.
Chicago.
Wait a second. What was that first one?
Marlon Klein out of Texas. On the
Yeah.
screen
Tight
right
end.
there.
Fine. Yeah.
Okay.
tight end,
Yeah, tight end Marlon Klein.
really good inline blocker, really good at the point of attack. He's going to be a guy that I think is going to come in for them, and obviously they have Dalton Schultz is kind of their main Y, and again getting that YF combo, putting back in there, having him be able to come in there, build a little bit of the fullback action, coming across the ball, blitzing. I mean, you can tell by the draft pick of Keelan Rutledge now with Marlon Klein, they're going to commit to trying to run the football a lot more and have to protect CJ Stroud. Right, CJ Stroud's been down a little bit, so now you got to try and shift philosophies. So I think it's a good pick for the Texans with Marlon Klein to come in and solidify that tight end spot.
There is a bit of a tight end run. The one that we missed as we were talking about the Greenard trade, Nate Borkercher from Texas A&M. He went a few picks ago as well. So we now have a handful of tight ends off the board. The one from day one, Kenyon Sadiq, Eli Stowers went, Nate Borkercher, and then Marlon
Husker.
Klein there too. So,
Breaks my heart. He was a former Husker that transferred down to A&M. Gosh, that one hurts.
How much dough was A&M throwing around?
Oh, they got that oil money, Judd. There is no end to that spigot. They need more. They just open the nozzle a little bit more. A&M, Oregon, Ohio State. I mean, Texas Tech. There's just unlimited funds down there because all their money is drenched in that black, wonderful goodness that we all need every single day.
Thank you. That was very well put.
We're 2 hours in now officially to the Night 2 Purple Daily Draft Special presented by Standard Heating and Air Conditioning. And Dex, if you could take a minute from spinning a million plates there behind the scenes and tell the audience about Standard Heating and Air Conditioning.
Yeah, go to standardheating.com to book your appointment. Now you can text, email, call them, whatever you'd like to do. They just want to simplify the process for you. Regular maintenance is the best way to prolong your HVAC systems. You don't have to go on Instagram and TikTok and try to DIY this stuff. Let the experts and pros handle this type of work for you. They want to simplify the process. And yeah, tell them that Purple Daily sent you. They love hearing that Purple Daily supports Standard Heating and Air. So if you need your air conditioning looked at here in the Twin Cities, it's finally getting a nice warm air here finally. So if your air conditioner needs some work, have Standard Heating and Air Conditioning come out and take a look at it for you.
Hey, guys.
All right, boys. Yeah, Judd, go ahead.
Let's have a conversation now that the Greenard trade is done. Dallas Turner. So, I mean, this opens up the door. Year 3 I didn't think he looked really good until about halfway through last season, but he definitely started to flash then, got more playing time with Greenard out, which to me was key, Jay, because from what I was told, Van Ginkel's position, because he's such a quirky player as far as his abilities, is almost specialized for him. And when Turner tried to play it, he really couldn't. But when Greenard, who probably is more of a traditional edge type of guy, when Greenard came out, Dallas Turner was really good. So what is the expectation now, and how confident are we that Dallas Turner can fill the role that when Greenard was healthy, he played really well?
I'm really excited for the Dallas Turner thing. I remember when we first drafted him and he first showed up, I was like, man, he's kind of small. He's got to put on some bulk. He's got to put on some size to take the beating to be a 800 snap guy a year, a 900 snap guy a year. And I thought that being able to learn behind Greenard, put the proper bulk on the right, because he's still a really young guy. And so watching him come into that role last year when Greenard got hurt and then be as productive as he wasn't just a guy at times that showed up. He was a game changer. He had some big-time sacks. He had some big-time pressures. He actually started making a difference in the run game, setting the edge, getting up the field, making guys turn back, allowing the linebackers to get up and make those plays. I think that is enough. He showed exactly what he needed to show for Robbie, Kevin O'Connell, and Brian Flores to feel like they are ready to thrust him into that role to become the key piece in this, to be a double-digit sack guy, to be a guy that when you need to call game in a 2-minute situation at the end, you can rely on Dallas Turner to go there. That's why you spent the draft capital on that guy. Now he's going to get 3 years, I think, with his rookie contract. If you continue to pick up his 5th-year option, you'll get 3 years out of this guy before you have to pay him the $40 million that you just had to pay Greenard. So all in all, I think I'm very, very confident that Dallas Turner is going to be able to push himself into this role and be a huge contributor for Brian Flores' defense this year.
And also the fact that he was one of the youngest players drafted. He's like 20 years old when he was drafted. Mm-hmm. Looking ahead to that contract, he'll be a year or two younger than some of the other players when they hit that free agency. So you'll feel more if he's worth the bag in a couple of years, you're going to be more comfortable doing that. But also, like, things have been moving so fast here. Judd said something like 15 or 20 minutes ago that I 100% agree with. That I'd rather. It's possible Greenard is awesome for the Eagles this year. It's entirely possible. I don't care. I'd rather the Vikings be a year early. If you're not going to pay a guy and you don't want to be paying for past productivity for a guy that's going to be 29, 30, and quite frankly, Greenard, he's not a 1,000 snap guy. Like, he's only played more than 600 snaps, I think, or 700 snaps like once in his career. He's a really good player, but this is a perfect time to bail, even if he has another year left in the tank. When you have that first round pick rising in Dallas Turner, be on the early side of this rather than the late side of this so that you can get draft capital and assets in exchange for expensive players that are aging out. And they've failed so many times over the years with Danielle Hunter and with Dalvin Cook and Eric Kendricks. Like, they went a year. Let's ride it out one more time. Danielle Hunter was egregious because Kirk Cousins tore his Achilles tendon and the trade deadline was staring you in the face for an unrestricted free agent. And you're like, no. Let's forge ahead here. Now the comp pick game, whatever.
We were competitively rebuilding, okay?
Oh,
we were competitively rebuilding.
That again,
dude. The Rams, by the way, another tight end for them.
Hell yeah!
They've got
Come
another
on, 14
Max Clare
personnel
with the 61st overall pick.
How many tight ends can we put on the field at one time?
It's incredible.
Is Les Need friends with Claire's dad?
That's the Ty Simpson story, right?
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh man. By the way, Thor, just to catch you and the audience up here on some of these picks, Marlon Klein, tight end from Michigan, went to the Texans. Emmanuel McNeil Warren.
Excuse your reach, Houston.
Yeah, you had him a little lower than looks like the Texans did.
Yeah, I had him like 259, just a bit outside.
Whoa,
that's interesting. What? Yeah, there's like a 200. That might be the winner for the biggest gap between Thor's 500 board and where a player gets selected. And we already talked about the Logan Jones thing, and you saw the Emmanuel McNeil Warren finally goes to the Browns with the 58th overall pick. So.
What's going on with the Browns here? The Browns are destroying this draft.
Are they kind of back? Are the Browns back for the first time in 35 years?
Have they been back ever?
But
since
Marty Schottenheimer, dude.
Marty Schottenheimer. Browns 1.0
in that playoff game a few years ago.
This is a good draft. They had a good draft last year, and we think they're going to have a high pick in next year's draft. It's going to be one of the most stacked quarterback classes we've ever seen. It's I don't want to say nothing, but they're building something.
Okay,
they might win too much.
The Jets and the Browns are kind of cooking.
I don't know about that.
Be an 8-win team and lose their chance for Arch Manning.
That would be hilarious, actually.
That would be so Browns.
Todd Monken just grinding out wins. He's still looking like the divorced father. He's wearing that stuff on the sidelines. Like, yeah.
So, hey, real quick, to reset this and kind of look ahead. Now, the Vikings have the 82nd overall pick next.
We got 3 picks next round.
There.
That's
so,
crazy.
they've got the 82, the 97, and the 98 are lined up here the rest of the night. So, with that 82nd overall pick, that's about 20 picks away right now. So it's a little tough to see exactly what the full picture is. But Thor, what do you have your eye on here with these next 3 picks that the Vikings are at least currently scheduled to make tonight?
Still monitoring safety, with regards to the McNeil Warren thing, obviously. But AJ Halsey's still out there. Genesis Smith is still out there. Bud Clark's still out there. So a lot of safety still that could project to come in and compete for immediate playing time. The wide receiver thing is I think one that we've all been monitoring very close. And if you get to that 3rd round pick and Ted Hurst hasn't been picked yet, It might be something to watch out for there as well. And then center would be the other one, looking at top three. But the other one you have to toss in addition, of course, to cornerback, we expect them maybe to take one later on. Running back is the other one's been talked about. Yet you now have to toss edge on with the trade of Greenard. And I think there's a real shot we're going to see an edge taken here in the third round.
Yeah.
Edge is deep in this class. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked to see us take an edge rusher. Thor, I'd be curious if you were gone, but I don't feel the huge pressure to take a center in the third round. I think that you can find Brendel, let him sit for a year, get yourself a developmental center in the fourth or fifth, and let him sit. I think the Vikings are fine with that, but I think edge rusher's the glaring need that I'm staring in the third round here.
For sure. Yeah, I would agree with that. And I would love to get a safety as well, if possible. But they bypass there. But yeah, in addition to wide receiver. And we'll see with running back. The Vikings, as Phil brought up earlier, the Vikings actually did not do a lot of work on the center class in the pre-draft process, but they did a heck of a lot of work on the running back position. So, and what I've said on that one is take one today. The three names for me, it was Jonah Coleman, Mike Washington, and who is the other guy? I'm having a brain.
Emmett Johnson.
And Emmett Johnson, the local. Yeah. How could I forget the local kid, Emmett Johnson? But one of those three guys, or hold your piece on that position, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's. I feel like running back. It's such a fun little thing to speculate on every year, and I'm all in on getting more explosive at that position. But the way the board's falling here too, it just there are some the receivers and the centers and edge now being a need. The fact that you've got Aaron Jones and Jordan Mason back, I do wonder if they kick the running back can down the road a little further here. We'll see.
As they always like to.
They've been doing it every year since Dalvin Cook.
I am now.
I'll be back.
Okay, I am now officially convinced that Harrison Smith has informed them he's going to play. I'm officially convinced. That doesn't mean you don't take one still, a safety still, but we are now going to be into round 3 of. The replacements for him are drying up. I think that there's less of an urgency with what we don't know, which is I think he's told him he's coming back to play. That's my guess.
Yeah, it definitely could be. Yeah, I think at this point, would you guys say edge would be if we were to reshuffle the needs right now, would edge be a top 3 one for the Vikings?
Yes.
Well, it's funny because a lot of fans might say, well, you got Dallas Turner that you're going to thrust into that role, and you have Vander Van Ginkel.
3 for Flores.
You need 3 for Flores, and you need 3 for the majority of the modern NFL.
Yeah.
It's like I want to say that 90 different or like 75 or 80 or 90 different players played like 400 snaps at edge last year in the NFL. I mean, it's a rotational position more than it is where you just put 2 guys out there. And also Van Ginkel, this is almost certainly his last year as a Viking. So you got to start planning ahead beyond 2026 for the other side opposite Dallas Turner. So yes, Thor, 100%.
Yeah, and obviously durability stuff there as well. So, just speaking to the need there as well. So, yeah, we are now newly monitoring the edge position. We've been monitoring, wide receiver and safety and center. But, yeah, absolutely add that to the list right now.
But the difference is you're not upset about it.
No, No, I think that was fine value, what they got back.
All right, so the Buffalo Bills, by the way, the other one we missed here with you, just kind of cleaning up after we went away with the Greenard conversation there. Anthony Hill Jr. a couple picks ago went linebacker Texas, did go to the Titans before Max Clare went to the Rams. And with the 62nd overall pick, the Buffalo Bills select the cornerback out of is it the Ohio State cornerback here?
Yeah, Igbinosun.
Yeah, Yeah.
Okay.
You do a better job pronouncing it than I will there. So, and that puts the Chargers back on the clock. I think it's 2 more picks left in the second round, and then we turn the page to the third round.
So we're on 63 now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
63.
Okay. Yeah. Man, we're really getting there.
Hey Thor, when we've throughout this process, at least going into the draft, we've been talking about the Vikings and tight end. Let's refresh our memories on 2025 6th round pick, Gavin Bartholomew, though, who didn't play last year. They drafted him. He was hurt. Did you like him, first of all, and are we forgetting about him just a little bit too much as far as a potential depth piece at that tight end spot?
Some people think he's worth developing. I did not have a draftable grade on Bartholomew. It wouldn't be a guy that I would hold a roster spot for unless he went in there and outright won a job. I would be looking, I want to bring in some guys where the upside is to starter level. So
Sure.
That's what I'd be looking for here. And if we talked about this more last night, but if you go tight end first, you go wide receiver first, the Vikings, they're sort of tipping off to you whether they intend to continue being an 80% 11 personnel team or maybe going towards more 50-50 12 personnel. That would be shocking in lieu of Kevin O'Connell's history. But with McCarthy's and Kyler Murray's recent history with 12 personnel, that would all suggest that maybe they oughta. But we'll see. And we might find out the answer during this round here tonight.
Absolutely. I still think there is a chance, too, if they do not draft a tight end or receiver who is considered competitive material for 2026, I think there's a chance that there's still enough free agents out there on the street that you'll probably sign one of them, which they've done before.
D-Hop, maybe.
They would have to.
Yeah.
Unless they want to trade a 4th-round pick for Thielen again 5 days before the season. Sorry.
You know what? You were happy tonight. You were happy. Why
Rob
did you
and
go?
That's
Why'd you go there? You just took an
yeah.
unnecessary shot.
Rob, I'm sorry. You and I had gotten back. We were in a good place, so I apologize about that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Are we done with round
All right.
2?
Yeah. Let me go back to the bottom here. Just
We had 2 picks left. We just got one. Another center, Jake Slaughter.
Jake Slaughter.
Yeah, Jake Slaughter going to the Chargers.
Yeah, going to the fighting Harbaughs there, who had all kinds of issues on their offensive line.
You called
last
this
year.
though.
Yeah.
The center run.
Seattle has their pick in for the final selection of the second round.
Well, they ain't going to take a center.
Then we're going to turn the corner for the third round.
All right.
So yeah, Jake Slaughter off the board.
Yeah, so monitoring, and again, this is early. We thought the first one was coming off the board, third round, and the second one gets pulled up now because thanks, Chicago, for jumping the gun on that and starting this thing a little bit early, but now Slaughter off the board. Yeah, you have to monitor that. If indeed you want a center, right? And we've had some, are they actually going to take one this round, whatever, but yeah.
Right. Hey, Thor, so is in your mind then, is Bradbury not the guy there with the Bears? Because they signed him and we talked about it, we joked about it, we yucked it up. But does Logan Jones now go into Chicago competing for the job, or do you think he just wins the job outright?
I think they'd probably love for Logan Jones to go and beat Garrett Bradbury out, right?
Okay.
Yeah, it's like the, as it were, the old can fighting the young contender. Although, Logan Jones, all pre-draft process, he's been talked about as the old man. So, I'll recast him as younger in this one. But I think they would love for that. I mean, Garrett Bradbury has proven what he is at this point. Right, it's sort of like it's like a gatekeeper guy, right? Like at this point in the NFL, he's existing somewhere on that line of one of the worst starting centers in the league, or one of the better, pure backup centers in the league, if that's a thing. So on that line of continuum, Chicago clearly in taking the first center off the board and in round 2 getting aggressive with it, they obviously believe that Jones can go in there and win that job right away. So we'll find out if they're right or not.
Bears are, in my opinion, at least I'd like to get yours, the Bears are having a pretty nice draft as well.
The Bears are. Yeah.
I like what they're doing, which is unfortunate.
Unfortunately, yeah.
But it's definitely like, I always wonder with the Bears where they're going exactly, right?
Yeah.
And Ben Johnson seems to be the right guy, which I had my doubts about. But their additions, I think, could be a problem here. And I expected regression from them. I'm not so sure now, though. I think they might have their act together to the point of the regression doesn't come as quickly or as much as I thought.
I'm trying to catch up here. The Bears traded out of one of those second round picks.
Yes, late. They traded with the Titans, correct?
Yeah, because before
Anthony
they had
Hill.
the two that were right next to each other. Okay, yeah. But yeah, with the 2 picks the Bears have made so far, you're hitting that thing solidly down the fairway with each of them. So. And the Bears, and I had made this point before, one of the days in the lead up, a couple week lead up to the draft, AJ and I, we did a draft where each of us, we were manning the NFC North team. So we did a mock draft where we were all 4 of those teams, and the Bears were one of the teams I was assigned. They had more immediate need holes than I thought going in. So they were actually, a sort of low key, tricky team to draft for, because you were crossing your fingers for specific positions. And it's like, man, if those things get wiped off the board early, I could be SOL here running this thing. Bears got a great draw in this draft.
The final pick of the second round, Bud Clark, the safety, is going to Seattle.
That's a great name.
And the Cardinals are now officially on the clock, and just to kind of reset things, the Vikings now will have 3 picks in this draft. They'll have the 82nd pick. They will have the 97th and 98th picks.
That's another safety off the board. And this is a guy with good ball skills in Bud Clark. So centers have started to go. Safeties now it's picking up a little bit. And Vikings have three picks coming up in this round. So better get to work if you want to get in on either of those 2 positions.
Where is there room, in your opinion, with the Vikings having 3 picks in this round, where is there still room to pounce? Like what do you see on your board that is still left that is plentiful enough? Because we're going to be at pick 65 here with the Cardinals, and the Vikings don't have a pick till 82. So what's your projection of position-wise, what's still out there that you like?
Well, of the ones that the Vikings have a need at, I think the strongest right now is wide receiver. Chris Brazzell is being pushed on the board because of some concerns, that I was sort of hinting at earlier. And then Ted Hurst remains on the board as well. Antonio Williams, the slot receiver from Clemson that the Vikings, that was another one where Keenan McCardle went to Clemson's pro day. So you have receiving talent out there. I haven't even gotten to Chris Bell or Bryce Lance. I know our shout out Fargo. A couple folks Fargo came to the draft party last night, so we were talking through some NDSU type prospects. Skylar Bell as well for the Vikings. He's not the big body guy. I only bring up Skylar Bell. He's kind of frisky for the Vikings because he's one of the better yak receivers in this class, and O'Connell fetishizes the yak. So I wondered even if Skylar Bell a little bit smaller and a little bit older, that maybe O'Connell be interested in that. So the wide receiver position, to answer your question, and now with the center one, when I was talking before of like if you get to the mid-third round pick and no center is gone, then you can comfortably push that to the third round comp pick if you want to take a center tonight. Well, now that the center thing has started early and we already have 2 off the board before we even got to the third round, you can no longer do that. It's going to have to be one of the 2. You can't wait till the comp pick anymore, I don't think. So you're going to have to take one with those 2 consecutive picks if you want one, or in my opinion, hold your peace on that. And sure, you could take Judd on your list of deep draft sleepers. You had Indiana's Pat Coogan on there. That's a guy you could get in the 6th round, that you're going to like in the building and this sort of thing. And he's a grinder and yada, yada. I don't know if he'll ultimately be a starter, is the only thing, but there's a couple of late round center options.
Edge rusher, what?
Hold on.
Yeah,
hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. The Cardinals, with the first pick in the 3rd round of the NFL Draft, take quarterback Carson Beck.
Yeah, wow.
Carson Beck is a Cardinal.
That is unbelievable. There was probably 2 hours before the draft today, someone sent out a tweet where they were connecting Carson Beck to the Cardinals and could he be one of the first picks of the second round? We were all laughing at that. This is still an egregious reach. I mean, you waited around, great, good for you. It's an egregious reach. They ran Kyler Murray out of town, and then they're paying him all their cap space this year, and then Jakobe Brissett, he demands a raise. And I think the Cardinals would have loved to tell him to stuff it by drafting Ty Simpson, and obviously Les Snead helping out his buddy, prevented that for him, unfortunately. So because of that, now apparently your wandering eyes drift to Carson Beck. Good luck with that. I believe that the Cardinals will be drafting a 1st round quarterback in next year's draft. So Carson Beck, he projects as a long-term backup, and I think they just drafted one with the 1st pick in the 3rd round.
Interesting.
Oh man, I'm so happy that happened right when I jump back in. Thor's favorite college quarterback, right there. Yeah. Are you gonna be hitting the? Well, if he's not gonna get enough playing time, but the over on the 0.5 interceptions every week in his preseason games. Wow.
Yeah. We'll probably hit some of those for sure. Because in the NFL, you have to throw more than 5 yards past the line of scrimmage, which could prove to be problematic.
Wow.
As it was in college, in the ACC.
I'm just catching up and didn't hear you guys the last 5 minutes or so, but the center run continues, right? Is it getting, if the Vikings are going to take a center, does it become imperative here probably with like the 82 or one of these other ones?
Yeah. I mean, with the 2 already off the board there before the 3rd round, you now have to push, you have to push the envelope on that as well. Yeah, you can't wait till the end there. the immediate play guys, I think, at that position are going to be gone. So, yeah, they're going to have to make a decision on the center position. They're about to flip their card over, as it were, with regards to that, because that's one of the positions we're not sure about, right? Like, that's the reporting on that and sort of our assumptions have gone both ways with that position.
Yeah. So, wow, we still have, by the way, the Hardcore Junkie, still over 8,000 people hanging out with us, and I'm sure will come back in here even more, like once we get toward the actual pick here, which is still a little bit of ways away, but in the next 30 minutes or so, the Vikings are going to be pretty close to picking at 82 there. So thank you guys for hanging out with us here on Night 2, Purple Daily's Night 2 Draft Extravaganza Special, presented by Standard Heating and Air Conditioning. And Dex, one more time, if you could tell the audience about Standard and how they're helping some of our Purple Daily audience friends. Oh, wait, Dex pieced out just as I said that.
Oh.
It's
What happened to
break
Dex?
rotation. It's bathroom break rotation
okay.
here. Yeah.
Well, he'll talk about it once he gets back.
Yeah, we'll get there later. It's okay. They've been awesome, and we wouldn't be able to do events like these and the draft party last night too if not for some of the sponsors that are stepping up here. I actually have a defensive question for you guys because I know they lost Greenard, but you tell me if I'm wrong on this. I think a lot of people are going to say, "Oh my God, they like okay, whatever. Like they got some good value with the 2 third-round picks," or people might fight that too. But at the end of the day, they lost one of their best defensive players, and this team and any success that they've had the last few years is like largely predicated on defense. Is the defense going to take a huge step back? I don't know that that's necessarily a prerequisite after that trade. I think Flores' scheme, Dallas Turner taking a step forward, and then we'll see what else they add here on day 2. The linebacker Golday from Cincinnati might be a guy that is in the mix for several hundred snaps. I don't think the Greenard trade means that your defense is going to tank. Do you guys agree or disagree?
No, I agree, and here's why. I think the important thing, too, and I believe this to be true, is O'Connell and Flores really like Turner. And I think year 1 was a bit of a circumstance where Flores' defense is pretty complicated. Turner's coming out of college. He certainly was not a polished product, and so they're just like, we're going to park him a bit, which was frustrating because of the return for him. You gave up so much. But that being said, the last half of last season, he took a huge step. And he's a first-round pick who, again, you gave up a ton for to draft him. You have to play him, and he should be good. I know he's a Kwesi pick, but clearly Kwesi was told by the scouts, by Flores at the time, that they liked him. So I think this is a must, if nothing else, just to get him playing time and to find out. If he turns out to be a bust, it's going to be a huge disappointment, of course, but I think this transition and then to get 2 third-round picks, including a 27, this again goes back to, as much as we harped and bashed the process in round 1, this to me is the correct process. Continuing not to play Turner or having him be the third guy because you had 2 veterans at this stage of where the Vikings are at made no sense. So I'm going to give them this one on process. I think the process of what they're doing here, as frustrating as fans might be, and I'm willing to bet a lot of fans are upset that Greenard got traded, I think they're doing the right thing here. The process is correct, and Dallas Turner needs to play a ton of snaps in 2026, and now he's going to.
100%. Yeah, the value is there. We talked about that. The value is fine on that. And opens the thing up for Turner. Now you can take the edge rusher now to slot in behind Turner, and I like the Golday pick as well. So yeah, different vibes so far this evening than last night. Although 3 third-round picks coming up here in very quick succession. We'll see. If the Vikings come out of this night as a winner or a loser, but it's a solid start. They're hitting the ball down the fairway at least early on here.
That's good. Haven't gone OB left. Haven't gone into the water yet. So yeah. What when you have because in addition to just knowing an encyclopedia off every player that you've studied here, Thor, you are a connoisseur of just like draft strategy and how to maneuver around in a way that produces value. When you have 3 picks bunched together like this, 82, 97, and 98, are there anything strategically, and of course, like the way the board's falling is going to play into this, but anything strategically that the Vikings should be, instead of just like, here's what we're going to do, that they should be thinking about?
Yeah, in the mock drafts, I always do the exercise of, if this is the guy at this position that I would take, or this guy at this other position. So it's like, my debate is between these two guys. But then the next pick, if I was, who can I project the top guys at the next two picks, and then do like couplets? If you're really close on a decision, you can do the same sort of thing here with the quick kind of turn. You have the two, and then it's just the small. Or the one. Wait, is it the two and then the gap to the last?
It's the one. It's the 82 and then the 97 and 98.
So the gap and then two, right? So you can use that first of the three essentially as sort of a shield on your couple positions of need, or at least a net of where it gets to you, and you can, both safety. How many guys on their board that they see as immediate play? And we don't know if they've knocked that down the need list. But between that center, who's left there, and then how many teams in between are needy at that position? And then you can kind of start doing that math. And with the center position, where the thing drops off, where for me there's a hard line, and after that line, I'm not taking a center. You can use that little gap in between to sort of do that. We'll see if another center goes before that, to maybe up the urgency, at that position, or the safety position, or wide receiver. We'll see in advance. But yeah, I think that's strategically how you do it, with the one earlier on, and then you have two coming up after that. Bang bang. You can sort of do that 3-dimensional chess with that.
Yeah. A couple updates here, and we're definitely gonna, and we'll keep for the majority of this, and we'll definitely be popping up other things like Thor's 500 and the Vikings horizontal board here again in a second. But we'll update you either every pick, or we might wait a pick or two just if we're in the middle of a conversation. But so the last two picks here, the Broncos at 66 select defensive tackle out of Texas A&M. Is it Tyler Oneedham? And then very shortly after that, the Raiders, with the 67th overall pick, selected Auburn defensive end Kieran Crawford Thor. So a couple defensive players coming off the board with the 66 and the 67. The Eagles are back on the clock with the 68 right now.
Yeah, the A&M interior defensive lineman that the Broncos took him, right, at 66. Yeah, the Broncos. Yep. It's interesting. I was a little bit lower on him. He popped in some of the models that I built to try to reflect the Vikings' preferences at different positions, the trait preferences. And I don't know how to pronounce Oneedham, something like that. That kid was a huge fit for Brian Flores. Those kind of traits, but obviously the Vikings had already taken that position, so that one's fine. But he was sort of a mid-round type monitor guy for the Vikings, if not. Kieran Crawford, that one disappoints me because that was one of my favorite edge sleepers in this class, and in lieu of the Greenard trade, that was a name that we were also going to be bringing up here in a little bit as we move in on these three selections, except the Raiders have sort of preempted there. Wow. But Crawford's a good fit. He would have been a good fit for the Vikings.
Yeah. Pour one out.
More offensive tackles. The Eagles with that 68th pick taking Markel Bell out of the
big boy, big fella.
Yeah, that Markel Bell.
How big is he?
Dude, he is he's
6'9" and a quarter, 350 pounds. How does that do it for you? And 7-foot wingspan on that guy.
Okay, I can buy that. I'm buying stock.
He's the left tackle for Miami, where it was like running around a cruise ship if you want to go the long way to get to Carson Beck. And Carson Beck, he'd throw it right after the snap anyway, so you basically had no shot to get there. Well, I like Markel Bell.
Well,
no, I know. Yeah, I was talking about poor Carson Beck. Has done nothing to you ever, and you can't stand him.
Yeah, well, he's, and you've profited off of him, I believe.
Carson Beck made me a lot of money in my life. Yeah, I appreciate him.
How ungrateful are you, Thor?
He's a Prop Hall of Famer for me.
I'm trying to play catch up a little bit here. I think I've got the Thor 500 in order here after stepping away for a minute there, but this is the snapshot for the YouTube audience of Thor's best players available right now. The story of Jermod McCoy with the injuries and some of the reports that came out. I'm sure a lot of teams have just said, yeah, we just can't go there. So he's the only player he's like the highest ranked player here, but the injuries are bumping him down the board. And then there's still there's still a couple handfuls of round 2 grade players, including AJ Halsey, the safety, that have fallen down into this. The defensive line run has, Big Citrus is still sitting out there. The Vikings, already addressed that with Caleb Banks, but there's some interesting names in there. But this is just a snapshot, Thor, and for the audience, of what the best players on your 500 board look like right now.
Yes, still decently stocked at positions the Vikings need. So I think heading into it right now, I'm feeling pretty good about the options out there at the buffet right now. It's like when we used to have a Domino's Pizza across from Brainerd High School, and they had open lunch period. And that was back when the pizza place, they would do the buffets. Sometimes you walk in and you would be like, oh man, what a draw today, right? Because it'd be all the fresh pizzas out there. There'd be 8 different selections. They'd have the dessert pizzas down there at the end. If you saw one of the new fudge ones out there, you're like, man, those guys back in the kitchen are working today. Other times you walk into that thing, you'd see like 3 straight cold, slices. They're kind of askance. Someone's touched them, beforehand. They're sort of discard ones. Maybe then you're like, I don't really want to. Yeah, maybe I'm going to go somewhere else for lunch today. But a good draw here for the Vikings and walking into to the pizza place.
Yeah, there's nothing
Jennings
like
Dunker as well, boys.
Jennings Dunker. What, a pizza buffet guy? Or
oh God, yeah. Well, yes, and he's available. Oh, that guy crushes the pizza buffet.
He's going to go to that pizza place that Cousins used to like. What was that place called again?
Pizza Ranch.
Oh, Pizza Ranch.
Pizza Ranch. Yeah,
with his friend Kevin. Yeah, there's just a random actor friend named Kevin.
Yeah, just happened to go around with Kirk.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. Can we redo your Thor 500 and rank the players based on how much they would destroy a pizza buffet? Let's do that exercise.
Look at the weights.
Oh,
yeah,
we could
guard, we could do that.
Tackle, line.
Can get there. And then is the horizontal board? We've been kind of flying around here, but the horizontal board.
I'm way behind.
I've been updating this. Okay. It should be.
Dex is all over this.
I think.
Look at that.
I think
Dex just spinning plates over there.
Yeah, I think we're being good.
Thor. So this is the Dex. Dex is just Dex is outside of like maybe.
This is the Dex horizontal board at this point.
Maybe like 3 pronunciation things, but like
it's been good.
It's been a perfect game for Dex.
I ain't casting stones about pronunciations.
You gotta throw a bell tie fastball to keep your pitch count down a little bit, okay? Like you can surrender some Brad Rackey solo home runs in the first, and as you get 7 innings, you're fine. Okay,
yep. You just give up a solo shot, you're fine. Just 1 run.
So Thor, for the new audience that didn't see us pop your horizontal Vikings big board up here earlier, I'll show it here, and you talk us through. These are some of the names you have as kind of tier 2 or day 2 options that are on the board right now. Or talk us through this.
Yeah, and for folks that are watching on YouTube right now, the names that you see bolded are prospects that the Vikings brought in for top 30 visits during the pre-draft process, and then guys in italics are guys that the Vikings either met with or sent a position coach to their pro day, talked to at some point during the pre-draft process. Reports of interest.
The Bears, you can take off tight end. Speaking of pronunciation, is it Sam Roush?
Okay, yeah.
Stanford tight end. I just took him off. Sam Roush, tight end, the very nice 69th overall pick in this draft.
Quite a tight end run today.
Yeah.
The Bears, they still have Cole Kmet, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because
that's interesting. So Cole Kmet, he must be entering. Is he at the end of a contract?
He's got to be. I think this was it year 3 or year 4. He's probably getting close. But he's been usurped essentially, anyways, right?
No, for sure. And they like to do some of their 12, personnel and without DJ Moore, maybe a little bit more. But I'm just curious, pushing kind of the issue on Roush. But I think that's fair value on Roush. I think I had him as an early 4th rounder on my board, but the upside very high on him.
Awesome neck roll on Sam Roush. Jordan Schultz, tweeting out every awesome neck roll.
We need to get more neck rolls back in football.
I was going to say, I didn't know that they were still around or back.
Why did they leave?
There's a couple of OGs who have neck rolls. Yeah.
Hold on a second. I got to look at. Oh wow, yeah, this is good. Oh, and look at him. He's got the glasses with the tape on in the middle.
Love it.
Oh, this guy beat people up at lunch.
Maybe Ben Johnson's trying to take the page out of McVay and the 13 personnel stuff.
Maybe.
Sam Roush also great hair.
It's got some flow.
It's just wild. It looks like he doesn't comb it.
Well, obviously, in my database, I have lettuce rankings. You get a little up or down. We are in Minnesota, so You have to.
The lettuce is important, Thor.
Next year,
Jennings
we're gonna
Dunker
have-
got a big bump.
We're gonna make
one.
Thor do like 6 different versions of the Thor 500. You know, like the regular rankings, the crush
Lettuce
a
rankings.
pizza buffet, the lettuce rankings buffet, or rankings. So the Niners are on the clock with the 70th overall pick. We are 12 picks away from the Vikings' first of 3 slots coming up here. So we are getting closer to the Vikings doing more things here, and we've talked about the positions of need. Still, wide receiver, center, running back, edge has become a position of need, and of course safety, which we've been talking about here through these first 2 picks as well. So that's kind of the framework of this with 12 picks until Dex. Could I bother you to tell the audience about Standard Heating and Air Conditioning here, presenting sponsor of Night 2?
Of course.
I went, and in all fair, I went to you and I didn't realize you had like left, and
really?
I just
Earlier?
awkwardly sat there. Yeah, it was totally my bad. I just
No,
wasn't
that's
looking
okay.
at the screen.
That's all right. I was making sure my furnace was in working order, and it is in working order because my friends at Standard Heating and Air Conditioning, I bought a new filter. You change out your filters every 2 months. That is the only DIYing I do on my HVAC system. Everything else, I let the experts handle. I picked one up today. So go to standardheating.com to let those pros handle it so you don't have to sit in silence just waiting for your HVAC system to be upgraded. Go to standardheating.com to be on top of your HVAC maintenance this year.
Well, Judd just houses.
I've been housing pizza
Slice
too. I
of
got a
pizza
crust
right
here, Jed. I'm with you. I'm just kind of gnawing on a crust like my 7-month-old son does. Just
Nothing
both
wrong
of
with
us
that.
are the same person.
fine.
Mackie,
Yeah.
Mackie's rocking some kebabs over here tonight. Just,
Kebabs?
some kebabs.
Wow.
It's kebab season.
For the second round,
It
for
is
the third
kebab
round,
season.
that's
I
high
picked up
class.
some last week.
It's kebab season.
No,
I
Kebab's
picked
high
up-
class. It's just like meat and
Tonight's a
vegetables.
pizza night.
I picked up kebabs last week. It is kebab season.
That's right.
Big kebab guy.
The kebabs,
Yeah. The onion, the pepper,
the onions, the
The
peppers,
onions.
the chicken.
the bourbon, the marinade.
I'm still, by the way,
Romello Height just went.
okay.
Older edge rusher from Texas Tech, a guy that I think he had a decent production profile, but a guy that I think got a lot of his production playing around a bunch of other studs there at the end of his career at Texas Tech. It's sort of the Akeem Messidor corollary. We talked about yesterday when the Chargers took him in round 1. He got to play across from Ruben Bain his last year, when he's 32-year-old college, 7th-year senior or whatever. And Romello Height, is across from David Bailey, but then also Lee Hunter there. They even had a good a little gnat of a 3 technique that they got from Northern Illinois. I don't think he's going to get drafted, but Skylar Gill-Howard, they had good linebackers too. But Romello Height, he has some versatility, and he does have some pass rushing chops as well, but severely capped ceiling on a guy that probably is already fully formed there. I was a little bit lower on him, but I saw Romello Height as a mid-rounder.
And the Niners are, as one of the worst pressure teams in the NFL here, they are desperate for any sort of help getting after quarterbacks. So they're exhausting some resources, which puts the Commanders on the clock at 71. Can I just shout out some names you've touched on, but would love, as we get closer to the Vikings pick here, looking at some positions of need, just throw a couple names out for you to, especially the new part of the live audience here that maybe wasn't around like an hour ago or 35 minutes ago. And then you speak, like, I'd love to start with Jashawn Barham, who's your number 1 edge rusher on the board, and then just throw out some other names that might pertain to the Vikings in the next 30 minutes. So Jashawn Barham, Thor.
Jashawn Barham, that guy in this class that is closest stylistically to an Andrew Van Ginkel apprentice, candidate. The physical ability there with Barham and the versatility that it was so funny because I said this before the testing, and then he went one of his closest comps athletically with the measurables was also Van Ginkel. So I think that's a possibility. It's the hybrid guy where you can send him off the edge, obvious passing situations, and then you get him an off ball to run sideline to sideline in run defense. So that's the kind of Barham guy, but you can play, various different things. Before it was a pure off ball linebacker. He has plenty of coverage snaps during his career, which, the edge rushers typically you don't see as much of that, but it's because of the background, and Flores loves the versatility. So I think he's a potential fit. We talked about Danny Dennis Sutton at the same position. If Barham is your sort of Andrew Van Ginkel, prospecty guy on that. The archetype, right? Danny Dennis Sutton is closer to the. I comp him to Zadarius Smith, but for the Greenard role.
A wide receiver coming off the board to the Commanders, Antonio Williams out of Clemson, going to the Commanders.
Yeah, shopping closer to local there for the Commanders, and they take a guy that the Vikings were interested in. That Keenan McCardle had gone to Clemson's pro day. And frankly, I'm happy they did. I prefer that Washington does this as opposed to taking Ted Hurst, because the Vikings, they wanted to get the bigger boundary receiver. And Antonio Williams, he's a solid receiver. He's a really solid receiver, but it's a slot guy, right? It's more of like a Josh Downs type, slot. It's like a guy who's going to be like solid, but for the Vikings, I would love not only the big boundary receiver, but a guy who has the ability to win down the field, because of what I think that could do for the spacing of the amazing, two receivers that they have there, trying to get more space. And Chris Brazzell, a sneaky guy that's falling down the board. I don't know if the Vikings will be comfortable, with that. Because again, it's something we're on the field last year. Chris Brazzell should have been gone a long time ago, but every team, they have, different opinions of other aspects of the evaluation.
So Brazzell, by the way, one of the biggest receivers in the class, right? 6'4", 6'5", 200, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
And then you brought up old Teddy Hurst, and we talked about him earlier, but I've got the PFF profile popped up on the screen here too for the audience. But that would be another name to be watching here in the next 30 minutes or so. Ted Hurst, Thor. Yeah,
another guy that Keenan McCardle went to his pro day at Georgia State, 6'4", big body boundary receiver with the 4.4 speed, and he can go downtown and get it. He's got long arms. He can get off the carpet. There is some raw elements to his game, but keep in mind he came up from D2, and then he was the offense at Georgia State. It was throw the ball within the area code of Ted Hurst and then pray for rain. It was sort of their kind of offense there. Just throw lollipops up to him. Georgia State played something like 7 quarterbacks last year. It was bad. But Ted Hurst, he stuck it out there till the end. And I think if he had been at an SEC school last year, we wouldn't be discussing Ted Hurst as a possibility for the Vikings' next pick.
Ted Hurst college programs have 7 quarterbacks ready to run. I mean, that's like incredible.
You can run them through.
Yeah. Kirk Cousins was once 7th on the Michigan State depth chart like 15 years ago or something.
You know what the problem is, Thor? Ted Hurst didn't want it. He didn't go to a bigger school. He didn't want it.
It's not always the case, John.
I'm dinging him for that.
I can't wait for Judd to join the press conference and ask that question.
Judd, you can't put a flag on everyone that doesn't end their career at that P4.
Anyone that ends their career at a lower school level, they drop around.
You're going to change college football if you're going to penalize guys' draft stock for unless they got to the very top.
Perhaps that's why God put me on this earth. 56 years in, I finally found my reason to change the draft process so that a guy that stays at a small school gets penalized.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm gonna go over to the center bin here on the PFF database where we're pulling up profiles. Let's talk. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go to the tackle bin and talk about a soon-to-be converted center. And where's my Duke guy? Why is he not listed in here? There he is. Brian Parker the second, Thor, is the number 1 to be converted center on your board. Talk about him for our audience, if you could.
Yeah, it doesn't get talked about as center position as much because he's the convert. But we've known for multiple years that Brian Parker was going to be transitioning, and with him, with Trey Zune, it was more hypothetical. We think he can, which is the reason that Trey Zune explicitly he asked Texas A&M coaches over the summer if he could start snapping in summer camp, and then they also let him start a couple games, Trey Zune at center this fall, just so he could prove the concept in advance of the pre-draft process. Brian Parker didn't need to do that because coming out of high school, he was a center. He was just simply a good center recruit who happened to be Duke's best offensive lineman after they signed him, so they played him at tackle. But his game it's going to convert inside. Both those guys, obviously, lacking in length. A lot of the times when you see those guys kicked inside, but both of them project to be really good centers. I slightly prefer Parker, but as I've mentioned on here, talking about the run a couple different times today, those centers, top 5 or so centers, I see it as grouped very, very closely together. But Brian Parker from Duke and Trey Zune from Texas A&M, 2 converted collegiate tackles, you put them in that top group in a center, or at least I do.
Hey, Thor, what's the amount of times that a tackle in college converts to center? Because it feels like guards do a lot, or vice versa. Guards go back and forth, can play center. I don't feel, and the name that comes to mind is a guy that did this. I think it was a 2006 draft pick. If you recall, Ryan Cook out of New Mexico State for the Vikings. He played center and had played tackle. But how frequent is that? Because that feels like a little bit more of a, that feels like two very different positions as opposed to like the interior, like a guard. Guards and centers feel much more interchangeable. I'm just curious what the norm is for that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about like, percentage or like, but it's, you see it every year. And the thing that you never see is a collegiate guard that a team's like, oh, that guy, we project him as an awesome left tackle. You never see it the other way.
Happens. No.
Yeah. And basically, it's like, I think of it as like baseball. They call it failing down the defensive spectrum. When you draft a guy out of high school, if he was like the high school shortstop, of course, at rookie ball, you're going to try, even if you don't believe in it, even if he's got a stiff lower half and he's like a big, whatever, like, let's just see if he could do it, if we can get lucky. And then he fails there. He's booting balls and throwing the ball over the first baseman's head. It's like next year at low A, we're going to try at second base or center field. And then it's going to be third base. And eventually we're going to try at right field. And then the last two on the stop, it's left field, first base, and then DH.
You're a DH, buddy.
You
Yeah.
want to be a bat boy?
Now you're a manager of a town ball team. Actually.
Offensive line, you fail down the spectrum. I start a tackle, you go down.
Two things. Number one, I'll give you this pick, and then I have an update on an analysis of the Jonathan Greenard trade from ESPN.com.
Oh.
So the Saints, with the 73rd pick, are taking tight end Oscar Delp. Oscar Delp going to the New Orleans Saints.
The world is but a stage.
And
Oscar Delp.
And then there's another one here. Or did we do Tacario Davis?
No, we didn't.
Oh, we did not do Tacario Davis. No, Tacario Davis, cornerback to the Bangies with the 72nd pick. So ESPN gave some grades to the trade of the Eagles and Vikings with Jonathan Greenard. Seth Walder, I believe. Is it Walder or Walden? Did the grades on this. He gave the Eagles an A- and the Vikings just a C, and even said that the Vikings are worse now than they were this morning after this trade.
Okay, obviously.
Yeah.
Like they lost one of their best players, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
he said it's for cap situations. Obviously, that was a big reason why, and there is the savings. I don't know if we touched on that when I was gone, but the savings are out there from what the Vikings saved by trading Jonathan Greenard. But C- grade for the Vikings, or a C grade, just a regular C grade for the Vikings, and an A- grade for Philadelphia on that trade of Jonathan Greenard.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say I found a report, and it doesn't match what Over the Cap has, that the trade of Greenard saves the Vikings a little bit more than $12 million against the cap, which again helps them out. So, I mean, yeah, you know what? From an outsider's point of view, I could see that grade, and credit to Philadelphia. They got a good player. Internally, I don't think you're upset about this trade.
yeah, I mean, I think
it's don't.
obviously when Jonathan Greenard is healthy and at his best, if he could do that for like 900 snaps every year, you were getting a first-round pick for him. But and by the way, the contract that he received did not reflect top of the market. The Eagles got him $50 million guaranteed. So it's essentially, he goes from making $19 million a year, $18 million, into the mid-20s average annual value. His camp, I think, was looking at the $40 million, because the top of that market is like $45 million a year for AAV edge rushers. So the contract that he received and the trade value in return, he was told, you're really good, but you're not like Max Crosby good or Myles Garrett good. You're a B plus edge rusher who had one awesome full season with the Vikings, but has had some trouble staying healthy. And so I think moving off of that before paying $50 million guaranteed to get a couple third-round picks and to get some 2027 capital, I don't really care what the grade is. I think it's a good football move, in my opinion.
Agreed.
The Giants actually traded up to the 74th slot. I can give you the details here in just a sec, but they're taking Notre Dame wide receiver Malachi Fields with that 74th pick. So let's see here. The Giants traded up to the 74th to the Browns in exchange for the 105 And there's an Aaron Wilson typo here. It says the 1,045th pick.
That's a terrible
We've
pick.
expanded the draft.
Yeah,
under
That's
the
a
Roger
terrible
Goodell
pick.
here.
25th round. What are you doing?
And a 2027 fourth. So
32nd round pick.
take that for what you will. But another wide receiver off the board. He's going to the Giants.
Somebody say expand the NFL draft.
That's what
It's
Thor's
the
like.
1,000th
Let's do
pick.
it.
That's an idea.
Let's go.
The Thor 5000.
Yeah.
Every day.
That I can
And
be
welcome
down
to
with.
June. And welcome to June as the draft continues. We're into round 64 now, June 1st.
Yeah, the Giants, we early on with the two top 10 picks, we were talking a lot early on yesterday about them with regards to wide receivers. And, you think about that when they circle back here and take Malachi Fields. Some other people a little bit higher on Malachi Fields than me. I don't think this is an egregious reach, though. I think I had him as an early fourth rounder. The foot speed is the question there with Malachi Fields, but he has good ball skills downfield, and he knows how to use his body as well.
And make no mistake, Malachi Fields is the name of a receiver. It's a perfect name. Like he belongs playing receiver. It's perfect.
Yeah, and they desperately, the Giants needed the compliment to neighbors, right? Which is why all that discussion happened with their two top 10 picks with the wide receiver position. But they better hope that Malachi Fields can go in there and play right away. And Malachi Fields, at least he is older. We had some younger receivers in this class. This is a guy that played out the entire career there. But, yeah, he better be ready to go.
I wonder how far Jermod McCoy is going to fall here, Thor. Does someone catch him with open arms at some point here?
Well, it's impossible to say because we don't know, the medicals, right? But when I usually will not be like crazy aggressive with dropping with the injury, especially right before, deadline, as it were, like a finalizing the board, whatever. But like reading into the report and some of the stuff that you would hear, I don't know, right? The teams know way more than me. But let me just say, I dropped him into, mid-second round of my board when I had him in the 20s before that. But it was spooky, as far as the medicals go. So we don't know. That's the whole point. But you do see guys, fall significantly with the injuries. Last year, in the cornerback class at the top of the board, the similar one would be Will Johnson, but his fall was stopped, of course, mid-second round by the Cardinals. The NFL presumably is, we're going to find out at some point like where they are on the medicals. If he falls into tomorrow, teams have grave concerns about what they saw in the medicals of Jermod McCoy. I would assume if he does not get selected tonight, there will be some legitimate overnight reporting on that. People are going to get to the bottom of that because, at that point, you would have to sort of explain how is he still out here. But I'll just give you guys one example. There's a lot that you could do, but 4 or 5 years, my years kind of blend together. But do you guys remember the quarterback from Nevada, Carson Strong, that was in the draft like 4 or 5 years ago?
Knee guy, right?
Yeah, and heading into his last season, this guy's going to be a first rounder, and even coming out of his last season and going to the Senior Bowl, we've seen him down there. He was at that point he was probably viewed as a day two guy, maybe worst case like fourth round pick or whatever. And during the draft, he just ushered all the way out, and he was an undrafted free agent, and we were pretty surprised. And it come to find out that Carson Strong, unbeknownst to us in the media, had a degenerative knee condition, and not only that, but a degenerative knee condition that nobody had ever played in the NFL with before. And, the joke I make at this point is I wish I had known that before I turned in my board that year. And the NFL teams did. They get access to all the medicals. We don't, right? So we have to, what things you hear and then things that you see reported and then try to parse, right? Like, and then just sort of try to ballpark. But that's the situation we're in with Jermod McCoy. So without knowing the medical, the specifics on that, it is impossible for me to say, but the NFL is going to tell you with where he ultimately gets picked.
Yeah, Carson Strong, by the way, last season he was the assistant quarterback coach at Colorado State. So he literally was like he was in a couple camps, checking him out. But yeah, it was like 2 years of some off-season camp stuff, and then
beautiful part of the
his
country
coaching
over there.
career began. Yeah. Okay, so.
He's enjoying life, is what you're telling us.
Yeah, beautiful part of the. I don't go there anymore though. I don't go there. It is beautiful. I don't go there anymore. But Sean Payton lives close. I don't go there anymore.
Air is very clean.
Air is clean.
It's great air.
Air is very clean.
Rejuvenating.
All right, let's hit a couple of these updates on the board where Where are we at here? Mine kind of reverted.
I don't
Looks
think
like the
we
Dolphins.
announced Caleb Douglas. We did not announce Caleb Douglas.
The Dolphins took Caleb
that's funny.
Douglas.
Thank you.
With the next pick here. So Caleb Douglas off the board. Texas Tech, right? Why is he a wide receiver? Texas Tech. My font.
It's Texas Tech. Hold on, I gotta. We have to get into the mine shaft to find him in my rankings. Hold on.
I was gonna
I'm
say, he's
scrolling.
not on.
I got to put the helmet on with the
Crazy,
light.
dude.
Uh-oh.
He's not on your
We'll have
horizontal.
the
big
sickle.
board.
You've got
They call it a
him as
sickle?
238 on your big board. Wide receiver 32 overall in your eval here.
But other than that, pretty good.
Quarterback coming off the board.
Oh, Nussmeier?
No,
Cole Payton?
no,
Taylon Green?
no.
Tommy Kramer?
Oh man.
Tommy
Jackson?
Kramer's hanging out with Dante right now.
Yeah, I know.
Jakobe?
Oh, really?
I saw that.
And
Yeah.
Dante's got the
man.
new bobblehead where he's...
bobblehead.
Drew Aller. Is it Drew Aller?
Yeah, Drew Aller.
Oh,
Drew
Aller,
Steelers,
really?
number 76, yeah.
Penn State.
Ultimately a
represent.
third-round pick. Wow.
Wait, to the Steelers. Steelers?
To the Steelers, yeah. Did the
Yeah.
Steelers trade
Okay.
up?
No. Wait, did 77 or 76?
76.
76. Okay. Douglas 75 to the Dolphins. Okay. Yeah, well, the Steelers still haven't gotten word on Aaron Rodgers. We assume that, they know more than we do. We don't know, but obviously that is with a nod towards that. So we'll have to see. Aller, it's interesting they go with him. Aller, I mean, the frame is exactly what you look for in the NFL. He's also athletic, and he has a big time arm. There's a couple throws in college where the ball appears to travel over 70 air yards, and a couple of them it doesn't look like he's exerting himself too much. Like he does have a big time arm. He doesn't see the field very well. He reads the field like the air is soup, sort of. The progression going across. It's very, very
That's bad
murky
air.
for
Thor,
him.
that's bad air.
It's bad air.
Yep, it's
And,
not like Colorado at all.
Even not seeing the field well, he's also one of those guys that wants to see the receiver open before he'll pull the trigger.
I'm out.
Right? The anticipatory throwing goes without saying that we haven't seen that yet. And this led to some debilitating turnovers late in games.
Yeah.
Early in games, a lot of times the sort of risk aversion from Drew Aller that you would see, it became sort of a putt-putt thing that would very much frustrate Penn State fans. But, yeah, he has all the physical ability, but can they teach him how to play quarterback?
The air being soup is high up.
Dude,
on
I'm
the
telling
big
you,
board
that's
of
another
draft
one.
references.
That's another one. We gotta get these. We gotta get these collected.
What kind of soup, though? Are we talking like how thick of
Chunky.
this is?
You know what?
it
We're
chicken
talking
noodle? Or
the
are we
chunky.
talking
Is
tomato?
it broth based?
Yeah.
Broth based?
I knew
or is it
exactly
with
what
cream?
you
The
meant.
hamburger chunky.
I knew exactly what you meant
Exactly.
the second
Cream of
that,
wheat?
that you said
Like,
that.
What are we rocking with here?
He can see, but
wonton?
it's like there's a soup, there's a film in
Yeah,
front
it's
of the
just
air.
like a
Yeah,
little-
I got you. I got
Yeah,
you right
yeah.
away.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like clam chowder.
Well,
exactly.
it could be like one of the red clam chowder where it's just
A
a
good
little,
bowl of clam chowder, by the way.
A little brothy.
Tomato soup.
Oh,
yeah.
man, that's good.
My-
Packers. The Packers are coming up.
Oh.
Okay.
They've traded up,
Oh, it's the
Tampa?
Bucks. Okay.
Ooh,
sending the
Packers.
84 and the 160 of the Bucks at
Okay.
pick. Yeah, right now it's.
How much did they come up, Dex?
Where were they?
84. They were 2 after the Vikings.
Okay.
So they came up
Yeah.
So just a little hop
Yeah,
up here.
84.
7 spots, and they
Yep.
sent the 160
The
to
160 as the
the Bucks. Who are they coming up the board for here? It's interesting.
Oh, those tricky Packers.
And they're a
We
sneaky
missed them in the
drafting
first
team.
round this year. It's too bad not to
Darn.
see them. Yeah.
Didn't miss them in the first round of the playoffs. They were there for a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Although the Vikings weren't, so tough to
Yeah,
tough to
don't-
talk
yeah,
that
yeah,
trash.
That wasn't because of them.
and
That
I-
was because of
and I-
Duvernay. They got
Got
lucky.
it. Here we go.
Let's hear it.
It is for defensive tackle. They got jealous of the Vikings defensive tackle. They're
Did they get
taking
him?
Mizzou Tigers defensive tackle.
Oh,
Chris
McClellan.
McClellan. Yep,
Okay.
with the 77th pick.
Good. There's
Not big
Mc-
citrus.
yeah. I'm surprised that they took McClellan over some of these other guys. McClellan's like a lunch pail kind of a guy, like play strength. He can anchor, that sort of a thing. Not very dynamic. And there's guys out here. Well, first of all, if you wanted a player like that, Yeah, guys, I prefer just of that ilk, but there's also guys that create havoc here, interior defensive line. Now, obviously, the Packers, they look for something a little bit different with the interior defensive lineman, but McClellan wasn't my cup of tea probably here.
We are 4 picks away from the Vikings being on the clock here, boys. So I'm going to put, if it's going to let me do this, I'll take this one off here. I'm going to put the Thor 5 Hundo on the screen here so you guys can see Thor's best available players. That's the position one. Let's go to the big one here. There we go. I feel like one of those, like, who's the guy with the khakis, or like John King on CNN, or like that Steve Kornacki guy, where you're like, you got a bunch of screens all over. Pull this over here, yeah.
Doing the playoff thing, which that's really corny.
Yeah, it's like, we get it, dude.
I don't need you doing playoffs, okay? You go back to politics.
Yeah. Wow. But with four draft picks to be had, and then the Vikings are on the clock, Thor, let's size this bad boy up here. Size this bad boy up for the audience. Almost 9,000 people, and you helped us get to 64,000 subscribers on the Purple Daily YouTube channel.
Love to see that.
Subscribe button, hit that like
Incentives
button.
For Thor.
That's
contract
right.
is kicking in. Incentives, $100,000 for. Just wait till it gets to 66,000.
It'll be like Mike Evans chasing 1,000 yards at the end of the season 2 years ago, where they're up by 20 points. Anyways,
I just want to reiterate, I'm terrified by Jermod McCoy's medicals, and after you took Caleb Banks in the first round, at that point you would have to release the medical details of both guys, along with the full reports of your team doctors, to make any of us comfortable with those two decisions in conjunction. Like, so that's the thing. And I did drop McCoy down on my final board. That was like that very last, because it was like, man, I get concerned about the medicals there. But beyond that, receiver positions, when we've talked about the safety position there as well, I like AJ Halsey. And then, of course, the edge one comes up with the trade of Jonathan Greenard, which you acquire one of these 3 third-round picks that we're about to see in very quick succession. So it's going to be interesting to see the positions that they identify. And you still have the wide receiver Ted Hurst that Keenan McCardle went to his pro day, and the Vikings showed big interest in him during the pre-draft process. I'm a little surprised that Ted Hurst is still lingering out here. Some of those other boundary receivers have gone, but he sort of remains here, and a small school guy, right? So a little bit under the radar there flying in. But those are kind of the positions we're monitoring here.
If I may, doesn't AJ Halsey here, if he's around in 4 picks, make perfect sense?
Well, it's too late.
Hold on 1 second. Oh.
No way. They just – really?
Yeah, because the Colts just took him at pick 78.
Okay. Well, that's what Thor feared before.
Man, yeah.
Okay.
The Colts the last round, right?
The Colts did take a safety, just not the one we were talking about.
Yeah. Oh, the last round was that with Allen. They went to linebacker, but this time back around, grabbed that. That's a
good pick.
Man, that's too bad. I had Thor Talks Purple viewers will know that I had promised producer AJ that if the Vikings took AJ Halsey, I was going to have a local artist. I was going to commission a painting that somehow combined producer AJ and AJ Halsey. I don't know exactly how the artist is going to do it. That's I'm not an artist.
The Step Brothers photo.
Or would you get him to
sort of
sit side by side for hours while
do that.
Now move to your right.
Yeah, but that dream is over now. I mean, like the safeties now, after they were pushed down the board, now we're starting to get a little bit of a market correction here, right? So we're now back more in, especially after that one. To me, would you go Genesis Smith here? There's not a lot of other guys that I would personally be interested in that position. The running back is the other one, right? You still have all 3 of those guys that we've talked about for third round possibilities at that position.
Let's do a running back conversation here, Thor. I'll rifle some names at you that are on the radar here for the Vikings. Let's start with Jonah Coleman. Your eval on Jonah Coleman, possible Viking.
Yeah, it's a runner that's built low to the ground, University of Washington. He's a bowling ball kind of back, great agility and play strength there as well. He's really good between the tackles. You can also do some wide zone stuff with him as well. The long speed is the issue with Jonah Coleman. He would have run in the 4.6s the pre-draft process if he had run. But it's a guy that can handle volume as a runner and as a receiver, and he's one of the best pass blocking running backs in this class. So that would be Jonah Coleman. Emmett Johnson, I comp him to Devonta Freeman. I think, you want to go more recent. It's somewhere between Woody Marks and Bucky Irving. It's a back like that. It's a back that lacks the athleticism, but has some of the most feel in the class, right? Feel, vision, ability to make string together like micro cuts, string those together.
The Birds, the Dirty Birds, are going to take wide receiver Zachariah Branch with the 79th overall pick.
And this is a receiver that for the Vikings I wasn't interested in at all. So that's fine there. Zachariah Branch. Check, you got his card up here or in the sheet. Check out his ADOT last year.
Let me grab it real
I'll get you a magnifying glass.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow. Dude.
So he does not fit the profile then at all.
On your
yeah, it's I mean, at least last year, and at USC, Lincoln Riley didn't seem to be putting up much of a fight to keep him last off season, and then with Kirby Smart, he transfers over to Georgia. It was, and he's a good returner, right? It's an electric athlete kind of a guy, but in terms of route running and ball skills down the field for a smaller guy, I don't know. It might just be a manufactured touch slot receiver. As far as the receiver position, he's still going to be a really good return man.
Mm-hmm. And then back to the running back conversation here we were having. Mike Washington would be the other one to touch on here real quick, Thor.
Yeah, and Mike Washington, 6'1", 225, and he's the burner with 4.3 speed. I was a late breakout guy from northern New York. He was overlooked out of high school, 2-star recruit. So he went to Buffalo, his local school, Buffalo Bulls. Judd, you love your action. And
I love the Bulls.
Spent a couple years there, and he was discovered by a guy that locally here in Minnesota, folks out there will remember David Cobb. David Cobb, the former Gopher star running back, he had become New Mexico State's running back coach because, of course, Jerry Kill had gone there before, was the head coach. Jerry Kill had convinced David Cobb. So David Cobb, when he stopped playing, it was a couple years he tried a couple, I don't know, UFL or arena or like whatever it was. But after
the AFL was in there at one point.
It was something like that. But after a couple of years, like the post NFL, when he sort of like waved the flag of like, I'm not going to play anymore. He had gotten into scouting, and I think it was like a Panthers scout for a year. It was like something like that. Well, anyway, Kill got him to go to New Mexico State to become the running back coach there. One of the days over the offseason, New Mexico, you're out there, there's. Let's just say the high school recruits aren't knocking down your door. So, NIL and the transfers that opened up. So David Cobb one day, he's looking through video of running backs, to go and potentially pursue. And he told me that he offered Mike Washington just on one run. He said the season before at Buffalo, Washington hadn't done a lot, but he said there was one, it was like a 78-yard touchdown run. He told me the team and I think the date and the time of the game as well, the position of the field. But anyway, he said Washington broke away. He was running away from cornerbacks, from safeties, and just it became an ocean of space between them. And he's like, this guy has star level ability, and so went out, pursued him. Mike Washington goes to New Mexico State. Funny enough, when David Cobb that offseason also found Seth McGowan, a running back who is also in this class that the Vikings do have interest in, brought him in for a top 30. But for one season, New Mexico State, coached by David Cobb, the running backs had Mike Washington and Seth McGowan. And the funny anecdote that Cobb told me, Washington gets there, and they said that they would train the running backs, David Cobb would, on a hill that was around the stadium at New Mexico State. And David Cobb said prior to Mike Washington stepping foot in town that day, that hill was undefeated career. He said, but that record fell that day. David, Washington became the first guy to beat the hill. Very, very strong lower half on that guy. Physical ability with him, again, 225-pounder, runs 4 threes. Not many human beings on earth, you can describe that way, but still raw there for Washington. Cobb told me that the thing that he's improved on the most the last couple of years, but also, got to keep doing that. It's that feel, in between the tackles there, again, the sort of rawness thing, but he is getting better, denoting when to hit down, the NOS button or push down the pedal to the metal.
That's right. Fast and the furious.
Because you got to push that thing down all the time.
If he can get into that second level and access the top speed, that's when you start waving him goodbye. So you just have to. Can we usher him more into this, the second level, improve that sort of stuff? But yeah, the upside very, very real with Mike Washington.
There we go.
All right, some wide receiver run here, fellas, because the Ravens are taking USC wide receiver Jakobe Lane. Vikings are coming up here. They're on deck.
Yep.
To be on the clock.
Okay.
Jakobe Lane, I guess we got some symmetry here. Briefly, former collegiate teammate of Zachariah Branch, who came, via USC, of course, before going to Georgia. But Jakobe Lane, finishing it out there, USC. Last season, it was him and Mekhi Lemon and Jaden Maeva. They sort of turned back the clock with the USC offenses for a couple years. Lincoln Riley was like every single year. It was like, first overall pick quarterback, first overall pick. It was just like on and on and on. And then I guess, a couple years after Caleb Williams, then it goes down a little bit. But, you sort of get it back there with Maeva throwing to these two studs. Jakobe Lane, true junior, who we thought was going to go back and play one more year at USC as the alpha wide receiver 1 for Maeva next year. If he had... he would have gone well before this. I think in the next draft class, there is raw elements of his game. He's this really tall, super duper skinny pogo stick guy. And he doesn't quite know what he's doing exactly yet, but the physical ability down the field, exactly. The physical ability down the field is pretty good. And that stretched out frame with his long arms, and he has that leaping ability. He's got ball skills. And you see how uncomfortable he makes defensive backs one-on-one down the field when they're stranded with him one-on-one, because Jakobe Lane drew the most 20-plus yard downfield pass interference calls in college football last year. So it was one of those like, I better just, we'll take the 15, and then coach is like clapping the kid for like, tugging down on Jacoby's jersey as he's about to Michael Jordan air over him for the ball. So, but yeah, Jakobe Lane, it's a developmental guy, but the boundary possession receiver that does have some ceiling there.
The Jaguars are on the clock with the 81st overall pick. The Vikings are in the on-deck circle with their first of 3 picks in a pretty short span of time here. They have the 82, they have the 97, and they have the 98. Thor, if I could put you on the spot with your draft value your trade value calculator, are they on the clock now? The Vikings are on the clock now. Okay. So we'll see what that Jags pick is. But the Vikings have the 82, the 97, the 98, the 159, and the 163. If they wanted to close that gap and grab, I'm just going to make up a number between 98 and 159. If they'd like a pick around 125 or so, what would it cost to move backwards here in your calculation? Is there a trade back value here that makes sense for you?
I don't know what they're going to be offered. You want me to do a hypothetical?
If they wanted to fill the gap between 90, or they're picking, 98 is their third pick in this string, and then they don't have another one till 159, but they do have then another one at 163. I guess is trading back to fill that gap? Would that be in your purview here or not really? Would you just be picking within the range of these next 3? Do you care about that gap between 98 and 159? Would be another way to phrase it, I guess.
To me, it falls off a shelf in the middle of the 4th. But yeah, you're getting near the end of the pool of attractive prospects in this class, or at least guys that you could project could go and compete for immediate playing time. So, would I consider? Yeah, but I would need 2 picks within that little window. Okay. I mean that, or a pick next year, right?
This is for Jacksonville. FYI, this is for Jacksonville. The Jags took defensive tackle Albert Regis,
or as I call him, Albert Rags to Regis. A little kind of pluggy inside guy for Texas A&M. Tough to get out of the hole. I think I comped him to CJ West, but it's like a stumpy. He's like a stump. It's a run defender that just you can't. He's just built low to the ground. It's just difficult to. He sticks his feet in the ground. It's like, no, I'm not going anywhere. As him.
Football.
Barney Rubble, basically? Is that what you're describing?
He'll fight you, yeah. He ain't moving. No, yeah.
And that puts, gentlemen, the Minnesota Vikings back on the clock.
Here we go.
Boys.
The Vikings are on the clock. There's almost 10,000 people here right now.
Right there, folks.
The subscribe button.
On the Purple Daily YouTube channel. Hit the subscribe button if you're new here. In fact, we have told the Vikings you will not make this pick until all of you who haven't hit the subscribe button hit the subscribe button. So you got us over 64,000 here earlier tonight, so thank you guys. Phil Mackey, Judd Zolgad, the sports dad, Declan Goff, our producer spinning plates, and Thor Nystrom, the lead of our draft coverage here over these last several weeks and months. You can find him on Thor Talks Purple on a daily basis. Football Takes we just launched a few weeks ago as well, Apple, Spotify, and YouTube. And the O-Line Committee is our 4th podcast in the Score North group. So, all right, Thor, you're on the clock. What are you doing?
I get to submit the card?
Right now? Yeah. If it was your card, what are you submitting here?
we unplug the power in Egan. No,
That's what we're
commandeering.
happy with tonight. You're still better.
We're the captain now. We're the captain
Look at
now.
me.
Look at me. Look at me, Rob.
Look at me. Kevin, look at me.
Look at us.
No
yeah.
games. I'm the captain now.
Yeah, I mean, wide receiver, running back, the centers. You're at the end of the run there as well, so you have options there. Obviously, you have a little bit of a gap here until the Vikings' next 2 third-round picks. But those positions that they've been monitoring, there's still plenty left on the board here.
If they don't go offense here, I think we should do a wellness check on Kevin O'Connell.
Yeah, maybe Flores
I think
has
we need
just
to find out.
commandeered the place.
He's been thrown in a closet at TCO. He's been pounding on it for 2 days now, and he won't be let out. So they're just taking defense. So
Yeah, I mean, I think we can cross interior defensive line,
which
opposite
is
positions,
too bad
but
because Big Citrus.
too bad. Yeah, I would have loved Big Citrus here, but yeah, I mean, the rest of the sort of board, the tapestry is open to you here. So with 3 picks here in very quick succession, and it's bizarre here. It's Vikings fans that love the NFL draft. So long here that brought this up earlier in the show, but the last top 100 day 2 pick that the Vikings made prior to tonight was Brian Asamoah. And anyone watching out there, you want to stump your friends with that one tomorrow and going forward, please feel free. But obviously, second round you get Golday, and now you're about to have 3 straight top 100 day 2 picks right here in the third round.
Yeah, yep. And it's kind of crazy how much the next 20 to 30 minutes or so are going to shape so many things with the Vikings.
Yeah.
I mean,
These are huge picks.
3 picks in the next, call it, 30 to 45 minutes or whatever, 30 to 60 minutes. And considering their lack of success in the second and third rounds, and I'll throw it out last night. Alec Lewis from The Athletic tracked this down. Of the 61 current players on the Vikings roster, only 6 of them were drafted in rounds 2, 3, or 4. They have just been barren in this part of the draft here, and it's really hard to compete for a Super Bowl if you aren't nailing picks just like these next 3 that are about to come in here for the Minnesota Vikings.
But yeah, I'll toss mine out. I want Ted Hurst with this pick. Take Ted Hurst and then figure it out from there. But that's your big body boundary receiver. Get downtown, 4.4 speed. Got ball skills downtown, and there's still ceiling left to untap there. The kid coming up from Georgia State
right.
spent the first part of his career in the subdivision.
See who it is. The pick has been officially submitted.
Okay. By the way, Brian O'Neill did the announcement of the Golday pick earlier, I think. Because they're doing all, like, McAfee just did an announcement for the Colts last pick, so they're running people out.
Oh, Pitt. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure that was very
Because we don't get
positive.
enough
The pick is
McAfee yet.
The pick is in for the Minnesota Vikings as the tension builds here. It's night 2 on the Purple Daily YouTube channel. Our night 2 special presented by Standard Heating and Air Conditioning as we await possibly Ted Hurst, wide receiver. Maybe this is a running back spot. Maybe
Or
this
edge.
is a center spot.
Right? I mean, edge. Go ahead.
Oh, they did it.
It did it.
They did it, Thor.
Defensive tackle, Domonique Orange.
Oh,
No
my
way.
God.
They did it.
They went Big Citrus.
Big Citrus.
Hold on.
Citrus is a Viking?
Hold on. Guys.
Domonique Orange.
Get that freaking flag up.
Big
Citrus, baby. Big
Okay.
Citrus coming home.
Has Kevin O'Connell been home?
Let's
Where
go.
is he exactly? We
He's
need to
been
get to the
locked
bottom
out
of
the
this.
facility. It just took me a second interior defensive lineman, but we talked all process.
Yep.
My argument was 2, or I modified it at the end of 1.5, and maybe they would sign a veteran instead. Doesn't look like that's going to happen. Vikings defensive front is going to be very, very young, but I love the changes that they made here. And people that follow me on Twitter will know this, I got so sick of watching Jonathan Allen and Javon Hargrave play football last fall, getting them out of there, and maybe we can get some guys that can play run defense now. Domonique Orange definitely qualifies. That guy, speaking of impossible to blow out of the hole, Iowa State beat Kansas State in Ireland in August because they couldn't get Domonique Orange out of the hole on a triple team, 4th and short at the end of that game.
Wow. So they decided, and this feels like largely premeditated, that they were going to take a wrecking ball to the interior of their defensive line. But right now, with those interior defensive linemen, you've got Jalen Redmond, who had the big breakout season last year. Tyreen Ingram-Dawkins would be in that grouping in Brian Flores' defense. Caleb Banks coming back from the injury, and now Domonique Orange from Iowa State. So they have completely gotten younger in that room. It's now one of the youngest rooms at that position in the NFL, and they've revamped the hell out of it here, Thor. So they're all gas, no brakes on the interior of their defensive line patchwork here.
Yeah, that's right. And Domonique Orange, for a big run stuffer, there's actually a lot more versatility down the line than you would think with Domonique Orange. Iowa State, they played a 3-4 front, and they would sometimes put him out there 3-4 defensive end, right? There was a lot of times where it was over center, and his job was a lot of times just to occupy, right? Like you'll see the pass rushing stats not as great there on Domonique Orange, and I'm not going to argue that he's John Randall or even Chris Hovan, right? You know, as far as like crashing gaps, you know, certainly not Jalen Redmond. But I do think you're going to see more pocket pushing from him. The power's real with Domonique Orange. He's got some thunder in his hands and coming forward. He's a force. I think you're going to see a little bit more of that's not his specialty. His specialty is occupying run game stuff. He's a force multiplier in run defense. But that ability to play up and down the line, as he showed at Iowa State, I really like this pick. And the Vikings, the defensive front last year, you struggled so much. It was Jalen Redmond and Pray for Rain outside of them. They now got two really fun young prospects, and then the ascendancy of the development of your two young guys that you mentioned, Phil, in Drake Rodriguez and Ingram Dawkins. You might get back to causing havoc on the defensive front next year.
But the occupier role, though, is what Flores wants, correct? Because this now is, I would guess, great news for Dallas Turner and Van Ginkel. Because I think what Flores wants the most is to occupy the offensive line while the rushers blow past him. So this is a situation where, again, and here's what I do like about this. Brian Flores does a fantastic job of adapting to what he has, and he definitely has his wants, right? So I'm very, it was clear about, I don't know, about 5 games in or so that Hargrave and Allen weren't working out as planned. And so I think that whatever Flores really wanted to do throughout the season, he couldn't do. So what I want to see now is do these guys allow Flores to sort of unleash the fury that he wanted to or thought he could do when Allen and Hargrave were there?
Yeah, for sure. And I think as well, this pick, not only is it, the 2 for 2, right, with the two veterans that were cut and left, I believe that it is also a tacit sort of acknowledgement that by the Vikings themselves, that they made a mistake in late August trading Harrison Phillips out for the 6th round pick or whatever at the end to the Jets. They really missed his ability to occupy and grind and bring his lunch pail there in the middle. And I'll tell you, the guy who missed them the most, Harrison Phillips, that was Ivan Pace, who went from something like an 85th percentile run defender in the NFL his first couple of years to unplayable, because all of a sudden he wasn't left clean anymore on his path to the running backs, right? And when the offensive lineman can reach Ivan Pace, so he's the Chihuahua or whatever, like you get on him, you take him out of the play. If you can't, though, he's going to get there, right? And so the ability to have a guy like this, linebacker best friend, is Domonique Orange, Big Citrus, my boy.
So Thor, right afterwards, the Panthers take wide receiver Chris Brazzell, the second out of Tennessee. Push comes to shove, you're better with Domonique Orange going here than Brazzell, the wideout?
Brazzell, I love the physical ability, right? And the 4.3 speed and the 6.5, and last year was just dominant in the SEC. But the data on wide receivers where you had the one sort of blow up year, and then where they played 98% plus of their snaps in one alignment spot, as he did. At Tennessee, your left boundary receiver, your right boundary receiver. Obviously, you're way out towards the boundary, and hypo, it's the thing they do. We talk about this with the Tennessee quarterbacks when they come out. It's the half field read kind of a system. And Chris Brazzell took over for Dante Thornton, the 4th round pick of the Raiders, last process as the tall, fast goal ball guy in that offense. So when they got one-on-one coverage, it was just lollipops thrown up or whatever. Whole point being, the route tree for this guy right now, it doesn't have a ton of branches. There are a couple of things he can do for sure, and he would probably argue I haven't been given a shot, as much time and whatnot. He came over from Tulane, etc. But the big thing that is discussed with Chris Brazzell, it's off-field kind of stuff, and Carolina obviously at this price point was comfortable with it. And it's interesting adding him across from Tetaroa, McMillan. They now have 2 stretched out boundary receivers. And Jalen Coker, one of my favorite UDFAs from the last 3-4 classes now in there at slot, where you can also kick Xavier Legette. That was the one receiver they made a mistake on, was Legette. I could have told him that's a manufactured touch guy. It's like a Treylon Burks, those guys that don't win downfield at those dimensions, you never know. But anyway, Legette should be a slot manufacturer guy, which he can sort of share with Coker in that receiving core of Carolina.
Hey, a few things here real quick. Number one, the Buccaneers pick is in, and we'll give it to you here when it pops up. The Steelers are on the clock. We're 12 picks away from the Vikings having back-to-back picks at the 97 and the 98. You guys there a minute ago had us just shy of 11,000 concurrent viewers live on the Purple Daily YouTube channel. We officially have more concurrent viewers in the last 20 minutes than we did at the peak of night 1. So these are the hardcore junkies coming out, baby, for night 2 here, presented by Standard Heating and Air Conditioning on this glorious Friday night. And then back
coming out to show respect to Big Citrus, and you got to love that.
That's right. And on that, so a couple people in the comments wanting us to go a little deeper on. Okay, so they've got these pieces now. Let's say Caleb Banks. Wait a second, Dex. Let's get this pick first. Get this pick first.
Yeah. Okay, so
this
with
is
the
big.
84th pick, a wide receiver run here. And in fact, if you even go up to the 79th pick, you had Branch go off there. You had Jakobe Lang go off at 80. And then sandwiched underneath the Domonique Orange pick, which the Vikings made at 82, the Panthers take Chris Brazzell, and the Buccaneers take Ted Hurst. Yeah. So a wide receiver run here, and the Vikings opt for more meat and potatoes on that defensive line. In fact, you know what? He's also hanging out here.
Jeremiah Searles back in the house here.
Back.
Jeremiah.
I thought you were saying Ted Hurst.
No, Ted Hurst. Ted Hurst.
Ted Hurst is here. We got him before
Please don't let Tampa take me.
Yep.
More D tackles.
So Teddy Hurst out boy. What I was going to let me just get this
Ted
question
Hurst.
off, and
That's
Jay,
okay.
you can chime in here too. Jeremiah Searles from the O-line committee, former Minnesota Viking, Agent Jeremiah doing Agent J things here during the draft too. But to what extent can Big Citrus, Caleb Banks, and Jalen Redmond all be on the field at the same time? And as I understand it, Domonique Orange, Big Citrus, definitely much more of an A-gap player in college, whereas Caleb Banks and Jalen Redmond, B-gap or over the tackle. So it feels like there's some versatility between the three, but someone smarter than me here take over and answer the question. Thorsky.
Oh, I thought you were asking. I'm sorry. Can you ask
I
again?
can go. I'll go. No, I got this. I got it, Thor.
Sorry.
Yeah, no. So I mean, when you're talking about Big Orange there, and I think this is telling me that what Brian Flores is going to want to do, the Big Citrus, I like that name. I think this is with this pick, it shows me that you're going to see a lot more 5-man fronts this year out of them. You're going to see the ability to get a 5-man front and have Citrus there with Redmond and Banks at the 3 techniques, and then be able to put Ginkster and Greenard on the outside to create those five one-on-one matchups at their pass rush, or create an ability to not allow just double teams to run off on the linebackers for Golday or line up to Cashman or whatever it might be. This is saying, hey, we're going to make a point of emphasis here, Chicago Bears, Detroit Lions. You're not going to be able to just turn and run the football on us, the Green Bay Packers. Like, we are going to make sure that we bolster the interior of this defensive line to be able to stop the run when we want to, and then be able to turn those pass rushers. But yeah, I think you're going to see more of Redmond, and you're going to see more of Banks on that 3 technique, that 4-eye, kind of that wider B gap area there. Then you're just going to see out of a traditional 4-down defensive lineup.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean and then Tyron Ingram Dawkins got some run too. So they had a mission, man. We were talking about this, Jeremiah. They haven't even drafted an offensive player yet. So maybe that's
Kevin
what happens
O'Connell
here.
Is Kevin O'Connell alive? Is he shoved in the locker somewhere by Brian Flores, just zip tied him in a locker?
It's either I literally just sent out this tweet. It's either they told Kevin O'Connell shut up, we're taking our meat and potatoes on defense, you deal with it, or all these wide receivers that they either identified or ran by Kevin O'Connell was nah, I'm good on those. So I'm trying to decipher which bin is it, because it is pretty crazy. They've gone now 2 defensive tackles and another linebacker. They haven't taken an offensive player. I'm sure they're going to throw him a flipping bone here in one of these next 2 picks. But it's pretty crazy that in the first 85 selections, 3 of them, none of them are offensive guys.
Yeah, and the value on the board right now, I was trying to catch up on my best available, but right now it looks like the value, at least what I'm seeing, is still on defense. So I'm sort of curious what we're going to see here the last 2 picks of the round.
Here, let me. I'll pop up your. There we go. There's your for the audience here too. The Thor 500. This is the best available according to Thor, and from a Viking standpoint, because they got back-to-back picks coming up here. If they wanted to go back to the defensive well again, like how committed would they be to just BPA? If their board looks like this and we don't know what their board looks like, they traded Jonathan Greenard tonight, and there's a couple edge, like 2 of the top 4 players on your board are edge guys, and Jermod McCoy is just a medical free fall right now. So it's man, I don't know, man.
I would be taking an edge with one of the next 2. The Orange decision over Hurst is interesting, and I was banging the drum as hard as I could for both those guys all process. So it was hard for me to argue against certainly Big Citrus, my boy, but with the wide receivers right now, you're starting to see now it's falling off the shelf. That was your shot there. So it's interesting that they took Orange over Hurst there. Opportunity at the wide receiver, and we'll see here if they come back on wide receiver. But you drop down now on my board at that position.
Yeah, Judd, welcome back. Jeremiah Searle's back in the house here too.
Cheers, folks. Cheers.
Oh, we went from pizza to beer. What a night!
It's a Friday night. It's meat and potatoes time too.
They just drafted Big Citrus. It's a drink up.
ASMR.
Exactly right. So. Here's what I'm curious about, though. I do find it interesting that when you look at this draft, I love the fact that, although we could certainly debate the first round pick, I love the fact that they've finally decided to address the defensive line and the interior especially, because it feels like this team has gone a long time since they've had. I mean, Dalvin Tomlinson was a good player. He was not here long. Linval Joseph's probably the last really good DT that this team had. But before that, there's a long line, right? Like this franchise had a long line of defensive tackles who were really good. So I think going back to this well is smart. I also wonder, since it very much looks like the Greenard trade was done probably, a week ago or something, if they went to Flores and said, okay, we are going to trade Greenard, but here's what you're going to get in return. Because if I'm, Brian Flores is really well paid right now, but at some point in time too, he's probably like, I got to have some assets, right, Jay? So I could see this, and the guy who probably would negotiate the settlement with Brian Flores is Kevin O'Connell.
Right.
So I could see this being a very calculated. We're going to take away a guy, and that trade, the Greenard trade, is going to get hate nationally. I think if you look at it,
hate locally.
Yeah. Well. But I'm telling you,
name them.
Why?
Well, people like him, but the problem is, again, you're bailing on a guy early, which is a smart move. You are still, keep in mind, it's no accident that the Minnesota Vikings are the only team so far to get a 2027 draft pick asset back in a trade. No one else has done it, and a lot of teams have called. So I think they probably negotiated with Brian and said, okay, dude, you're going to lose Greenard, but we're also going to make you very happy at the end of the day by filling needs, and ultimately you're doing it also with draft picks, so it comes at a cost that is not going to be, Javon Hargrave, Allen. Those guys cost a lot. They didn't work out, and now they're going to eat at your dead cap.
And I think this probably goes back to his contract extension, and when he came back, is he probably had some demands like this. Hey, if I'm going to come back and I'm going to be part of this, and you want me to help you run this thing, KOC, and we're going to run the GM out, I need some insurances. Right, I need some details.
I like how you dropped that in subtly.
Right, that was all part of the conversation. That was all part of what we wanted to do here. Is hey, I want to make sure that you're going to help me get the pieces that I want, because technically I've been making chicken salad out of chicken over the last couple of years with the interior defensive line. We got really lucky last year that Jalen Redmond turned out to be the player that no one thought he was going to be.
Yeah.
So now let's go make sure that I don't have to create and hope for something like that again. And put the capital into that positions and get back to the John Randalls, get back to the Sharif Floyd when he was a first rounder. And how do you beat up on quarterbacks? You create pressure from the inside, right? You pressure them up the middle. You make sure they don't feel comfortable in the pocket, and then you allow Ginkle and those guys. So I like the vision. I still think Banks was a reach, but I like the big citrus pick there as just a solidifying run stopper in the middle there that can just collapse and push pockets.
We should probably go over some of these picks that have come off the
Austin Barber. I love Austin Barber, by the way. I think he's an unbelievable player. That's a great pick for the Browns.
Yeah, Dylan Everett,
Browns
cornerback,
they keep killing it.
went to the Steelers at 85. Austin Barber, offensive tackle out of Florida, goes to Cleveland at 86. Another tight end from Ohio State. Is it Will Kazmarek?
Yeah.
He goes to the Finns, the Green Bay Packers, the Miami Dolphins, whatever they are, at 87. And the Jags pick is in, and the Bears are on the clock. The Vikings are coming up here again for back-to-back picks and near the end of the round.
So we're on pick 88 right now, and the Vikings have the 97th and 98th picks.
We're getting there.
We're working our way there.
About to get 2 more starters for the 2026 lineup.
Where is the now that our guy Ted Hurst came off?
Yeah, that sucked.
Where is and we've talked about, listen, like I'm in on an edge rusher too. So Thor and I are kind of but let's say it's offense at 97 and or 98. Where is the best value offensively for the Vikings right now here?
I would probably go running back or center then. I think looking down the wide receivers, it's after because Brazel and Hurst, they were, it was like, you had some real value there, and then they just go bang, bang, and now it just fell off a shelf. My next highest receiver is Chris Bell, 85th. I'm overall on my board. Bryce Lance, 89th. Surratt, 94th. Skylar Bell, he's the good yak guy, 97th. But the centers and the running backs, again, I'll say it again, it's speak now or hold your peace with both those two positions. They're about to fall off a shelf tomorrow. So if you want the running back, and this was a topic of discussion all spring long, there's 3 names and they're all still there. So with one of those 2 third-round picks, that's what I would do. I don't want to use a late-round pick on a running back in this bad running back class.
Hey, so Jeremiah, noted Nebraska football luminary, Jeremiah Searles here. I'm going to pop up Emmett Johnson's PFF profile here for the audience to see here.
Yeah.
But I mean, you
# bring Emmett home.
And he's a Minnesota guy. You watched a ton of Emmett Johnson. What's your analysis of Emmett Johnson here?
Yeah, I mean, Nebraska this year would have been nothing without him. Literally nothing. I think he was like 88% of our offensive production. He was really good at the ball with the ball in his hands. The thing he did a really nice job of this year was being much better coming out of the backfield, catching the football. He really helped himself with the screen game, getting out. You saw him run some routes out of the backfield, whether they're those Texas routes, the angle routes, getting out to the flat routes. He even had a couple wheel routes this year that he showed the ability to. I honestly think if he were to run a little bit more of the lower 4.4s, he's probably going to be able to go a little higher. I think the one reason he may not go tonight is just based off of size. Right, you want bigger backs in the NFL. Coming from, again, my business partner is Zach Zenner. Right, he was a very large back that played for the Lions for 5 years, and I think some people are just a little bit nervous of his size. But talk about short area quickness, the ability to make people miss, and that jump cut, that just kind of start stop speed that he has. He's probably one of the better backs when it comes to that short area quickness in the line of scrimmage, because we ask him to do that a lot. I think he's going to be a really nice change of pace back. I don't think Emmett will ever become a first and second down only back. I think he's going to be more of a change of pace and then work his way into that third down role.
Bears taking wide receiver Xavier Thomas, by the way, with the 89th pick.
Oh, God.
Jaguars taking Emmanuel Pregnon, too.
That was a good pick.
That's a nice pick.
That was that was the Bears that did that?
The Bears took Thomas.
Okay, good. The Bears, they were having a good draft. I don't know. Well, that speaks how quickly the wide receiver class, I think, fell off a shelf there.
Yeah. So, Jay, back to the running back position, though, intrigues me because this team's got Jones, who is old and gets hurt. Mm-hmm. Jordan Mason I like, but he has a definite role, and he fills that role well. But there's nothing behind them. So, there's some interesting things here. There is, right now, no third receiver. There is no running back who's a bailout. And I wonder, too, if as this progresses, if we are looking at the Vikings have either deals done or they're going to go back into what's left of what would now be street free agency and have to sign somebody, a veteran, at one of those spots.
I mean, there's plenty of running backs to take in day 3. They're not great, but I think they're safe picks. I mean, taking a running back in the 5th round, no one's really going to blink an eye if he's your 4th back and maybe a change of pace. But there's always a chance those guys come in the league and find a way to make themselves have a piece. There's a running back off the board there, and Kalen Black.
Whoa.
So maybe we're going to get.
Yep.
He wasn't even he wasn't even invited to the combine. That is a bit of a stunner here in the 3rd round.
Is that the highest? That's the highest non-combine guy taken this year then so far, right?
So
Thor?
far, yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah.
The other Indiana.
Yeah. And the other one, Hemby was at the combine. So I mean, this is very surprising.
Again, it's running backs much like linebacker. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, right? A team falls in love with the kid. They fall in love with his story, or they fall in love with his speed or his I can't tell you how many times you talk to evaluators, and we talk to evaluators here in our agency, that you just can't get why they love one guy more than the other guy. It's just kind of like, well, we just kind of love that guy. And that's just how it works with the inside linebacker, the running back position. And it only takes one team to fall in love with whatever it is. And you take one in the 3rd here, probably still a little rich for what's left in this class, but I agree with you, Thor. You wait here, then you might as well just wait till the 6th or 7th just to grab one, and so you don't have to bid them out in undrafted free agency.
Yeah, but I do hope that Emmett Johnson, that there's a serious discussion about him here over the next 10 or 15 minutes, up until we get there. I do think he's a fit here. Now, you brought up what has always been talked about as the weakness with him. It's the combination of high-end speed in conjunction with the size, right? And he's built his body now up to 205, but you're probably topped out there. He also has, what did he run at the end? They gave him a 4.49.
He hit 4.49.
Yep. Yeah. That might have been the first under 4.5 flat 40 he's ever run.
That Iowa game.
There.
That Iowa game was the most damning thing that could ever happen to him. He breaks out a long run, and then you just see 2 safeties go, whoa, and I was like, oh no, you're day 3 now, right? Like as I was watching that game,
he gets tracked down a lot. Yeah,
he gets tracked down a lot, but I do think his ability to make people miss in space is what's going to be the thing that you want. And to your point, Judd, we don't have that back on this roster. Right, you don't have that short area, make a guy miss, get the hard yak yards in between, and get out and catch on a consistent basis. Aaron Jones used to be like that, but that dude's got like one hip and maybe an ankle that's not going to even make it to training camp. So you've got a lot of issues there, and we paid him, but I wouldn't hate him going here at the end of the 3rd round. It's probably a good value pick, but I would assume that there's probably going to see more of him in the early day 3.
What about real quick on the running backs, as we're kind of handicapping the field here? They don't, in terms of pass protectors. I mean, Aaron Jones is going to be the most reliable, but for all the reasons Jay mentioned, there's questions about durability, etc. CJ Ham was Mr. Reliable as a pass pro guy. Jordan Mason, they do not trust in that regard. Who grades out the highest among these prospects here that we're talking about as a trustworthy? Hey, I can identify what I need to pick up a blitzer in pass pro as a running back.
This one's not close. It's Jonah Coleman. Jonah Coleman, a real student of pass blocking too, but he understands the leverage thing. He doesn't overextend himself. He's not running up to you to try to, like swinging. Like some of these guys, they don't understand how to. It's like, bro, you're a net. You're just supposed to be an obstruction, right? This isn't like a UFC fight. You don't need to run at them. They're coming. Just keep that base under you. Make sure you catch them, right? Yeah. We need you to at least be a speed bump. Jonah Coleman gets all that stuff. He understands depth. He understands like how to denote who's coming through. He has sort of like a danger sort of formulary in his head at all times. Sort of like Tom
Aaron
Cruise,
Jones.
a Minority Report. That kind of a thing. But he understands how to pass block. He's really good at it. And you're not going to out leverage him. He got under some guys' hips, flipped him over his back in college. He does some really cool things in pass pro.
If you had the Tom Cruise Minority Report reference on your bingo card tonight.
Guys seeing soup. You're throwing out Minority Report and Fast and the Furious references. You're on fire, man.
Thor's
You know what?
just cooking right now.
Tom Cruise, all his own stunts. I guarantee you, good in pass protection.
He probably,
Tom Cruise would get meet in the A gap. Tom Cruise is getting murdered.
He does all his own stunts, man. He's Jack Reacher, dude. He'd be great. He'd be fine.
The smallest Jack Reacher. I'd take the Jack Reacher now. Give me Alan
that dude's
Rickson in the
big.
A gap. That dude's a monster.
Yeah,
Little
that dude's
Blue Mountain
huge.
State Thad Castle.
Jacked.
Where's he at on your big board, Thor? Where's that castle rank up?
I got to get back in the mine shaft, travel down, but we'll find him.
Mine shaft.
Oh man! So the Raiders pick is in. We will give it to you here when it comes across.
91.
The Cowboys are on the clock, and then
I'm
just
so
a
tired of these
skip it a jump
grandstanders. Like, just get up there and announce the damn pick.
And some teams are doing it.
I just I miss Don Aponte with the 32nd pick and the NFL draft. We picked this. It's like, thank you, Don. Now can we move on? Now these people want to get up and have their own 2 minutes of fame. It's like, come on, just announce the pick and roll. Please.
I agree.
Yeah, a bunch of narcissistic.
There we go.
Okay, go ahead, Dex. Why don't you fire this off for us?
Oh, yeah, we got a center going off from Texas A&M, going to the Raiders. Trey Zern.
Trey Zune.
Trey Zune?
Soon.
Yeah, and if you want to learn more about him, me and Mike Renner on Wednesday's episode of Thor Talks Purple talked about Trey Zune. It must have been dang near half the episode. Both of us love Trey Zune. He's just underrated because he was a tackle at Texas A&M. He was one of the SEC's best offensive linemen the last couple years. And a guy where, yeah, he has limitations with the length and a little bit with, lateral kind of quickness there, but very, very smart guy, technically sound. You're not going to fool him. He's a guy you can trust to make line calls early on, and was almost flawless as a pass blocker, left tackle at Texas A&M, despite the limitations with the measurables that are going to kick him inside at the next level. This is a guy that I was hoping the Vikings, right around this range of the draft, would end up targeting, and it's another center off the board. So another, Vikings now we're at 92, 97, 98 when the Vikings pick. If you want the center, it's got to be one of those two picks.
The Cowboys tailgated into the to the podium area. Their pick is in now too. So Cowboys are doing it the right way.
Okay, yeah.
We'll announce
They
that.
tailgated in?
They did.
Jerry Jones is probably drunk again.
He got the bus out there.
So you're going to take the picture with the phone screen facing the wrong way again?
Hey, give him credit. He's really, really old.
Almost fell off the podium the other day.
Yeah.
Well, he saw Bill Clinton.
I rode the elevator with him at the Combine a few years ago, and I was like, "Oh, buddy, it might be time."
The bus with the star, though.
Oh yeah.
Their bus.
I've been on the bus.
Have you?
Oh, you have?
I have been on the bus.
I always wait for the invite, at the Combine when I see I walk by it. It's like, man, I really hope the door opens and someone just invites me on. And it never happens, Jeremiah. It's happened just one time. Come on.
I've only been on it once. I've only been on the bus once, but it was a cool experience.
Was it amazing?
It was. I mean, it needs a facelift.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah,
it's not nice.
It needs a bit of a facelift.
Oh,
Okay.
I just also think
do you have to sign an NDA before you go on that bus?
I think it's the ultimate big baller. It's like, if you want to meet with us, you can meet us at the bus. It's like, okay,
It is great.
Oh,
we'll
no.
meet you on the bus.
I think we got sniped here, Thorsky.
Oh, no.
Declan,
Come
go
on.
ahead. We got sniped here a little bit.
So, yeah, another edge, right? Edge going off from Michigan. So is it Jayshwan
Barham. Yeah, Barham just went.
Well, two of my guys all process get sniped right before the Vikings 2 picks. So that's frustrating, and two positions that the Vikings need. They might be shopping at these two positions here in 5-10 minutes. But frustrating there. And Barham, the guy where the stylistic similarities to Andrew Van Ginkel that we were talking about before, experience at outball linebacker, and now he's the edge outball linebacker kind of hybrid guy. Was higher on him all process. The rest of the industry started rising later on there, and indeed he ends up going on day 2, but that's frustrating, and I do think that that's a guy that the Vikings would have been very interested in here in 5 or 6 picks.
Yeah, by the way, there is another edge you have very high up on your Thor 500 here. In fact, your best player available that isn't Jermod McCoy, who is tumbling for medical reasons, is the Penn State edge rusher, Danny Dennis Sutton. I'm going to pop his profile up on the screen here for the audience, Thor. Just tell us some expanded thoughts as maybe they're sniffing around edge after the Greenard trade here.
Yeah, I just think, with thinking about the Vikings and their defensive positions in particular, Brian Flores, he tips off to you exactly what he looks for at those positions with regards to traits. And so it's pretty easy to start developing archetypes for him, right? And with the edge rusher, he always has the power downhill edge rusher, Greenard, Turner, and then he likes the guy with the disparate skill set, the guy that he can drop back in coverage when he wants to fool you. You don't know what he's going to do, and that's Van Ginkel. And you got to be super smart and you have to be versatile. Barham is was close to Van Ginkel, whereas Danny Dennis Sutton, the edge rusher from Penn State, opposite kind of player, fits the archetype of the downhill power rusher of Greenard or Dallas Turner. Danny Dennis Sutton is a possibility, I think, here with these next couple picks, potentially to be the pick that nominally replacing Greenard on the roster or in the edge room behind Dallas Turner, who then gets elevated to Greenard's role.
Yeah, I'd be down for this. I mean, I know a lot of people are screaming like, okay, when we get it, nice job drafting 3 defensive players, but I mean, again, if we're kind of just we're going off the Thor 500 here because we don't know what the Vikings big board looks like, and Thor puts in more homework than basically any human on the planet here. And if their big board looks anything like what I'm about to pop up right now, if the Vikings have, all right, we're red dotting Jamal McCoy, and your 41st overall player is Danny Dennis Sutton, who you just laid out, and then there's an 11 slot gap to the next guy, Keith Abney, who's a nickelback. Position of need, best player available, interesting prospect that fits a Brian Flores profile. If he's on the board in about 5 or 10 minutes from now, I'm good with a 4th defensive player to start this draft. Let's go, baby.
What's the best world of back-to-back here now? Since it's going to be, unless they trade one of them, it's going to be 97, 98.
Like, who would I take?
Yeah.
I like Keegan Trost going to the Rams at 93.
Tackle Missouri.
Yep.
Look at that.
Go
Keegan
Tigers.
Trost.
Good player.
Tigers.
I think
Tigers.
I would go.
Married to one.
My 2, I think I would go. No, it's all about rock chalk. I just have to correct the record there.
God, just never say that out loud to my wife ever.
It's all about rock chalk.
Oh, Thor will come over to your house. He'll scream it from
my
the front
God.
yard. Are you kidding?
I can't imagine.
It's all the rock chalk and go Hawkeyes.
She's gotten pissed at me before, but I would actually pay to see what that would look like.
I'm not going to go with wide receiver. I feel like there's still. I feel like they had to do that with the Orange pick, and they sort of missed their moment there. Dennis Sutton's going to be one of them. So unless he gets picked here in the next couple of seconds, the other one. Probably center and running back between that. So, as it were, Jonah Coleman against Brian Parker probably for me would be the other discussion. Also, Sam Hecht is in there as well, with regards to the center thing. And Emmett Johnson and Mike Washington, I got those 3 guys very close. So I wouldn't argue with any of them. But that's probably what I would do. I would go with Danny Dennis Sutton with one of them. He's replacing Greenard on the roster. And then one of those 2 offensive positions. I would sort of isolate to that. I think there's real value there.
I think Connor Lew's a name that I would look for here is if we're going to go center Thor, with just the ability to have him more of what I think the KOC, and because you think about what Frank Smith had in Miami, he had Aaron Brewer, right? Very athletic center that could run, get up on the second level, the reverses, the jet sweeps. They want that center that can get out and lead in space. I think Connor Lew, when healthy, is one of the more athletic centers in the class. Sam Hecht, not a great athlete, but I think Connor Lew is one of the guys that can really get out and move. Again, he's coming off the knee, but I think if I'm going to go center here, I'm going to take Connor Lew.
It's an interesting one where the Vikings, they had talked about they wanted in this, or at least this was reported. I shouldn't say, but that this time, I think this was Matt Miller last week, but that the Vikings were going to try to go more with proven production over like traits and this kind of a thing. And it's interesting when you think about Connor Lew against some of these other centers, because it's a guy that maybe in lieu of hit the injury that he suffered last year.
Can't believe you did it.
I was like, I can't do it. Okay,
the puns are fully intended here tonight.
Yeah, but like I thought with that he would go back to college, right? And the body of work that he's put up right now, I mean, we thought we were going to see the ascendancy this past year, and then with the injury, it's like, all right, he's definitely going to go back. But he declares anyway and kind of surprises us. But ceiling on that guy, but inexperienced right now.
Dexy,
you're muted, Dex. You're muted.
Okay.
The Dolphins taking Chris Bell with the 94th overall pick, wide receiver.
Coming off
okay, Chris, but no, was he a top 30 Vikings visit?
No, not Chris Bell. No, and I'm a little bit lower on Chris Bell. I don't think he was the best fit either for the thing that they were, because you think bigger body boundary receiver, and Chris Bell, technically that's true. And there's the yak ability. So that, you could see some things with the Vikings, but not as much as some of these other guys as far as stretching downtown, the spacing thing that provides as well. Bell, it's more his best thing. It's like he's a big dude. The dimensions on him, it's like a big running back kind of, is throwing him like quick slants, and then he'll break a tackle, the little nickel defender in the ACC. Is sort of his thing.
You got another one here. You want me to do it?
Declan,
Dex?
you are muted, I think, again.
No, it's me. I hit that, yeah.
Oh, that's you.
Spinning
Okay.
plates here. Spinning plates with almost 11,000 people live waiting for the Vikings to be on the clock. Patriots pick is in, 2 picks before the Vikings, and we're going to wake up some echoes here. Notre Dame tight end Eli Raridan to the New England Patriots.
And the Steelers, by the way, have jumped up.
This is
to
interesting.
pick 96 in front of the Vikings for 2. So that
They
Steelers
swapped
just
with
jumped
the
the
Seahawks.
Vikings. What would they be jumping the Vikings for there? That's interesting.
Yeah, that's very
that's the
interesting.
quarterback of the future. I mean,
Yeah. Stop it.
By the way, while we pontificate
Receiver,
that,
yeah.
Jeremiah, to finish
No, they
the
got
Connor,
the receiver last one.
To finish the Connor Lou discussion, Jeremiah, who would you Thor? Thor does shades of comps for all 500 players. Who would you guess his Connor Lou comp is, Jeremiah?
Ooh. Who is Connor Lou? Ryan Kelly, maybe?
That's a good guess. That's a good guess.
I mean, Ryan Kelly, prime Ryan Kelly. It would have been old school Ryan Kelly. Connor
It's a man you know very well.
Man I know very well.
Yeah.
so
He's an active player in the National Football League.
Active player.
I'm curious if you see it this way. He may be on your client list, perhaps.
Oh, Jalen Sindell or John Michael Schmitz? Which one?
John Michael. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it a good one or a bad one? I should have consulted with you beforehand.
I think he's somewhere in between Jalen and John Michael. I think John Michael's probably a little stouter on the Sam Heck strength side, but I think Connor Lou can run a little bit better than John Michael can. I think Connor Lou can probably run in space a little bit better, but I think that's his game. Like John Michael comes from Minnesota, row the boat, Skyuma, right, where it's just downhill and go. Connor from the Auburn system was more of that outside zone stretch and run. But I do think that, they're both going to be impact starters. And I thought Connor Lou would be OC1 if he stayed healthy this year.
John Michael is your client, right?
Likes on the clock.
Have you talked with him yet about what's it going to be like standing between Falele and Maui Noah? He's like Simba in between the cliffs and the Lion King. It's just washed over by the shadows.
He feels very, very good about his people next to him right now. As long as Dan doesn't fall on his leg and break his ankle again trying to run the football.
Wow.
So the Steelers pick is in. We're waiting for final confirmation. Declan will give it to us in a second here, which means for the third time tonight, fourth time in the draft, the Minnesota Vikings are on the clock.
Oh, baby.
So
far,
Let's go.
They
There's
have
the flag,
drafted.
Judd.
How long has it been since the Vikings had back-to-back picks in any draft?
This is great.
That wasn't seventh round. I mean, Spielman probably did that a couple times.
Yeah,
Literally-
the 6th or 7th round, which doesn't count, by the way. I don't
Literally
count.
heading into today, the last time they'd had a top 100 day 2 pick in a draft, it was Asamoah in 2022. Now you're about to have 2 in a row.
That's what I'm saying.
And they're your 3rd and 4th of the day. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. So by the way, we for the last hour steadily, and this is no shade to night one, because night one was there's over 60,000 people for the whole night, and 10,000 concurrently was the peak last night. But for the last hour, for the junkies on night 2, you have pushed us close to 11,000 concurrent viewers at any given moment here, which is one of our biggest live audiences in the history of the Purple Daily podcast. So thank you guys. If you haven't, maybe you're just discovering us for the first time, welcome into what we think is the best Vikings fan community. Hit that subscribe button, presented by Standard Heating and Air Conditioning.
What's that
Okay.
reaction, Dex?
Because with that 96 pick that the Steelers jumped up for, Jennings Dunker
Yeah.
is going to
Yeah,
the
but that's-
Pittsburgh Steelers.
So the Vikings aren't
Wrong-
upset about
wrong
that.
conference.
Yeah,
So they didn't jump him.
it's interesting because
Why they do it?
I don't think Jennings, even though I love the guy.
Oh,
right?
I think that they swapped out with the Seahawks, right?
Correct.
I think they thought the Seahawks might take him. The Seahawks very well could have taken him to try and replace the right guard, Anthony Bradford.
Okay.
Anthony Bradford's coming up on the last year of his contract. He's hit his accelerator, so his contract number jumps way up. He was the weak link of that offensive line last year. So they might have thought, hey, this is a good place that they're going to go get Dunker to pair with Jalen and Gray and really bolster up the interior there. So let's try and get Seattle out of that pick so that we can take Dunker.
The Vikings' first pick is in. We
boy.
don't know who it is, and the Minnesota Vikings are back on the clock.
Okay.
At 98. Wow. Get the flag, John.
Wow, this is a lot. A lot's happening right now.
We need action to get out.
All right.
So
Man,
we
two
are.
straight picks.
And in
What a
terms
time to
of-
be alive.
In terms of the Thor 5 hundo, the aforementioned from like 15 minutes ago, because edge rusher is now another need, both short-term and long-term, with Greenard gone. So Danny Dennis Sutton, an interesting candidate here.
Yep.
And then any number of the running backs we've been talking about. Jonah Coleman, Emmett Johnson, Mike Washington, and then, I don't know, the Vikings sniffing around centers perhaps. So there's a lot of positions of need that are fruitful on the board right now late in the third round, gentlemen.
Yeah. For me, I'd start with edge rusher. What's that?
Exciting.
Very exciting. Yeah. I think Danny Dennis Sutton from Penn State is a great fit here. Again, with the one-for-one sort of archetype replacement for Jonathan Greenard behind Dallas Turner. But you do have the offensive guys there, too. And we've talked about running back center. The pockets are going to evaporate really quick. And keep in mind, even though this is going to be super fun, we're about to get 2 top 100 picks right in a row. We haven't had one for a long time. No picks in the 4th round tomorrow, right now, for the Vikings. So you have a long wait after this. You really have to think hard about the 2 positions you're going to hit right now.
But you probably stick and pick them, right? Like
These?
I guess
Probably,
they could be on the phone, and they made one of them.
Well,
it's in.
Right.
So
I'll
we'll
tell
see
you,
what they
I
did.
don't want late round picks in this, draft. I'm not doing the Rick Spielman. Let's have 8 7th round picks. This class stinks with this. I preferred last year's UDFA to this year's 7th round. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. Oh, this is great.
The suspense,
Yeah,
man.
the suspense is killing me. And I will say this: the Vikings have done nothing that we've expected thus far through 2 days, basically. So
D-tackle.
I'm really, another
That would be
D-tackle. Let's
great.
just Flores is
Go
like
for it,
again,
dude.
again,
Another.
another. Give me another.
Before these come out, much better so far here today for the Vikings. I think the performance, the couple picks that we've gotten so far, really good value there on Orange and Golday. I thought was solid value too.
Yeah. By the way, we didn't mention this, but Domonique Orange was 49th on Thor's 500, and they selected him with the 82nd overall pick. So that
Jeremiah.
is a ton of value.
Jeremiah.
Tell me I called it. Tell me I called it.
No, you didn't, but an offensive tackle coming to the Vikings from Northwestern.
Caleb Tiernan.
Caleb Tiernan. Come on down.
Okay.
I love that.
Again.
Jeremiah, do you think Tiernan is being viewed as an inside, kick him inside, or is this okay? So this is the contingency plan, both health and then future on Darisaw and O'Neal.
It is, but this now makes the Ryan Vandenmark signing very interesting.
Yeah.
Right? Like, because they matched an offer sheet for him, right?
Yes.
Isn't that what it
Yeah.
was? They put an
Yep.
they put an offer sheet.
They put it in. The Bills
They
didn't.
put the offer sheet in,
Yeah.
and they made the Bills have to try and match
It's
it.
a one. It's a 1
No,
year.
it's a
$4
1
million.
year.
Yeah.
It's a 1 year, and so it's maybe not. But I think Caleb is a true tackle. He's long, he's big, and he's going to be the contingency plan for probably the succession plan for Brian O'Neal more than the contingency this year, because he does have some holes in his game. I think in the pass protection side specifically, Northwestern runs off the football. They do a lot of nice things with the outside zone game, but he's really going to have to develop more as a true pass protector and using his length and using his feet more to get in front of guys. He waist bends a little bit at times, and that's when he can get himself in trouble. But when he does it right and when he runs off the football, extremely powerful human being, a lot of starts, a lot of experience. And so that's the guys I think this is maybe it's 2 years, maybe it's 1 year, the Brian O'Neal succession plan at right tackle.
Trenches. Get
So
the flag
this
for
is-
trenches.
Wait, another one?
So
No, just Caleb Tiernan.
Okay.
this is curtains then, I think, for Walter Rouse,
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Right.
who's been
I
on
think
the
curtains,
roster.
it was curtains for him last year.
It
He's had his
should have been. Yeah.
opportunities. He's had his opportunity. I mean, Justin's school was so bad.
Yeah.
I mean, and if you can't come in and play better than him, then here's your hat. What's your hurry? Go try and revive yourself somewhere else.
The Bears, they took Ozzie Trapillo last year. That's who Tiernan reminds me of. And another day 2 pick there. But Tiernan, it's interesting there what this says about, both we saw what happened with the injuries last year to the offensive tackles, and we saw how that manifested with the offense. But more specifically than even that, the long-term stuff with the offensive tackles. Is this tipping off anything with future plans for tackles? Because, when we heard Rob B talking about the BPA, I loved when Rob B gave the clarification on the BPA thing, when he was basically talking about it's not just immediate contributor 2026. If you're contributor 2027, like you're in our, sort of BPA bucket. It was only guys at positions where they, you're going to be set for the next couple of years that not. But Tiernan, are they thinking that he is going to be stepping into the starting lineup in 2027? It's kind of interesting.
The pick is in at 98 too. So the Vikings have submitted a pick. We're waiting for it to come across. Thor, to clean this up too, in terms of value, had Caleb Tiernan 65th on his Thor 500. They got him at 97. So that's a 32. All the one man's opinion.
Yeah, all the alignment in this round. 2 alignment in the second is going to just plummet the entire market, and everyone's going to get pushed down. There's going to be a massive run on alignment early next week.
The Vikings have done a much better job. The value in the slots today, so far, so good with those 3 picks with that.
The interesting thing here is Caleb Tiernan in the last 3 years at Northwestern did play left tackle.
Yes.
And I'm assuming Darisaw is fine, but I want to see it. That's what I'm...
Look at that.
Dueling chimes. Go ahead,
Dueling
Dex.
chimes. At 98, the Vikings are taking safety Jakobe Thomas out of Miami with the 98th pick. So more defense for the Vikings there.
I know nothing about this one. Go ahead, Thor.
Jakobe Thomas?
Yeah. Jakobe Thomas is a late breakout guy in college. And if you just go off the tape of last year, in 2025 with the deep run that Miami had, he was one of the better safeties in college football, but was on an elite defense. And again, a guy that broke out late in his career in a very ideal circumstance on that Miami defense where you were sort of surrounded by studs there. I'm curious if the 1 year sort of pop-up year that we got for the Vikings are obviously betting here that is real. Right, that's sort of what they're banking on. And last year, again, the stats, the havoc stats, getting the hands-on balls out there and coverage, stuff like that, it was good, right? But, again, late breakout. That guy, it was from memory, but I believe that he thought he was going to be done with his college career the year before, and they switched the – I forgot if he was the Pavia rule or one of the other ones, but then gets another bite at the apple, goes to Miami, obviously takes off, and now he's a day 2 pick. But is that late sort of breakout there for Jakobe Thomas? Is that indicative of the beginning of a developmental leap, or is it a mirage that was caused by the better players around him? We'll find out. But interesting that they go with that at safety. We had talked about Genesis Smith, who is an ace in coverage, not a good tackler. That probably killed him with Brian Flores. Not optional there. And interesting that they end up going with Thomas here.
So that makes it, of their 5 picks so far in this draft, 4 defensive players. Thor had Jakobe Thomas 160th. So I guess if they were thinking, well, we might grab him around the 159 or 163 anyways, or they obviously had him higher than that on their board, but they go with the safety there to it looks like, unless they're going to make a wild trade up from 159, leveraging 2027 picks, they're done for the night here. So.
And they finished the 3rd round already. Julian Neal goes to the Seahawks at 99, cornerback out of Arkansas, and then to wrap up night 2, Mr. Irrelevant for night 2, Jalen Husky, safety out of Maryland. Going to the Jags.
There you go.
Okay.
Wow. I have a question for the group real quick.
TB run.
Does this solidify the conversation we were having last night that we didn't take a wide receiver 3, that we're going to go to heavier sets, you think? Do you think because we didn't take a wide receiver here that this is part of that conversation of, hey, maybe we're not going to live in 11, we're going to live in 12 and just have Addison and Jefferson on the field?
I think it's definitely a possibility because, as we talked about last night, O'Connell's making moves that indicate that he's either being swayed to do it, he wants to, he has sort of seen the future. But I also think that there's a very good chance that wide receiver 3 is a veteran that they sign post-draft. So I think they fill it. That's the weird thing about this club. they are not huge fans, and this is part of the problem. They are not huge fans of young players. And, on offense, I think that applies as much as it does with Flores on defense. So I could definitely see O'Connell signing a running back and signing especially a wide receiver 3 and saying, you know what, Brian, you take the young guys, you coach them up. I got my guys. And if you can sign a guy who might have played with Kyler Murray before to a reasonable contract, who's a big name, yeah, I could definitely see that. So I'm not convinced of it yet, but I do think O'Connell is at least committed to for now, to living in a world where there is a chance that we see heavier formations, more running the football. I'm just curious who's going to do it once Jones gets hurt, because I'm expecting that.
Well, I just wanted to swing back on Jakobe Thomas, just a little bit more context there. It was a guy, fifth year, but they began the career at Middle Tennessee, and it was in 2023. It's like his first kind of full-time year there. And he did at least well enough to catch the eye of Tennessee. So that's where he transferred 2024. He did not win a starting job with the Tennessee Volunteers in 2024. And it's something in my memory. I believe it was a change of rule. And I think it was the Pavia one, but don't quote me on this because this is going off memory, but allowed him to have one more year in college. That's where he transferred a year ago at this time to Miami. And this past year, again, you look at the numbers, apples to apples against the other safeties in this class just last year. He's going to acquit himself very well. 87.3 PFF grade, one of the better ones in the safety class. 89.1 coverage grade. And then you just look at the counting stats there. He had 3 sacks. He had 9 hurries, 58 tackles. The run stops were really good as well. And then the ball production. The prerequisite for Brian Flores for defensive backs ball production. Jakobe Thomas last year, 5 interceptions, 6 pass breakups for a team that made the Natty in the Miami Hurricanes. Was this guy's one season? Was it a mirage? Again, was fine. He was around all these studs there, or was it someone that was just waiting for his opportunity? Finally, he found it, the right role, the right place, the right time, and it's indicative of a guy who has more development to go. The Vikings are obviously betting on the latter here with Jakobe Thomas.
Boys, super fun night. Super fun night.
Yeah.
And to you guys, the audience, I think we'd have to go back in the archives. I think right before the 98th pick was the single largest one-time snapshot, who's all here right now, audience in the history of Purple Daily. So shout out to you guys, the hardcores who are grinding night 2 and the end of round 3 of the NFL Draft, the Purple Daily Night 2 Draft Special presented by Standard Heating and Air Conditioning. And shout out to Declan too, who's doing so many things behind the scenes, social media, picks, everything. The last
I'm
going
to mispronounce some names, okay? It's going to happen. Number one, that's going to happen regardless how busy I am. But it's going to really happen if I'm very, very busy. That is just going to be a thing.
You killed it. And Jeremiah bouncing around to meetings, hotel rooms. Dude, just any final thoughts from you, Jay, before we send you on your way for the weekend here?
I mean, I really wish that the first round pick there wasn't this kind of cloud that was over it, because I think night 2 was great. I mean, and let's give benefit of the doubt for Rob. He got the trade done, right? Everything you would want to see out of a GM, besides maybe reaching a little bit on round 1. I feel like Rob handled the first 100 picks really well for these Viking organization. I feel like you got the defensive coordinator happy. You're seeing maybe a regime and a mental shift out of Kevin O'Connell in the way that he wants to run this team. Overall, I'm excited for where the Vikings can put themselves in position going into day 3. It's going to be kind of a crapshoot for what they can do, but overall, really fairly pleased with the first 4 picks here of the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah. And then Thor, just final thoughts from you, and then tomorrow what we're going to do for the audience here is so hit the subscribe button if you haven't on the way out, so that you can get this tomorrow and going forward. We're going to go live for the 7th round, react to what they've done so far, and then ride out the last couple picks or however many picks they have, and get Thor's final breakdown of the whole draft class for the Vikings. So.
Yeah, so don't trade out any more of your 7th round picks, Vikings. I expect to be given some live scouting reports of someone, so I retain your picks there. Last night, leaving that night, I said a little bit concerned, based on tonight for the next couple of days. This was a great bounce back performance by the Vikings. You needed it. You badly needed it. And I thought they did much, much better today. Mirroring the value of the prospect to the slot, very important. We've seen them pull guys up the board in the past. That was my concern here. I like the value that they got. Not every pick I would have made it, but this one a lot more, right? Like, and the value on shout out Big Citrus. That very, very good value pick there. Like I said, Golday, right where he should have gone, position of need, and a guy with the position versatility that Golday has. I didn't even mention this before. Cincinnati, half the season it's another one of those guys, they play out of position. It's like this physical freak, and it's like, I wonder if Jake, we could put him over, as a nickel defender on some of the plays. And it's like, yeah. The guy's 6'5", 250. Like, whatever. But anyway, versatility there. So I like what the Vikings did a lot more. If they have a bunch more picks tomorrow, we'll see how that goes. But I solid bounce back performance.
Yeah. Sports dad, sports father. How many pieces of pizza did you get to there?
I housed 3 pieces of pizza and one beer, and I'm going to have no more pizza and several more beers later tonight.
Yeah.
So
Substack.
I actually think the most interesting portion of tonight was the trade of Greenard, because I think it's going to be controversial. I think if you look at it from a standpoint of what would help the Vikings the most in 2026, it's probably not a great trade. But I think where this team is going, and slowly but surely what they're doing, you can call it what you want. I really don't care. This is not as much about 2026 as people think. They're trying to get they literally said we have to get a quarterback who we trust that can play. So I understand that the Kyler Murray signing looks like a move for 26, and it is to a certain degree. But when you look at how depleted this franchise was of talent and depth, and young talent especially, I think what we're seeing here is a shift. And that shift is to rebuild a roster that over the last 4 drafts, and, going back to the end of Spielman perhaps, had been eroding. So call it a competitive rebuild, call it what you want. This team could make the playoffs. In this league, you got to be a really, really badly run franchise to have no shot, because every year a couple of teams come up and surprise you and a couple of teams drop back. But the Greenard trade to me is the story of tonight, because it runs counter to what we have seen this franchise do for a long time, which is they always bleed guys to the last breath, and then they're gone and they get nothing for them. Yeah. So I think that's a really interesting move, and there's going to be a lot of pushback to it. I actually like it.
Yeah, my quick final thoughts are, number one, I love the idea of getting out in front of the Greenard trade. As I've said 5 times tonight, I would rather be a year early on that trade, get value, plug in your former first-round pick, and move forward, than be a year late and get nothing, or get like a 6th-round pick or have something go haywire. Also, teams that win Super Bowls are usually awesome up front on defense. And not just awesome because you have a great scheme and you can generate pressure with exotic blitzes, but legitimately awesome with good young talent that can be even like moved through in droves and in waves. And the Vikings are getting there. We'll see about Caleb Banks and the medical. And I love the trade back and the value of picking up the 159. So a little bit of a nice value trade for Rob Brzezinski tonight. So they check some boxes, and we'll see how they finish it out tomorrow night or tomorrow afternoon on day 3 of the draft. So again, for the audience, thank you guys so much. We really appreciate those of you who just discovered Purple Daily 2. Welcome to what we think, to steal a phrase from Rob Brzezinski, is the best podcast community in the country, maybe even the world. And Judd, get that flag one more time for the Purple Daily faithful.
Welcome to the Twin Cities Big Citrus. Welcome.
Right. All right, find more Jeremiah on the O-Line Committee podcast, YouTube channel, Apple, Spotify. Thor Talks Purple on the Score North YouTube channel, Apple, Spotify. Football Takes on those platforms. And we'll see you again here tomorrow on Purple Daily, where we just want the Vikings to win a Super Bowl before we die. See you guys.